Hey there, survivors. Thanks for tuning in. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. It really helps me keep these stories coming. And if you want to hear new stories before they reach YouTube, check out my Patreon. Members get early access, full-text scripts, and clean audio versions. Now let's get started. I reached the edge of the industrial block just after sunrise. The streets here always felt wrong to me, even before the outbreak. I barely knew this town, and I never planned to stay longer than the few days it would take for the mechanics to fix my car. Every time I returned during these past weeks, the place looked emptier and more unfriendly. I stayed in motels, basements, and one strange apartment over a shuttered barbershop. I never slept in the same spot twice because nothing in this unfamiliar town gave me any sense of security. I moved constantly, never unpacking, never relaxing. My mother and sister might still be alive somewhere far from here, possibly in a safer region, but I had no way to reach them. Not knowing pulled at me every night, and staying on the move was the only thing that kept me from sinking into my own thoughts. I slipped through an alley behind a line of silent restaurants and storage units. Trash bags had burst open long ago, drying under the sun until they felt more like brittle fabric than anything organic. I carried a wrench I had taken from the back of an abandoned pickup. It felt awkward in my hand, because I had never been the type who worked with tools. Before the outbreak, I handled servers, lines of code, and remote updates. I did everything from a desk, rarely leaving home unless a job absolutely required me to show up in person. This town had been one of those rare cases. I had hated coming here even before the world changed. Now, walking these alleys alone, the place felt worse than any nightmare I could have imagined. The auto repair shop appeared at the end of the block. The gas station, the small market, and the car wash were all built as a single complex. I studied every window for movement, taking slow steps so my boots would not crunch loose glass or hit anything that might draw attention. I wanted only one thing: my car. I kept telling myself it would be there, waiting at the shop, because I needed that hope to keep going. The car was more than transportation. It had things locked inside that mattered to me, and having it back felt like the one step that could help me leave this unfamiliar town for good, and maybe search for my family. The shop looked intact. The windows were dusty but unbroken. The front door was still locked. That surprised me. Most places around here had been smashed apart during the riots. The gas pumps next door were torn out of their mounts. The market shelves were on the floor, but the repair shop remained closed up as if someone had defended it or lived inside after the collapse. I pressed my ear to the door and waited. I heard nothing but faint wind outside the building. The parking lot carried the smell of old gasoline. A few cars sat abandoned near the curb, all of them with broken windows or smashed headlights. I stepped toward the garage entrance and yelled out a short greeting, hoping someone might answer even though part of me knew it was a stupid idea. My voice echoed off the metal frames, and the sound traveled farther than I expected. I regretted it instantly. This area was known for wandering infected, especially in the mornings. I crouched behind a dented car door leaning against the wall. Within seconds I heard movement down the street. Not running, just that uneven shuffling that had become too familiar. I spotted one infected rounding the corner, dragging one foot along the asphalt. It wore a torn jacket and moved without purpose until it turned its head toward the noise. A second infected followed it, faster and alert. A third staggered behind them. I held my breath and stayed hidden until they passed the shop and drifted deeper into the district. The moment the last one vanished behind a delivery truck, I realized I had almost ruined everything by making noise. After waiting several minutes to make sure nothing else was coming, I stood and approached the side of the building. I checked the windows for signs of life. The inside was dark. Dust covered the counters and the waiting chairs. I needed to get in, and the front door was too exposed. The side window was the only option. I broke it with the wrench, cleaned the edges, and climbed inside as quietly as I could. I stayed crouched for a moment, letting my eyes adjust. The waiting room was frozen in time. Magazines lay on the floor. A coffee cup sat on the counter, stained and dry. Nothing here had been touched in a long while, but that changed when I noticed a rolled sleeping bag near the staircase. Empty water bottles were scattered near it. Someone had stayed here after the outbreak. I looked around carefully, feeling a tightness in my chest. Whoever slept here might have run, or might have never made it out. I reached the repair bay and scanned the room. All the tools were scattered around the lifts. Some drawers were open. The place looked like someone had worked in a rush and then walked away. I moved slowly toward the lift where my crossover had been the last time I stood in this building. I stopped in front of the empty platform and stared. The car was gone. The space where it once stood still had a dark oil stain shaped in the same outline I remembered, but everything else was empty. My stomach dropped. There was never any reason for me to believe the car would still be here. The mechanics had the keys. The shop had been closed for weeks, and anyone could have taken it. Out of frustration and my own stupidity, I kicked an empty metal bucket sitting near a tire machine. The sound exploded across the shop and bounced around the walls. It felt louder than anything I had heard in days. My anger faded immediately, replaced by the kind of fear that makes thinking go quiet. I cursed myself under my breath and moved toward the stairs. I heard infected outside almost instantly, not right at the doors, but close enough. One gave out a muffled noise from somewhere near the gas station. Another answered from the direction of the market. I turned off the small flashlight I had been using and ducked behind a stack of old tires, forcing myself to stay still. The infected stayed outside, drifting along the street, drawn to the echo. I kept waiting until the noises stopped. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. It was hard to track time in the dark. I stayed motionless long after the last sound faded. My breathing steadied, and I tried to think clearly again. I stared across the shop floor while hiding behind the tires. This place was not looted. The windows were unbroken. The doors were locked. The walls were concrete. The roof seemed intact, and there was a second floor that overlooked the entire building. The car wash tunnel, which I had ignored until now, had thick walls and only 2 entrances. I ran through every place I had slept since the outbreak in my mind, and compared them to this shop. This was the first building that felt defensible. I imagined trying to secure it. I pictured reinforcing the doors, blocking the windows, and using the second floor as a sleeping area. I could scavenge food and tools from nearby neighborhoods. The shop had storage areas, bathrooms, and decent visibility from the upper windows. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made. Maybe I did not find my car, but I found something else. Something that might keep me alive long enough to figure out where to go next. After the infected drifted away, I stood, stretched my legs, and walked up the stairs to the second-floor office. The room was dusty, but it had a door that still latched, and a window that gave me a clear view of the street. I leaned on the wall, feeling steady for the first time in days. I wanted my car back, but anger would not change anything. Survival mattered more than sentiment. This place had promise. If I worked hard and stayed alert, I could turn the shop into a real shelter. Once the thought settled, I felt the weight of what it actually meant. I had never built anything more complicated than a flat-pack shelf, and even that leaned to the right for 3 years. I worked with online systems, servers, software patches, and remote configurations. Real tools were a different world. Everything I knew about reinforcing doors or securing windows came from whatever videos people shared online during storm seasons, plus a few episodes of survival shows I watched to distract myself while eating takeout after long workdays. Nothing in my life had prepared me for this, but I also knew that not trying was a quick way to end up dead. I needed to break the problem into small steps, the same way I handled debugging tasks. One step at a time and never assume anything will work until tested. I checked the office again with more intention. The walls were solid. The wooden door had a metal frame, and the lock still turned even though it felt loose. The window overlooked the entire property, including the lot, the gas station, and most of the road leading to the intersection. If something or someone came near the building, I would see it from here. This could be my sleeping spot, but only if I fixed the draft that came through the window edges and cleaned the room enough to avoid stepping on broken staples or dry crumbs that could make noise at the wrong moment. Someone had slept here before me. Whoever it was had left behind a dirty blanket, a torn coat, and a few wrappers. That meant they believed the room was safe enough to rest in. It gave me a small push of confidence. I opened the door, walked back into the hallway, and swept my flashlight beam across the floor. The stairwell looked vulnerable. It was open on both sides, and anyone who entered the shop could walk straight up. I would need a barrier there, something that slowed movement or blocked it completely. I did not have nails, drills, or pre-made boards. What I had were improvised parts, scrap, and whatever debris the old mechanics left behind. I forced myself not to overthink it and went downstairs. The shop floor smelled like old oil, dust, and rusted metal. I moved from station to station, not searching for anything specific, just letting my eyes track whatever looked useful. A few metal shelves stood crooked against the far wall. They were heavy and awkward, but if I laid them across the stairwell or wedged them against the steps at an angle, they could slow down anything coming up. I dragged one shelf to the foot of the stairs. The sound scraped lightly across the concrete, and I froze, listening. When nothing answered, I kept going. The shelf was too wide to lift easily, so I tipped it sideways and leaned into it until it rested halfway up the first few steps. Not secure, but good enough as a test. I returned to the bays and found a few boxes of bolts scattered across the floor. Most were too small to matter, but the boxes themselves could serve as noise traps. I tested an idea by pouring a thin layer of small bolts across the stairs behind the metal shelf. If someone or something tried to walk up quietly, the bolts would roll or click. It was simple, but simple solutions were all I had. I stood back to look at it. The shelf blocked the main access, and the bolts created a warning system. Imperfect, but for the first hour of planning, it was progress. Next, I needed to check the car wash tunnel. It was part of the same building, and if I ignored it, something could slip in through there. I moved through the workshop toward the door that led into the tunnel. I unlocked it slowly and stepped inside. The space was long, narrow, and lined with rusted sprayers and rotating bristle columns. The floor sloped gently toward a drain. The far exit had a heavy metal door meant to keep water from leaking out during operation. The hinges were stiff but looked functional. This was better than I expected. The walls were thick. The narrow shape made it harder for infected to swarm inside all at once. I pressed the interior lock on the door and pulled the handle. It's still sealed. This spot might work as a backup escape route or a controlled entry if I ever needed one. I spent the next hour exploring every inch of the building. I checked closets, cabinets, toolboxes, and storage rooms. I did not find weapons or anything close to that. I found some wrenches, screwdrivers, a bent pry bar, and a cracked pair of work gloves. I could use all of it, but none of it turned me into someone who knew what he was doing. I reminded myself that nobody knew what they were doing when this started. I doubted the mechanics here were trained for disaster survival either. They just did what seemed reasonable at the time. That was all I could do. Eventually, I reached the front waiting area again. The broken window I used to enter was still open, which meant I needed a way to seal it. I examined the frame and realized there was no easy way to repair it without boards or something solid. I looked around until I found a stack of promotional car wash signs made from thick plastic sheets. They were not perfect, but I could wedge them into the frame and hold them in place with a few metal rods used for holding bumpers during repair. I tested the idea. The signs bent slightly but stayed wedged. It was enough to keep anyone from seeing inside easily. Once that was done, I took a step back and tried to understand what living here would actually require. The shop had sinks, but no running water anymore. The market next door might still have some sealed bottles if they were not all looted. There might be canned food somewhere in the houses behind the gas station. The idea of searching those buildings felt risky, but staying alive meant taking risks. I needed water, food, cloth, batteries, and maybe something heavier to use as a tool or a weapon. I also needed a plan to store everything in one place inside the shop. I marked the office as my sleeping area, the car wash tunnel as a potential secondary escape route, and the workshop floor as the main work zone. The sun started sliding behind the buildings. I climbed back up to the office and pushed the metal shelf against the door. I sat on the floor again, looking at the dim room, the dirty blankets someone left behind, and the small window that gave me a view of the lot. I still felt unsure, but the uncertainty did not hit me the same way as before. I was afraid of this town, never denied that, but fear did not stop me from seeing opportunity. I did not know how long I could last here, yet for the first time in weeks, I had a place that was not collapsing or burning or overrun within hours. For tonight, that was enough. I leaned back and listened for sounds outside. Nothing approached the building. The infected stayed farther down the street. I could feel myself finally settling into the idea that this could work. Not easily, not perfectly, but there was a path forward here if I stayed patient and solved each problem step by step. I would need to scavenge at dawn. I would need to find a better weapon. I would need to keep improving the barricades. I would need to accept that the car was gone and stop letting it distract me from what mattered. I could mourn the life I had before, but only in a way that did not slow me down. When morning hit, the light came through the dusty office window and reminded me of how much work waited outside. I moved slowly down the stairs, nudged the metal shelf aside enough to slip through, and checked the workshop floor. Everything looked the same. I listened for a few seconds more, then unlatched the side entrance and stepped into the daylight. The air was cool and smelled faintly of burned plastic drifting from somewhere deeper in the city. I gripped the wrench tighter and headed toward the nearest buildings. I focused on small houses first because they were easier to check and escape if anything went wrong. Most were damaged or looted, cupboards hung open, water heaters were dented or toppled. People had grabbed whatever food they could long ago. All I found were broken plates, torn bedding, and a few packs of stale crackers that tasted awful but still counted as calories. I stayed alert while moving through each building. Every open door felt like a trap. Every shadow felt like something waiting. I checked closets with long sweeps of the wrench before stepping close and kept my ears sharp for any scraping or breathing that did not belong. The infected did not hide intentionally, but some of them collapsed behind furniture or wedged themselves in corners when their bodies weakened. One apartment on the second floor of a brick building held an infected woman crouched behind a kitchen island. I did not see her until she shifted her weight, and the sound made my hair rise. The angle saved me, because she had to pull herself up before lunging. I backed out immediately and slammed the door, then ran down the stairs, not waiting for anything else. I learned an important rule that morning: never trust silence in a building with too many blind corners. I reached the small market attached to the auto shop. The windows were intact, which gave me a strange sense of hope. Maybe someone locked it up from the inside before leaving. Maybe supplies were still there. I walked around the store twice to make sure nothing lingered near the edges. Then I pushed the door open. It did not even squeal. The place looked as if someone had swept through it with the same hunger that had hit every market during the first weeks. Shelves were empty. The freezer doors were open and dripping onto the floor. The registers were pried apart. Even the racks near the counter were stripped of anything edible, drinkable, or useful. I checked the back room and found only cardboard, broken pallets, and a few cracked soda bottles without caps. Whoever lived here before me took everything of value. I stood there for a moment, accepting that this place would not help me at all. The next target was the tall building behind the market. It had a metal fire escape stairway running up the side. I climbed it slowly, checking each landing before moving to the next. The roof was flat, covered in old gravel, and a few rusted vents. I scanned the sky and surrounding streets. No movement, no infected wandering near the block. The height made me feel less exposed. I walked toward the center of the roof and stood still for a moment, trying to picture how rainwater could be collected up here. I had no training, and everything I remembered about this kind of thing came from random posts online that I barely glanced at during normal life. I had heard people talk about dew traps or solar stills, but I never learned the right way to build them, and this did not feel like the time to experiment badly. What I did understand was that a few containers placed under the roof edge during a storm might give me something to work with. It did not rain often here, but even rare rain was better than none. I went back down, checked the gas station again, and took 2 empty plastic bins that once held windshield washer fluid. They were intact and deep enough to catch water. I carried them to the roof and arranged them under the spots where runoff looked strongest. I knew this was crude, but it was the limit of my skills. I was not a survivalist, not a prepper, and not someone who ever trained for disaster. I lived in front of screens for most of my life, but I was willing to learn as I went, and that counted for something. During the first week, the auto shop slowly changed from a cold, hollow building into something that felt lived in. I swept the workshop floor, pushing glass and bolts into piles so I would not step on them when moving fast. I dragged shelves and tool carts into better positions to create walkways I could move through quietly at night. I used old blankets from the apartment I checked earlier to pad my sleeping spot in the office. I kept a small pile of food in a corner, counting each item carefully so I did not overspend my supplies before scavenging again. Most of the canned goods I found were dented or unlabeled, which made eating them a slow gamble. A few tasted metallic, so I tossed them immediately, not willing to risk getting sick when I had no medication and nowhere to go for help. The second week felt different. The shop no longer felt empty. I had routine. I woke early, checked the street, reinforced whatever looked weak, searched a few buildings, returned before noon, and stayed inside for the rest of the day. I found an old LED strip tucked in the bottom drawer of the office desk. It was the kind that mechanics use to light the underside of cars, covered in dust but still intact. I tested it using the inverter I salvaged from the workshop toolbox. For a power source, I connected it to a car battery that still held a tiny charge. I expected nothing, but the strip flickered and then lit the whole office with a soft, even glow. It surprised me so much I almost laughed. It felt wrong to enjoy something so small, but it changed the room's atmosphere completely. It made the place look like someone lived there on purpose, not someone hiding out of desperation. Seeing that light changed something in my head. It made me take the idea of this shelter even more seriously. I cleaned the office walls, pushed the desk to the side, folded the blanket neatly even though it barely mattered, and made a small corner for my supplies. I taped one of the broken signs over the lower part of the window so my silhouette would not show at night. I moved the shelf that blocked the office door into a better position so it would jam against the floor if pushed from outside. The entire setup was still amateur work, like someone trying to imitate survival tricks from memory, but the results felt real enough to give me confidence. By the end of the second week, I walked through the shop without the same tension I had on that first night. I still checked every doorway and listened for every sound, but I no longer felt like I was trespassing in someone else's refuge. The shop was mine now because I had shaped it into something I could trust. It did not mean I was safe. Nothing in this world was safe. But I had a base, a plan, and a routine that did not fall apart after 1 or 2 nights, and that counted for more than anything I had since the outbreak took over my life. I still thought about my mother and sister whenever the nights were long. I imagined them reaching someplace stable or being taken in by a shelter that held longer than most. I forced myself to believe that possibility existed, even without proof. It was the only mental anchor I had left. If they were alive, they might be waiting somewhere, expecting me to show up one day. And if I wanted that chance, I needed to keep going, keep learning, and keep this shop running no matter how rough my lack of skills made the process. Once the basic shelter felt workable, I started noticing every uncomfortable part of the place. The nights were cold, and the temperature inside dropped more than I expected. A concrete building with no insulation and broken windows held no warmth. I slept under layers of blankets, but it barely helped. I needed a real heat source, something I could cook on, and something that would make the office feel like a living space rather than a storage closet. I kept replaying the idea in my head for a full day before deciding to check the big Walmart across the main highway. It was one of the few places I had avoided because the parking lot always felt too open. But I could not keep pretending that crackers and cold canned food would carry me through the next month. I needed a stove, something small and simple, and maybe a hatchet to collect wood from the fallen trees on the outskirts of town. I prepared for the trip the next morning. I tightened a backpack strap with a knot, grabbed the wrench I carried everywhere, and slipped through the side door once the sun rose enough to make the streets visible. I moved along the back roads, avoiding intersections where the infected like to gather. The walk took longer than I expected, because I kept stopping to scan every corner and alley. When I reached the Walmart parking lot, I stood behind a row of dead cars and watched the building for several minutes. The front entrance was wide open, the glass shattered inward. Shopping carts lay scattered around the lot. Most were rusting in place because no one had touched them in months. I listened for movement inside, but heard only wind and the distant tapping of loose metal. I stayed low and approached the garden center entrance first. It felt safer than walking through the main store right away. The shelves in this section were empty except for a few broken pots and bags of soil torn open by animals or looters. I followed the signage until I reached the camping aisle, and to my surprise, a few items remained. Someone must have overlooked them or decided they were not worth taking. A cheap folding stove sat behind a row of plastic lanterns. The box was dusty but still sealed. Next to it, a lightweight hatchet with a chipped handle hung on a bent metal hook. I pulled both items down and set them on the floor. The aisle also had a few metal pots, dented but functional. I took one and tested the handle. It felt sturdy enough. I planned to carry everything back in the backpack, but the weight would slow me down. Then I noticed the carts again. I had avoided them at first because pushing a loud metal frame through the city sounded like a ridiculous idea. But this Walmart had plastic carts, the kind with rubber wheels that rolled quietly when they were new. I tested one and found it surprisingly silent. I lifted the stove, the pot, the hatchet, and a few smaller items into the basket. It felt strange how such a simple thing made moving supplies easier. I realized then how foolish I had been for weeks, hauling everything on my back when carts and rolling bins existed everywhere. The outbreak had not erased common sense. I had just forgotten to use it. Before leaving, I paused near the central area of the store. I looked at the empty shelves, the toppled displays, and the wide aisles that could have held an entire community if people had worked together from the start. This place could have been a fortress with proper planning, thick walls, locked doors, food storage, bathrooms, and open sightlines. But I knew I was not the first person to think that way. Hundreds of people had reached the same conclusion at the beginning, and that was why the building now looked abandoned and destroyed. Too many people in one place meant too many arguments, too many mistakes, and too many desperate choices. I dismissed the thought and reminded myself that the auto shop was quieter, smaller, and easier to control. I pushed the cart out the back entrance and took side streets home. It rattled only a little when I crossed cracked pavement. Every time it made noise, I stopped and listened, ready to ditch it if something reacted. Nothing did. I reached the shop safely, rolled the cart inside, and closed the door behind me. The sense of relief hit hard. I finally had something that resembled a real setup. A stove meant warm food. A hatchet meant I could gather wood. A cart meant I could haul more items in fewer trips. These simple tools felt like an entire upgrade to my life. Setting up the stove took more time than I expected. I needed ventilation, but I could not risk making smoke visible outside. I tried placing the stove near the window, but the smoke would exit at an angle that anyone on the street might notice. Instead, I found a cracked vent above the office door and measured it using a piece of cardboard. If I could run a small metal pipe through the vent and seal the gaps with rags and duct tape, the smoke would blend with the dust that already drifted from the ventilation shaft. The problem was finding a pipe. I searched the workshop for nearly an hour before discovering a long, thin metal tube that once held wiring for a lift. It was not meant for heat, but if I kept the fire small, it might hold. I installed everything slowly because I did not trust myself. I checked angles, airflow, and heat. I held my hand over the pipe to feel if smoke backflowed into the room. The first test filled the office with a faint burning smell, because the metal warmed unevenly, but the smoke drifted upward and out of the vent. I watched the outside carefully through the window, waiting to see if any sign appeared. Nothing visible escaped into the air. It felt like a small victory. Once heat was handled, I wanted comfort. Real comfort, not just survival convenience. I searched nearby apartments and found several couches that had cushions still in good shape. Carrying entire couches upstairs was impossible, but cushions were manageable. I stacked them in the office to make a soft corner where I could sit or even lie down without feeling the hard concrete. I also collected books, an old dartboard, and a Monopoly set because I wanted something to occupy my mind at night. There was no electricity except for the LED strip, so reading or simple games kept me grounded. It felt odd to treat a disaster zone like a temporary living room, but I needed something familiar. Without it, my thoughts drifted into darker places. On one of my scavenging runs inside a multi-story apartment building, something unexpected happened. I heard a faint meowing echoing from behind a half-open door on the 5th floor. Before I could process it, I also heard a low growl that belonged to an infected. I stepped forward carefully and pushed the door open wider. The living room was a mess of toppled furniture, broken frames, and stains that marked the early chaos of the outbreak. Near the window, an infected man crouched with his head lowered, rocking slowly. I hesitated because I was not used to confronting infected in enclosed spaces. But the meowing came again, sharp and frightened, from somewhere under a sofa. I forced myself to move. I tightened my grip on the wrench and approached the infected. It reacted with a sudden jerk, rising to its feet and staggering toward me with uneven steps. I backed up to make space, then swung the wrench across the side of its head. The sound was blunt and final. It collapsed without a second attempt, and I stepped away, breathing steadily to keep myself from shaking. The kitten crawled out from under the sofa the moment the room went silent. It was small, dirty and thin, but alive. It stared at me with wide eyes, unsure if I was safe. I crouched, reached out slowly, and waited until it chose to approach me. When it did, it pressed against my hand, trembling. Leaving it behind felt impossible. The idea of walking away from something so small and helpless made my stomach twist. I tucked the kitten inside my jacket and whispered that it would be all right, even though I was not sure of anything. I just knew it did not deserve to die alone. When I returned to the shop with the kitten, something shifted in the atmosphere. The place no longer felt like a cold shelter. It felt like a space where life existed, even in a small form. I found an old towel, shaped it into a nest near the cushions, and placed the kitten there. It curled up instantly. I sat beside it for a long time, watching its sides rise and fall. For the first time in months, the building felt genuinely warm, and it had nothing to do with the stove. The next month settled in slowly, marked by colder mornings, shorter days, and a steady feeling that winter was lining up outside the city limits, preparing to step inside. The temperature kept dropping bit by bit, and soon the occasional frost on the windows became a common sight. I stopped worrying about water because snow would replace the rain I rarely collected. Melting it on the stove worked better than I expected. The metal pot filled the room with a faint steam that reminded me of my old apartment mornings when I would boil water for tea. It helped me stay grounded, even if the world outside no longer supported ordinary routines. The cold also brought advantages. Fresh snow revealed tracks clearly, which meant knowing where people or infected traveled. The footprints of humans were usually spaced out and deliberate. The infected left messy, uneven trails that zigzagged across sidewalks and between cars. It helped me build a mental map of what areas to avoid. I learned that infected herds drifted more often near the highway ramps, while a few solitary ones circled around the old bus station. The new ability to read the ground made me feel unreasonably proud. I never cared about anything outdoors before the outbreak, but winter forced me to pay attention. The kitten grew fast. I noticed it the first time she jumped onto the office desk without struggling. Her coordination improved every week. She used to wobble and slide across the cushions. Now she ran along the windowsill as if she owned the place. I named her Lily, after my sister. I did not know if Lily the kitten was a boy or a girl, and I honestly did not care. The name fit because the real Lily had a habit of causing trouble without meaning to, and the kitten followed the same pattern. She knocked over bolts, shredded the corner of an old jacket, and once set off my improvised noise trap by kicking a handful of screws down the stairs. Living with her was exhausting, but it was never boring. The downside was noise. Her meowing echoed through the shop at random hours. Sometimes she meowed only because she wanted attention. Sometimes she saw her reflection in the window at night and reacted to it. The infected picked up sound more often because of this, which meant I needed to deal with them more frequently. I got used to checking the perimeter 3 or 4 times a day. When something wandered too close, I handled it quickly with the wrench or stayed out of sight until it moved on. The routine gave me more confidence. I did not freeze or panic the way I used to. Life in the apocalypse had unpleasant parts, but at least it replaced the gym I always hated. Carrying supplies, moving shelves, chopping wood, climbing stairs. Every task reshaped my stamina whether I liked it or not. Some problems came with solutions I did not expect. Lily needed real supplies if she was going to stay healthy, and I did not want her to rely on whatever scraps I could find. I remembered the pet store a few blocks south, sitting between a laundromat and a pharmacy. I reached it one calm morning and found the doors unlocked. Inside, most of the expensive pet toys were gone, but the heavy bags of kibble remained untouched. I pushed 2 whole carts through the aisles and filled them with food, litter, canned treats, and even a small cat house with a hanging ball attached to it. Someone had looted the electronics section and the cash registers, but nobody cared about pet supplies. It felt surreal pushing the carts back through the neighborhood, but it also felt practical. Lily settled into the new house right away and started sleeping in it more often than on the cushions. Out of curiosity, I tried one of the canned cat foods when I got home. Hunger made me reckless that day, so I scooped a bit out with my finger and tasted it. The texture alone nearly made me gag. It verified that I was not as desperate as I feared. I tossed the rest outside for stray wildlife and promised myself never to do anything that stupid again. Lily, on the other hand, loved every can I opened. I kept a strict schedule for her feeding to avoid any unnecessary noise. Food for myself became another concern. My scavenging had reached a point where apartments and houses near the shop no longer had anything good left. Canned goods were rare. The market was still empty. Anything edible within a 2-block radius had been taken long ago. The only option was hunting, something I never imagined doing in my life. There was a large park about 15 minutes away by foot. During the outbreak, I had avoided it because the open space felt too exposed, but now that I needed food, I forced myself to explore it. I found fresh tracks near the wooded areas, squirrels, raccoons, maybe a few stray cats or dogs. The raccoons were too unpredictable for me to hunt safely, but squirrels were fast and skittish, meaning they stayed away from infected zones. They became my main source of protein. I built simple traps out of cardboard boxes held up by sticks and baited with bits of stale crackers. I waited quietly from a distance the first time, feeling ridiculous crouched behind a fallen log with a stick tied to a rope. But the trap worked. A squirrel darted into the box, and the stick dropped. I killed it cleanly, and thanked it in a quiet, awkward way, because doing this weighed on me. I had always cared about animals, but the world I lived in had no room for soft thinking. My conscience pushed back each time, but hunger pushed harder. I promised myself that I would always kill quickly and never waste meat. Raccoons were an entirely different situation. They were smarter, territorial, and willing to fight. I trapped one by accident, and the moment I stepped close, it lunged at the bars of the shopping basket I had used to confine it. I backed away immediately and decided I would never attempt that again. I released it from a distance by tipping the basket over with a long pipe. It bolted into the bushes without looking back. That incident settled the matter. I would stick to squirrels and maybe birds if I ever learned how to build something reliable for them. I accepted that hunting would never feel natural to me, but I also accepted that I did not want to die over pride or old ethics that no longer fit the world around me. By the end of the month, the auto shop felt different again. The cushions in the office made it comfortable enough to feel like a real room. The books gave me something to read every night. Monopoly pieces scattered across the desk showed how often I used it to distract myself. The stove brought warmth and real meals. Lily brought noise, trouble, and a strange sense of companionship. The more the world froze outside, the more the building felt like a small, stubborn pocket of life that I refused to give up. I began waking with a clearer head each morning, and falling asleep without that constant pull of fear in my stomach. I spent the next weeks improving skills I never expected to need. I had grown tired of relying only on the wrench, so during one of my scavenging runs, I pushed deeper into the apartment complexes across the park. In one of the units that faced the courtyard, I opened a wooden cabinet and found a full set of hunting knives. They were arranged neatly on a velvet-lined board, each blade polished and sharp. Someone had taken pride in collecting them, maybe using them during camping trips or as a hobby. The apartment was empty and cold, and the bed looked untouched for months. I packed the knives in a spare backpack and brought them home, unsure if I even deserved to own something so well kept when I barely knew how to use them. Learning took time. I watched the reflection in the office window while I practiced basic movements, trying not to cut myself by accident. Lily sat on the desk during most of these sessions, staring with a bored expression as if she could not believe how slow I was. She licked her fur, flicked her tail, and occasionally swatted at the knife when I lowered it too close to her reach. I had to stop her once because she tried to grab the blade with her mouth. The whole scene looked ridiculous, but it was a reminder that life here was more complicated than just fighting infected. I had to balance survival with keeping one troublesome cat from hurting herself. Using a knife in a real confrontation still felt unnatural. I preferred the wrench because it kept distance between me and whatever I needed to put down, but the knives were lighter and easier to carry. I put one in a sheath I found under a mechanic's table and attached it to my belt, hoping I would not freeze if I ever needed to use it. Carrying it made me feel more prepared, even if I still doubted my ability to act under pressure. Life inside the shop settled into a pattern. I woke around the same time each day, fed Lily, melted snow for water, checked the perimeter, tightened weak spots in the barricades, and then went out for whatever supplies I needed. My confidence grew because I no longer felt like I was stumbling blind through every decision. Every improvement, every routine that stayed intact for another week, made me believe the shop could carry me through the entire winter. I knew things could still go wrong, but I did not expect just how fast everything could shift from stable to unpredictable. It happened in the early afternoon. Lily was asleep on top of an upturned jacket, and I was cleaning a pot near the car wash tunnel. At first, I heard nothing unusual. Then, a distant hum vibrated through the air, too steady to be wind and too deep to be an animal. I straightened up and listened. Engines. More than one. I crouched behind the window near the garage entrance and waited for the sound to get closer. When it did, I pressed myself flat against the wall. A massive military truck turned onto the road, kicking up dirty snow as it accelerated. A pickup truck followed behind it, loaded with armed men standing in the back. They held rifles slung across their chests and scanned the area with fast, deliberate movements. One man leaned out the window and shouted instructions at the others, though I could not make out the words. Both vehicles rolled past the gas station, bounced through the potholes, and continued straight down the street. I did not move until the engines faded. My first thought was relief that they had not stopped. My second thought was the realization that their presence meant something was shifting in the city. I had not seen organized groups in months. The last ones were small bands of scavengers who traveled quietly, carrying backpacks instead of guns. These men looked coordinated, confident, and prepared for a fight. I had no idea what they wanted or where they were heading, but I knew their arrival would ruin the fragile balance of this quiet block. Noise in the apocalypse was a beacon. Engines would pull in the infected from several streets away. I waited at the window, hoping the herd would follow the trucks rather than approach the shop. That hope lasted only a minute. Soon I heard the distant groaning and uneven dragging that signaled movement. One infected rounded the far corner, then another, then more. Within minutes the road filled with wandering shapes drawn toward the sound of the vehicles. They did not chase the trucks because they were long gone, but infected did not think beyond the noise. They simply followed the path where sound once existed, spilling into every side street along the way. I pulled back from the window and checked every door in the shop. I made sure the metal shelf blocking the office stairwell was wedged tightly and pushed several tool cabinets against the front entrance. Lily noticed the shift in my behavior and followed me from room to room, meowing with a tone that sounded uneasy. I carried her upstairs because I did not want her darting toward a noise and giving away our position. Once she settled on the cushion pile, I covered the window slightly with a cloth to hide movement. When everything inside felt as secure as possible, I climbed the ladder to the roof access point. The air outside felt sharper and colder, but at least the wind masked the light creaking of the hatch when I pushed it open. I stepped carefully onto the rooftop gravel, crouched, and scanned the area. I did not see any people or vehicles. The only signs of disturbance were the infected below, moving slowly in clusters. I crawled toward the far edge and used my binoculars to check each direction. It took several minutes to survey the blocks around the shop. Nothing stood out. No fire, no smoke, no lights, no human silhouettes hiding behind buildings or on rooftops. Only the infected, many more than usual, dragging themselves across the road where the trucks had passed. The sight reminded me how fragile peace was here. One loud engine and my quiet corner of the city turned into a path for dozens of bodies. Seeing them reinforced why I avoided other survivors. People meant noise, and noise meant death. Even organized groups like the men in the trucks brought danger everywhere they went. I had no idea if they were friendly, hostile, or indifferent, and I did not want to find out. My life depended on staying invisible. The infected did not care who you were or what your intentions were. They only cared about sound and movement. I stayed on the roof until the wind numbed my fingers. I watched the infected spread out and slow down as they lost interest without fresh noise. None of them approached the shop directly, which reassured me. Once I felt certain the situation would not escalate further, I returned inside and secured the hatch. Lily wandered toward me the moment I entered the office, rubbing against my leg with impatient gestures. I picked her up, sat on the cushions, and tried to refocus. The peaceful routine I had built was now unstable. The city was shifting, and the presence of armed groups meant new risks I had not accounted for. My shelter was still solid, but the calm surrounding it was no longer dependable. I needed to prepare for more movement, more noise, and more unpredictable behavior from both the living and the dead. Despite all my worries, nothing happened for months. Winter lost its edge slowly, melting into a long, damp stretch of grey days, where the streets stayed half frozen in the shade and muddy in the sun. The infected moved less during the coldest nights, and it helped me adapt to a quieter world. I stored snow in plastic bins, chopped wood near the park, and avoided unnecessary trips so I did not risk running into anyone. The military trucks never returned, and I heard no engines after that day. Sometimes I wondered if they had been passing through on their way somewhere far beyond the city. Sometimes I wondered if they had died before reaching their destination. Winter made everything move slower, including thoughts. Lily grew into a completely different creature. She was no longer the small, trembling ball of bones I had brought home. She moved with confidence now, tail raised, eyes sharp. She jumped on me with so much force that I nearly lost my balance once while carrying firewood. She followed me constantly, especially when I was cooking. I talked to her more than I expected, and she responded in her own way, usually by nudging my hand with her head or pouncing on my shoelaces. Her presence filled the shop with a sense of normal life that I never thought I would have again. Spring crept into the city without any real beauty. Snow melted into puddles filled with debris. Sidewalks cracked under shifting frost. Some buildings collapsed a little more under water damage. The infected thawed faster than the world around them. They moved more often, searching for anything that made noise or smelled alive. A few got trapped in the car wash tunnel once, pushing at the metal door until I forced them back with the hatchet. They were weaker than before, their bodies degrading from months of cold, but they were still dangerous. Then came my first encounter with a living person, real, breathing, and very much out of his mind. I was returning from the tall apartment building across the street, where I had collected a few books and checked if any new animals wandered into the upper floors. I had not seen a human footprint near my block in weeks, so my guard was lower than usual. I walked through the workshop entrance with my backpack half open, thinking about whether I should melt more snow before the last piles disappeared completely. I closed the door behind me and froze. Someone else was inside. He came from the darkness between two car lifts, stumbling forward with a knife in his hand. His clothes were shredded, and he smelled like he had not washed himself since before the outbreak. His face was pale, eyes wide, and he breathed in short bursts that sounded desperate. He said something, but the words were scrambled, more noise than speech. He pointed his knife at me, then at the doorway, then at his own head. I had no way of understanding him. My instincts kicked in. I backed up toward the stairs, trying to keep the wrench between us while I figured out if he wanted help or if he was too far gone. He charged without warning. His movements were wild and uncoordinated, but the speed caught me off guard. I dodged backward and knocked over a metal tray, which sent bolts scattering across the floor. Lily hissed from somewhere above, but I did not dare look away from the man. I shouted for him to stop. He did not listen, and something in his eyes looked broken beyond repair. The moment he lunged again, I pulled the hunting knife from my belt. The blade shook in my hand. Using it on a person felt wrong even in a world where wrong things happened all the time. But if I hesitated now, he could stab me, and then Lily would be alone. He rushed forward, and I reacted without thinking. I stepped aside and slashed his arm as he passed. He screamed, spun, and collapsed onto his knees. I backed up several feet, keeping my distance. He held the wound, stared at the blood, and started sobbing. Not crying from pain, sobbing the way a person does when his mind has already fractured, and the rest of him is just trying to keep up. He dropped the knife and crawled backward until he hit one of the lifts. I wanted to say something, anything, but no words felt right. The moment I approached him, he reached out and grabbed my jacket, still pleading in that broken voice, trying to pull himself up. His nails dug into my sleeve. I reacted the only way my frightened brain allowed. I pushed him off, and when he came again, I struck him with the wrench. Once, twice, his body hit the ground hard, and the rest of the room fell silent. I stood there breathing through a tight throat, staring at the man who had once been someone's family. He might have had children or parents waiting for him somewhere. He might have been sane before hunger and fear tore him apart. I had no way of knowing. I only knew that I acted because I had no other choice. My legs trembled for several minutes. When Lily approached me cautiously and rubbed her head against my hand, I realized I had been gripping the wrench so tightly that my knuckles were stiff. I dragged the man's body outside after double-checking that he was gone. The infected would find him before long, and that thought bothered me less than it should have. I told myself he deserved dignity, but dignity was a luxury the world no longer supported. His presence inside the shop had been a worse threat than any infected I had faced so far. The experience changed something in me. I felt more alert, more aware that people were just as dangerous as any creature wandering the streets. Over the next weeks, I could not stop replaying the encounter. It pushed me to rethink my long-term plan. The shop had carried me through winter, but the world was waking up again, which meant more infected movement, more scavengers, and more desperate individuals wandering toward anything that looked intact. I started scanning the city differently. Instead of looking only for danger, I began searching for escape routes. The idea of finding a working car kept returning. I knew how absurd it sounded. Most vehicles were dead from drained batteries, missing parts, or engines ruined by months of cold. Even if a car looked intact, I had no idea how to hotwire anything. The only solution would be finding a vehicle with keys left inside. But people rarely abandoned working cars with keys in them. Still, the thought stayed with me. Leaving the city meant fewer infected, fewer hungry survivors, fewer surprises inside dark rooms. Out in the forest or the open wilderness, there might be more wildlife, more clean water, and fewer threats that moved on two legs. Nothing pushed me harder toward this idea than waking on a warm night to the sound of Lily hissing at the window. I walked over and saw two infected wandering through the parking lot. They pressed their hands against the glass of the gas station next door, smearing it with some dark mixture of dirt and melted snow. They were fresher than the ones I saw weeks earlier, meaning someone nearby had turned recently. That meant the city was still creating new infected. That meant time was running out for me to leave. Every new day made the shop feel less permanent. My supplies were still holding, and my routine still kept me steady, but the encounter with the crazed man reminded me how fragile everything was. If more survivors came through, they might not be alone. They might be armed. They might want the building, the stove, the barricades, or the food. And if they came in numbers, I would lose everything I built. The cat headbutted my chin while I was thinking one night, reminding me I was not planning only for myself. Lily depended on me. Leaving her behind would be a death sentence. Bringing her along would make travel harder, but I already knew which path I would take. The idea of her being alone in the shop made my chest tighten. So I started looking for cars again. I checked abandoned garages. I checked impound lots. I searched the smaller side streets where people might have died before they could flee. I never found keys, but I did not give up yet. I would keep searching. I needed a way out. The city had served its purpose. Now it was closing in. The longer I stayed, the more likely it became that something worse than winter or hunger or loneliness would find me. The next living person I met might not be as broken as the last one. He might be alert. He might be violent. He might have friends. When the weather warmed and the last traces of snow melted, the streets changed again. The ice that had kept infected slow began to disappear, and sounds carried differently. Water dripping from rooftops made it harder to distinguish real movement from harmless noise. The air became damp, and the wind no longer stung my fingers. It felt like a warning rather than relief, because winter had given me cover and quiet. Spring brought visibility and faster threats. My thoughts grew louder because there was no cold to push them back. I kept looking at Lily and thinking about what would happen to her if someone broke into the shop while I was gone. Every time I left her behind, my stomach tightened. I realized I could not keep doing that. I started taking her with me on my outings. It took practice, patience, and a lot of trial and error. I lined the inside of my backpack with a blanket so she would not sink to the bottom. I left a small opening at the top so she could look out when she felt comfortable. At first she kept trying to leap out whenever she saw movement, but I trained her with slow steps, stopping each time she got restless and waiting until she settled down. After a few days, she understood the rhythm. She curled inside the pack quietly, poking her head out only when she sensed calm around us. I never imagined that I would rely on a cat for emotional steadiness, but knowing she was safe with me gave my mind enough clarity to navigate the city without constant fear. I covered more ground each week, pushing farther north into neighborhoods I had avoided during winter. The buildings became more scattered there, with wide streets and fewer places for infected to hide. Many garages stood open, their doors torn off or hanging crooked. Cars sat inside these garages like fossils, covered in dust or with flooded engines from broken pipes. Some were stripped of parts, others crushed under debris from collapsed roofs. A few looked untouched, but without keys they were nothing more than heavy shelters on wheels. Every time I searched a glove box or patted down a dead body for pockets, I hoped for a keyring. Every time I came up empty, I reminded myself that persistence was the only reason I was still alive. Then luck finally appeared, hidden in a place that looked exactly like every failed search before it. It happened on a morning with no wind. Lily was pressed against my back inside the pack, quiet and alert. I walked through a wide commercial lot behind a cluster of office buildings. At first it looked empty, except for scattered paper and a few smashed trucks. Then I noticed bloody footprints leading between two rows of sedans. They were fresh enough that the edges had not dried fully. My pulse quickened, not from panic but from caution. Fresh footprints meant danger. I followed them anyway because I needed answers, not guesses. They led me to a silver sedan parked crooked near a concrete barrier. The driver's door was open, and a man slumped across the front seat. His body sagged toward the pavement, one leg hanging out. I scanned the area first, checking behind every car in sight. Nothing moved. No breathing, no dragging sounds. Only the faint buzzing of a light fixture blowing in the wind from a broken window of the office building. Silence did not mean safety, but it allowed me to step closer. The man had already turned. His skin was grayish, stiff, and stretched across sharp features. A dark bullet wound marked his neck, the kind that ended everything before he ever had a chance to rise again. Whoever shot him either did it cleanly or in panic. I looked at his hands. No scratches, no bite marks. This was not an infected attack. This was human conflict, and the thought made my stomach twist. Someone else in this city had shot him, taken whatever supplies he carried, and left the body half hanging from the car. The weapon could still be nearby. The shooter could still be nearby. But then, I saw the most important detail. The man wore a jacket with deep pockets. I checked them carefully, expecting nothing. Then my fingers touched a cold piece of metal. A key. A single car key attached to a small plastic tag. I nearly dropped it from shock. I held it in my hand for a long moment, trying to understand what this meant for me. A car with a key in a city like this felt impossible. I sat in the driver's seat, pushed the corpse aside, and inserted the key into the ignition. The first turn did nothing. The second turn sputtered but didn't catch. The third turn clicked weakly. For a moment I thought I had imagined all of this, that the engine was dead, and the key was nothing but a false promise. Then I tried a fourth and a fifth time. The engine coughed, rattled, and finally started. The vibration traveled through the seat and into my spine. Lily crawled higher in the backpack, startled but calm once the sound settled. The fuel gauge hovered under half a tank. The battery looked old but not dying. The sedan was simple, automatic, and reliable enough to carry me away from the city if nothing went wrong. I turned the engine off and sat there with my hands on the wheel. I stared through the cracked windshield at the horizon and felt a shift inside me. The shop had kept me alive for months, but the city had given me nothing else to hold on to. No human connection, no real clues about my mother or sister, no reason to stay. I still loved them, and part of me imagined them alive somewhere. But with each passing day, my belief in finding them dimmed. The world had scattered everyone without warning. Survival did not follow the rules of hope. Still, I wanted to try. I wanted at least one attempt to find new ground, new places, maybe even new life. The sedan was my last chance to make that decision instead of having it forced onto me by strangers or the infected. I closed the door quietly, checked the surroundings again, and made a plan in my head. I would return to the shop, gather only what mattered: food, water, blankets, fire-starting tools, knives, the stove if it fit, and everything Lily needed. I would not try to take everything I owned. Weight slowed movement. Movement meant survival. The city had started breathing differently, and I did not want to be inside it when danger exhaled again. The walk back felt longer than usual because my thoughts kept racing ahead. I imagined the route I would take to leave the city. I pictured the roads I had memorized months ago, the bridges, the long curves where infected sometimes gathered. I tried to picture the open fields beyond the suburbs. I tried to imagine a forest with clean streams and wildlife instead of abandoned storefronts and broken alarms. The road would have risks, fuel shortages, and tight moments I could not predict. But staying put had become a slow death. Leaving at least gave me direction. When I entered the shop, Lily jumped out of the backpack and ran toward her cushion corner. She rolled onto her back, stretching her legs, unaware of how close our lives were to changing again. I watched her for a moment, then looked around the office, the workshop, the tunnel, the shelves, and the stove. Everything here held pieces of the person I had become since the outbreak. Resourceful, stubborn, more capable than the timid man who first broke the side window to get inside. I walked from room to room, deciding what stayed and what came with me. Some things were easy to leave behind. Others felt like part of my identity now. But I reminded myself that nothing inside these walls would matter if I died here. I needed to move as soon as possible. The sedan would not last forever. Fuel stations rarely had working pumps, and the car had half a tank at best. I would need to ration every mile. By late afternoon, I had a pile of supplies ready to load into the sedan. I checked each item twice. I prepared Lily's travel bag. I stood in the center of the workshop and breathed in the stale air for what might be the last time. This building had protected me during the harshest months, But it was no longer a long-term refuge. It had become a chapter, not a destination. When night fell, I sat beside Lily and whispered a quiet promise to drive at sunrise. Not because the road was safe, but because staying was no longer an option. Tomorrow, I would leave the city behind. Tomorrow, I would see if the world still held a place for people like us. And if there was no place, then at least I would face that truth while moving forward instead of waiting for the city to swallow me. With that thought, I lay down on the cushions for the final night in the shop, listening to the faint sounds outside. The future was uncertain, but the engine of the sedan had already given me an answer. Move, before the world makes the choice for you. I did not sleep much the last night in the shop. I lay on the cushions in the office with Lily stretched across my chest, listening to every small sound inside the building and outside on the street. The old stove gave off a fading warmth that barely reached the corners of the room. The barricades stood where I had built them. The traps hung where I had left them. None of it made me feel settled anymore. The place had done its job. It kept me alive through winter. Now it felt too tight, too fixed, too easy for trouble to find. When the first grey light slipped through the upper edge of the window, I got up. Lily complained and dug her claws lightly into my shirt before I set her down on the cushions. I walked through the shop one more time, the car wash tunnel, the bays, the rows of tools. My patched improvements looked rough and clumsy in daylight. The wood I had nailed over windows, the shelves wedged against doors, the vent pipe from the stove running up through the old duct. All of it told a story that was over now. I had stayed long enough in this city. The sedan waited in the fenced lot behind the shop. The silver paint was dull from dust and weather. The body still had dried marks from the last owner's blood. The seats were worn but solid. Half a tank of fuel sat in the gauge. That number, if I converted it to miles in my head, gave me no comfort at all. I had no idea what roads would be blocked, where I would have to idle, how many times I would need to turn around. It was enough to leave. It was not enough to relax. I loaded the car in short, focused trips. Food first. Cans with labels I trusted. Dry goods that still tasted like something. No rotten jars. No bags with tears. Then water, the heaviest part. I hated leaving behind any of the filled containers, but I could not overload the trunk. The suspension already dipped more than I liked. Then the stove, the pot, knives, the wrench, some rope, blankets, tape. I packed it all in layers, heavier items low and near the center. I did not want everything flying around inside if I had to brake hard or hit something. For Lily, I prepared the passenger side. I secured her backpack with the belt, propped the base with a folded jacket so she would not slide. I left a small opening at the top so she could look out when she wanted. A small bowl of water sat in the footwell. I wanted to give her more, a softer pillow, a better carrier, anything. But I had reached the point where comfort had to lose to practicality. If we stayed, comfort would be ripped away by something worse. The last thing I did inside the shop was stand in the middle of the main bay and look around. I remembered the first time I broke in, how clumsy I felt, how lost. I remembered the first time I killed an infected in here. I remembered the crazed man I had to put down when he came at me with the knife. That memory never sat clean in my head. It still did not. Walking out now felt like admitting that everything I did here was only a pause, not a full answer. I closed the side door from the outside and slid the improvised metal bar through the handles one last time. It was more habit than security now. Anyone determined would get in with enough effort. The building could not protect itself anymore. I did not leave any written messages, no warnings, no instructions. Whoever found it next would decide for himself what to do with the place. I could not live that person's future for him. I started the sedan and listened carefully to the sound. The idle was rough at first, then leveled out into a steady vibration through the steering wheel. Lily shifted in the backpack and poked her head out, eyes wide. She sniffed the air, then relaxed and curled back down. The street in front of the shop stood empty. A light breeze pushed loose trash along the curb. No infected in sight. That meant nothing, but it gave me a clear path for the first 100 yards. Pulling away from the curb felt strange. The shop grew small in the rearview mirror faster than I was ready for. I kept glancing back until the building vanished behind a row of houses. That was it. Months of life, boiled down to a shrinking shape in a dirty mirror. I turned my attention forward and forced myself to treat the decision as final. If I went back, it would mean something had gone very wrong out here. I avoided the main downtown roads and took a route I had mapped in my head during long nights. Service streets, back lanes, old delivery routes behind big stores. The sedan rolled past burned-out trucks and cars that had not moved since the first days of panic. Some had doors hanging open, some had smashed glass, some had dark stains around them I refused to examine closely. I drove slowly. The fuel gauge loomed in the corner of my vision. Every small movement of the needle felt personal. The infected were out, but scattered. One lurched from behind a bus stop and turned toward the engine noise. I steered around it instead of accelerating. I did not want to waste fuel running over bodies unless I had no choice. Another stood motionless in the shadow of a pharmacy, head tilted slightly, as if caught halfway through an old habit. It did not react until I was already past. More reminders that decay had started to weaken some of them. That did not make them safe. It made them unpredictable. On the edge of the city, near the older industrial district, I slowed even more. I had no real reason to trust that the outskirts were safer. In many ways they were worse. Fewer people meant fewer dead. Fewer dead meant infected that had not been culled by chaos. The roads were cracked and covered with loose gravel. I kept both hands on the wheel and let the car creep over potholes. Any sharp piece of metal could tear a tire and strand me in a blind spot. Once I passed the last row of warehouses and small factories, the surroundings opened up. Weeds had grown high along the roadside barriers. Trees leaned in from both sides, reclaiming the shoulders. The sky looked wider out here. That should have felt freeing. It did not. It felt like standing in the center of an empty parking lot with no cover. If anything started running at me, there would be nowhere to hide the car. The first hours outside the city passed in a slow, careful crawl. My eyes moved from the road ahead to the mirrors to the sides, repeating the cycle every few seconds. Lily slept in bursts, waking when the car bumped, then settling again. Each time she stirred, I reached over and scratched the side of the backpack. That was as much reassurance for me as it was for her. If she was still calm, things were not completely falling apart yet. By midday, the fuel gauge had dipped lower than I expected. The miles I covered did not match the drop. Detours and slow speeds worked against efficiency, on top of whatever age and condition the sedan carried. Waiting for the gauge to hit the red zone before planning for fuel would be suicide. I needed to start now. I turned off onto a smaller pull-off where old highway patrol cars used to sit, tucked under a stand of trees. Several abandoned vehicles sat here now, forming a quiet graveyard. I parked at the entrance, left the engine off, and watched for movement. The only sounds came from birds and wind. No groans, no scraping, no loose stone shifting under feet. Leaving Lily alone made my stomach twist, but I did not want her underfoot while I checked each car. I locked the doors, showed her the water bowl, and spoke to her in a steady tone. She looked at me through the mesh, ears twitching, then curled back down. I stepped out, closed the door carefully, and carried my small length of hose and 2 empty bottles I had saved from earlier supply runs. This would be my first real attempt at siphoning fuel on the road. The first car I tried had a fuel cap so corroded I could hardly twist it. I forced it loose, slipped the hose in, and lowered the other end into the first bottle. I crouched there, feeling stupid, and very aware of how exposed my back was. I remembered the basic instructions: create suction, pull the fuel into the hose, let it flow down into the bottle. Simple in theory. In practice, it meant putting my mouth on a dirty tube and hoping I did not poison myself. I sucked on the hose, tasted plastic and air. Then suddenly harsh fumes hit my tongue and the back of my throat. I yanked the hose away and spit, gagging on the bitterness. The first reaction was to cough and curse until my chest hurt. I leaned on my knees, eyes watering, and spat again and again until the taste faded a little. My head felt light and agitated. The bottle had only a little fuel in it. It barely reached the bottom. I forced myself to keep going. Another pull on the hose, another rush of fumes, more spitting. Each attempt left me more drained. When I finally got a steady flow into the bottle, my mouth felt raw. I watched the liquid rise in the plastic, clear and yellowish. At least it did not look like sludge. I stopped before the bottle overflowed and moved the hose to the second one. Every small noise in the trees made my shoulders tighten. I kept having to pause and look around, certain something was standing just behind me. Nothing showed. By the time both bottles were full, my patience and throat were done. I poured them carefully into the sedan's tank and did the math in my head. The gain would not carry me far, enough to cover maybe another day with careful driving. The quality of the fuel worried me. I had no way to test octane or age. I could only go by color and smell. It would have to do. Standing out here longer would not magically generate better options. Back in the driver's seat, I drank clean water and let the burning taste fade. Lily climbed out of the backpack and onto my lap for a moment, sniffing my face, then turned away in disgust. I could not blame her. I put her back gently, started the engine, and rolled back onto the road. Lesson learned. I needed a better way to drain fuel if I wanted to survive longer than a week in this car. The next day answered that problem, though not in a kind way. By then, I had moved off the main state route and onto a smaller highway that cut through a mix of light woods and old commercial strips. Empty billboards leaned over the road. The sun shone a bit stronger. The air had the slightly sour smell of warming asphalt and old trash. I spotted the lonely gas station from a distance. The sign out front had missing letters. The pump stood quiet. No power, no life. A glass-fronted shop sat behind them, its door hanging crooked. The windows were broken in a few places. The parking area was half empty, just a few cars at odd angles, some with doors still open. It looked hit but not fully stripped. That meant either it had been cleaned out early and forgotten, or someone had run out of energy before taking every last thing. I circled the lot slowly with the sedan, watching for movement inside the shop and between the cars. No infected in sight. The only sound was the wind brushing against old flags tied to the pump awnings. I parked beside the station building where I could see most of the lot, then shut off the engine and sat still for a full minute, listening. Nothing. Lily peered out through the mesh, nose twitching. I cracked the door, stepped out, and closed it without a slam. The station smelled of dust and stale fuel. Inside the shop, the shelves lay mostly empty. A few crushed snack bags, a broken coffee machine, faded lottery posters. The refrigerators stood open and rotting. No reason to stay. The real potential sat in the back. Behind the station, there was a small concrete shed with a metal door left ajar. I eased it open and found what I needed more than anything: tools, hoses, and several manual pumps. One of them was a simple hand siphon with a squeeze bulb in the center of a clear hose, the kind used to empty tanks or barrels. A plastic crate nearby held a stack of fuel-safe canisters, most of them intact. I took a pump and one canister to a car near the side of the lot and set up the line, hose in the tank, bulb in hand, canister on the ground. I squeezed the bulb several times. Fuel started to move along the clear tube, flowing steadily into the container with almost no effort. No contact with my mouth, no fumes in my face. It felt like cheating, but in a world that had taken so much, I was willing to accept one piece of luck that did not demand immediate blood in return. I filled 2 canisters and poured both into the sedan. Then I filled one more to store in the trunk, making sure the lid was tight. I paid attention to the labels on the cars too. One truck clearly marked diesel in large letters. I stayed away from those. I wanted to be sure I never mixed up fuels and broke the last working engine I had. One mistake like that and the rest of my careful planning would turn into useless memory. I did one last sweep through the station before leaving and found nothing else worth dragging along. No hidden food, no medicine, no map with secret notes, just the pump and canisters. That was enough. Back in the car, the fuel gauge now sat closer to full than empty. The sight calmed a part of my mind. Distance had become my main currency. Each extra line on that gauge meant more choices on where to aim the sedan. I drove for several more hours without anything unusual. That should have relaxed me. Instead, I stayed tense, waiting for the next bad piece of luck. It came near dusk on a stretch that looked deceptively safe. A gentle turn, low hills, and a few old warehouses off in the distance. No big wrecks on the road, no obvious danger. I even let myself press the pedal a little harder, just for a short burst to feel the car respond. That was my mistake. The herd appeared near the end of the curve, where the land dropped slightly and the road cut through a shallow dip. A mass of infected drifted across the lanes from left to right, filling the space between the guardrails. Dozens, maybe more. Some walked, some stumbled, some crawled. A few moved faster on fresher legs. I saw them too late to stop safely. Slamming the brakes from that speed on a cracked road would have sent the sedan into a slide. Turning around with that many bodies ahead, and who knew how many behind, would have trapped me in a sandwich. There was no good option, only degrees of bad. I made a choice that would stay with me for a long time. I tightened my grip on the wheel and drove into the gap between the densest clusters, pressing the pedal hard enough to keep momentum without losing control. The car struck bodies. It jolted. Something rolled along the side. One infected hit the hood and slid over the windshield, smearing it in a way that blocked most of my view. I kept the wheel straight and prayed the asphalt stayed level. A hand reached in from the right as one infected managed to get closer than the others, slamming into the side of the car and punching through the rear side window. Glass burst inward. Lily shrieked from the sudden impact and buried herself deeper in her carrier, pushing herself under the blanket. The herd thinned as the sedan blasted through. In the rearview mirror, I saw bodies tumbling to the pavement, some trying and failing to crawl. I did not slow until the road ahead stretched empty for several hundred yards. Then I pulled off onto the shoulder and stopped. My hands stayed on the wheel longer than they needed to. Stepping out felt harder than it should have. The rear side window was gone, just jagged glass around the frame. The cardboard I had packed in the trunk for general use came in handy now. I taped it over the opening from the inside, layering it thick enough to block most of the wind. The car now looked patched and damaged. It still ran though. That mattered more than looks. No cuts on the seat, no fresh blood inside, just some glass fragments, which I swept into a plastic bag. Lily crept out from under her blanket and inspected the new panel with suspicious eyes. That night, I camped at a small turnout off the road, half hidden behind a stand of shrubs. I did not light a fire. I ate a cold meal, gave Lily her food, and tried to rest in the driver's seat with the seat folded back. Sleep came in short bursts. Every time the car creaked as it cooled, I opened my eyes, expecting to see a face at the window. None appeared. The herd had moved on in its own aimless direction. The next day, I found the police car. It sat wedged against a low concrete barrier near an old exit ramp. The front end was crumpled, the windshield cracked in a spiderweb pattern. The light bar lay half broken on the asphalt. No officers to be seen, no flares, no tape, just a car left in place when whoever drove it decided running or hiding offered better odds. I parked a safe distance behind it, engine off, and watched the surroundings for a full minute. A few infected wandered far down the ramp near a cluster of abandoned vehicles. None turned this way. I walked up to the cruiser and tried the doors. The driver's side opened with a groan. Inside, the air smelled of old fabric, dust, and a sharp trace of something metallic that made me think of old blood even before I spotted the dark spots on the floor mat. No body, just stains. The dash held nothing useful. The radio had been ripped out. The computer mount was empty. The glove compartment contained only dried-out registration slips. I checked under the front seats next, feeling around by hand. My fingers brushed leather and hard plastic. A belt. I pulled it out and found the holster still attached. Inside the holster sat a handgun, standard issue, with a loaded magazine. The sight of it made my chest tighten. It represented safety, danger, and noise all at once. I ejected the magazine, checked the chamber, then reinserted it. The motion felt rusty in my hands. I owned a handgun before the outbreak and had spent time at a range now and then, but months had passed since I last fired anything louder than a stove. My grip felt clumsy. My muscle memory hovered somewhere under the layer of survival routines the auto shop had forced on me. Alongside the gun, I found 2 more magazines in a pouch, both loaded. No magic bottomless ammo, but enough to matter in the right moment. I took the belt and the magazines and stowed them under the driver's seat of the sedan. There was no point pretending I would use the handgun only for infected. I had already killed 1 man in my shop when he came at me half insane. The road was full of strangers whose intentions I could not read from a distance. The gun added weight to my choices. That was not pleasant. It was still better than facing every threat with a wrench and a prayer. Later that same day, I got my first reminder that the living were just as risky as the dead. It happened near a small cluster of houses that backed onto the highway. 2 cars parked nose to nose across a side road, forming a crude barrier. 3 men stood near them, talking. One saw the sedan approaching and stepped into the lane, raising a hand in a friendly wave. That move set off an alarm in my head. I slowed, but did not roll the window all the way down. I kept the car in drive, foot on the brake. The man walked closer, smiling too much for the situation. His clothes looked cleaner than mine. His eyes kept flicking past my face to the interior of the car, scanning for supplies. Another man drifted casually toward the rear of the sedan, hands in his pockets. The third stayed behind the bumper wall, leaning on it in a relaxed posture that did not match the rest of the scene at all. "Rough road ahead?" the front man asked, tone light, as if this was a normal highway stop. His gaze flicked to the backpack where Lily hid, and then to the trunk. He asked if I had seen a convoy of trucks earlier in the day. That felt like a test more than curiosity. I lied by reflex. I told him no. I had not seen anyone in a long while, and that I was low on fuel and just looking for a place to rest. I kept my answers short, voice flat. As we spoke, the second man moved closer to the rear quarter, near the broken cardboard window. The third man shifted just enough to make me think he would circle around if given a chance. When the front man suggested I pull over for a second and step out so we can talk properly, the last bits of doubt fell away. That was not a friendly offer. That was a setup. I pretended to reach down for the gear shift to put the car in park, but instead I pressed the accelerator gently and turned the wheel toward the small gap beside the barrier. The sedan lurched forward. The man at the front shouted and jumped aside, slapping his hand on the hood. The second man grabbed the edge of the cardboard and tore part of it away as I passed. The third man behind the nose-to-nose cars lifted something metal, maybe a crowbar, and swung at the rear window. Glass cracked but did not fully shatter. I heard a loud bang a second later as a shot went off, and the passenger side mirror exploded into fragments. I did not look back. The car bounced over the curb at the edge of the road, scraped along a light pole, and then burst onto the highway again. I drove for a full mile before easing off the gas. My fingers ached from gripping the wheel too hard. Lily had pressed herself deep into the backpack, silent. I could not shake the thought that if I had hesitated even a little, those men would have dragged me out, stripped the car, and left us with nothing. That encounter cemented a rule I already knew instinctively. Strangers on the road were as dangerous as any herd, maybe more. Days started to blur into each other after that. I measured them by fuel stops, meal breaks, short naps, and moments of tension. I learned how to spot cars that still held usable fuel, ones that looked abandoned in a rush rather than stripped for parts, ones in shade where the heat had not baked everything dry. I learned to check the smell and color of what I pumped. Cloudy, dark fuel stayed in the donor tank. Clear and yellow went into my canisters. I also noticed a shift in how I treated the infected. Early on, every encounter felt like life or death. I gave wide gaps, backed away, spent a long time planning each approach. On the road, that mindset faded, because there was no time for that level of caution outside of special situations. An infected near a gas donor car got handled quickly. I approached with a knife or the wrench, kept my distance as long as I could, then struck hard when an opening appeared. No speeches in my head, no drawn-out thoughts, just action. They were still dangerous. If one grabbed my arm, that could be the end of everything. I did not forget that. I started looking at them more like storm debris than monsters. Obstacles that moved, bit, and clawed. They did not think about what they were doing. People did. That made the people harder to face. The worst human moment came around the end of the first week on the road. The day had been quiet until then. I was on a long straight stretch with fields on both sides and a tree line far off in the distance. No houses, no buildings, no real cover. Ahead, I saw dust rising from the edge of the road. My first thought was an old tractor or some animal movement. As I got closer, I saw motorcycles and a minivan. I slowed instinctively and dropped back, letting distance build until I could watch without being noticed. 2 bikes stood parked, engines idling. A third lay on its side. A minivan sat at an angle near the ditch, front tire flat. 2 figures in patched leather jackets stood near the open side door. Another stood by the front of the van, holding a shotgun. On the ground, a man in dirty clothes lay on his back, arms raised. Beside the van, a woman and a teenage boy huddled near the rear wheel. The scene did not need sound to tell the story. I could have reversed right there, shifted into gear, spun the car around, and driven away. No one had seen me yet. The logical part of my mind explained that these strangers were not my responsibility, that stepping into this mess with one small sedan and a cat was reckless. It listed all the ways this could go wrong: cracked radiator, shot tires, broken glass, a dead driver, Lily stuck alone in a disabled vehicle. Then I thought of the man I killed in the shop. I had not chosen that encounter. It forced itself on me. This time, I actually had the ability to intersect the path of what was happening ahead. Turning away would mean accepting that the outcome stayed the same. It would mean letting those bikers finish whatever they were doing while I rolled past, safe and untouched. The idea sat badly in my chest. I knew I would have to live with that memory if I drove on. I did not know if I could sit alone by a camp stove later and pretend this road did not exist. I pulled the sedan off the main road and down a slight slope into the ditch, using tall grass to hide part of the car. Then I turned off the engine and listened. Lily shifted in the backpack and stared at me through the mesh, ears perked. I put a hand on the bag and told her quietly that we were going to do something stupid but necessary. My own voice sounded dry. I climbed back into the driver's seat, keeping low, then started the engine again and inched the sedan forward in the ditch. The ground was uneven but passable. My plan, if it could be called that, was basic. Approach from behind and to the side, use the car's weight and speed, and hope the bikers were too focused on their victims to react in time. I aimed the sedan up the slight slope and waited until the angle felt right. When I pressed the accelerator and the car shot up onto the road, everything became a series of quick snapshots. One biker turned his head, face changing from boredom to surprise. The man on the ground tried to roll aside. The shotgun wielder started to lift the weapon but had no time to aim. I kept the wheel straight and did not let myself slow down. The sedan hit 2 of the bikers. The impact jolted the frame. One body rolled across the hood and slammed into the windshield, cracking it further, then slid away. A bike flew into the ditch. I did not stop right away. I braked only when the road ahead cleared, and the rear-view mirror showed no immediate movement. Then I put the car in reverse and backed up slowly, keeping a short distance from the wrecked bikes. The man with the shotgun lay still. The other 2 bikers did not move either. The man from the ground tried to sit up, clutching his ribs. The woman was screaming, the teenager clinging to her side. I got out with the handgun in my right hand and the wrench in my left, trying to present as much threat as I could in case some part of the biker mess still had life in it. The family's eyes locked on the gun first. I told them to stay near the van. My voice shook and cracked. I walked over to the closest biker and nudged his boot with the wrench. No response. The chest did not rise. The neck bent at an angle that left no doubt. I moved to the others, all dead or close enough. I backed away, unwilling to search their bodies in front of the family just yet. The man from the ground tried to stand and failed. Up close, his injuries were clear. One leg bent wrong from the knee down. His breathing came shallow and strained. A dark stain spread across his shirt from a wound at his side. The woman cried his name again and again. The teenager knelt beside him, pressing his hands over the bleeding. I tried to help in the only way I knew. I grabbed my small medical kit from the car, tore open gauze, pressed it over the worst of the bleeding, and asked if he could feel his toes. His answers came in half-formed sentences. He seemed to understand that his body had taken more damage than it could handle. His grip on my wrist was weak but desperate. He tried to ask about where we were headed, about whether I was going somewhere safe. I told him I was just passing through, that I did not have a plan beyond staying ahead of trouble. That truth looked like a disappointment in his eyes. He did not last long. The blood loss and the broken leg worked together in a way that shut him down piece by piece. The woman's voice shifted from demanding help to pleading, then to quiet, desperate whispers. The teenager kept pressing his hands against the wound until the man stopped responding. I did not need to check a pulse to know the result. Silence said enough. I stepped back and watched the road for infected. The gunshots from the shotgun and the noise of the impact would travel. Sure enough, within a few minutes, infected appeared in the distance. A small group this time, staggering along the shoulder, drawn toward the commotion. We did not have long. I told the woman and the teenager that more were coming. I said we needed to move. They did not argue. Grief sat on them as a kind of weight, but survival instinct still flickered. I could not take them with me long term. The sedan barely had room for my supplies and Lily. Adding 2 more bodies would mean removing most of my food and water. That would just create 3 dead people instead of 1. So I did the only thing that felt workable. I drove the van as far as it would go on the ruined tire, off onto a nearby farm road where a small cluster of houses stood. The teenager followed in the sedan beside me so the mother could stay with her husband's body for the short move. Once we parked near the houses, I helped them carry what supplies they had into the nearest structure, with intact doors and windows. I gave them one of my extra knives, a blanket, some food, and a simple explanation of what to watch for. We did not do long goodbyes. They were half numb and half in shock. I had nothing wise to say. I checked the mother and the teenager for bites or scratches. They were clean. I made sure both knew to check each other regularly. Then I left them with the keys to the van, in case they figured out a way to patch the tire or find a replacement. Driving away from that farmhouse felt heavy in a different way than leaving the auto shop. I had intervened, killed 3 people, and the person I was trying to save still died. I saved 2 others, at least for now, but the cost hung over the road behind me like a shadow I could not outrun. I did not get any sudden sense of being a hero. I just felt tired and older. It confirmed something I already sensed. The road would keep asking me to decide who lives and who dies, and neither answer would ever feel clean. The next day, I focused on small practical things. Anything to keep my mind busy. The windshield cracks from the biker impact had spread. Visibility was still acceptable, but only for so long. I cleaned the glass carefully to remove small loose pieces, then reinforced part of the crack with clear tape. It would not stop further damage, but it might slow it down. I stopped at a strip mall near a smaller town and went into a clothing store that still had some items on the racks. I swapped out my worn-out shirt for a sturdier flannel, found jeans that were not ripped in the knees, and picked up a jacket more suited to changing weather. On a rack near the back, I found a line of hats. Most were novelty junk. One was a simple wide-brimmed cowboy hat that actually felt useful for blocking sun while I drove. I put it on, checked the mirror, and felt a small, strange sense of distance from the man I had been months ago. I grabbed a pair of sunglasses from a display at the front. They were not expensive when the world still ran on money. Now they were priceless. The glare off the hood and the broken glass on the road had been wearing on my eyes. With the glasses on and the hat brim low, I felt more ready to face long stretches of open sunlight. Not stronger, just less exposed. I kept moving. The car and I settled into a rhythm. Drive, scan, stop, siphon, eat, rest, move again. Every night, I found a place where I could pull off the main routes and park under some kind of cover. Behind half-fallen billboards, under overpasses, in small clearings near tree lines, where I could still see the road but not be visible from every angle. I stayed in the driver's seat most nights, sleeping in broken shifts. Lily curled either in my lap or the passenger seat. Her presence remained the one quiet thread that kept the days from turning into a grey mass of tasks. After a while, the road started to press on my head. The constant noise of the engine, the scanning for threats, the worry about fuel and tires, the tension every time I saw dust in the distance. I caught myself gripping the wheel too hard even on empty stretches. I noticed that I only saw trees as cover and fields as open danger. I did not see anything as a place to exist, just lanes to cross and avoid. One afternoon, after a long run between two small towns that were nothing but collapsed roofs and empty streets, I realized I needed a break from all of it. Not a permanent stop, just a reset somewhere that did not smell like hot asphalt and old exhaust. So I started watching, not just for wrecks and infected, but for a place that might give me a different kind of shelter. Somewhere away from big roads, somewhere with water. I remembered my mother talking years ago about how streams and tree lines can tell you more about land than any map. At the time, it felt like background noise behind my screen. Now those fragments were all I had. A couple of days later, I found it. I was following a narrow county road that twisted through low hills. Trees grew thicker here, more alive than the bare patches near the city. On the right, the land dropped gently into a valley. Through breaks in the trunks, I saw sunlight hitting something that reflected, not sharply, but in a dull, continuous band. Water, some kind of river or wide stream. The air smelled cleaner with the windows cracked, more leafy, less rotten. I slowed until the tires barely made noise and scanned for a side path. After a few bends, a dirt track appeared, cutting off the paved road toward the valley. The entrance looked overgrown but not blocked. No gate, no fresh tire marks, no obvious sign of recent human use. I stopped the sedan in the center of the lane, checked mirrors, and listened. No engines, no voices, no infected, just insects and a distant rush that might have been water moving over rocks. I turned down the dirt track. The suspension complained a bit, but the car held. Branches brushed the sides. After about 5 minutes of slow rolling, the trees opened around a small clearing. The ground there was relatively flat, with a gentle slope toward the river. I could see part of the valley below, a strip of water winding between stones and low bushes. The view gave me a sense of space I had not felt in months. No buildings, no cars, no rows of windows watching me from the dark. I parked near the edge of the clearing, facing the way I came. Always leave the nose pointed toward the exit. That rule had become automatic. I shut off the engine and listened. Birds called in the canopy. Water rolled steadily in the distance. A breeze moved through the grass and leaves. No dragging steps. No wet moans. No smell of rot. For the first time since I left the shop, I felt something close to rest step into my head. My camping gear was almost non-existent. I had a small stove, a pot, blankets, a few plastic sheets from an old hardware store, and the clothes on my back. That was it. No proper tent, no sleeping bag, no fancy tools. If I wanted this clearing to serve as a small breakpoint, I had to use what was here. Trees, branches, ground, water. The sedan would still be my best shelter, but I could at least make the area less naked. First, I checked the perimeter. I walked the edge of the clearing in a slow circle, looking for tracks, deer prints, small padded marks that might be foxes or coyotes. No clear boot prints. That mattered more than anything. The ground near the stream had more traffic. Hooves, small claws, Once in a while, something larger and deeper pressed into moist earth. Bears existed in this region. I had not really considered that while glued to servers and screens, but the signs were here. I logged the thought and did not push it away. I brought Lily out next, on a rope leash I had rigged from paracord. At first she fought it, pulling hard and trying to dart under the car. The open air and scent of plants overwhelmed her. I crouched, held the rope steady, and let her sniff slowly at the grass. Her ears flicked in every direction at once. She moved with low, unsure steps. After a while, she started testing the edge of the leash's reach without panicking. That was enough for day one. The shelter came next. I did not plan to build a cabin or anything serious. I did not have the skills, tools, or time. I just wanted something that broke lines of sight and would tangle up any animal or infected that came at me directly. I gathered branches from the tree line, focusing on long, straight ones as thick as my wrist. I cut them down to rough stakes with the hunting knife, sharpening one end as best I could. Around the place where I decided to cook and sit, I drove those stakes into the ground in a loose ring, leaving gaps I could step through but spacing them tight enough that a running body would catch a shin or thigh before hitting the car. It was not a real wall, it was annoyance and delay. Sometimes that was all a person needed to stay alive. In front of the sedan, I used some of the larger branches to rig a sort of lean-to with the plastic sheets tied between two trees, slanting down toward the ground. That gave me a dry spot to sit and cook if it rained. I still slept in the car. I did not try to pretend that any pile of branches was safer than a locked metal shell. At night, I pushed the driver's seat back, wrapped a blanket around myself, and kept the handgun under my jacket. The windows stayed cracked a finger's width to avoid fogging everything up and to let me hear the outside sounds, but not enough for anything to reach in. Water came from the stream. I followed a small deer trail down to the bank and crouched there, listening to the flow. The water looked clear, moving over small stones. I knew it could still carry all kinds of things that would ruin my body in ways no infected ever could. So I treated it. I used the filter I had taken from a camping store months ago and boiled what I planned to drink. The pot sat over the stove on flat ground, steam rolling off it in a steady cloud. I caught myself watching it longer than necessary, hypnotized by the simple fact that I was heating clean water in the open air with no walls around me. While exploring the banks, I found clusters of bushes bearing small red berries that resembled raspberries, and darker ones shaped like blueberries. I did not just throw them into my mouth. I tested them slowly, a berry or two, then wait several hours. No cramps, no strange taste, no dizziness. Gradually, I added more. Over a couple of days, I decided these particular bushes were safe in small amounts. They gave variety to the canned food and stale crackers. The herbs came from low plants with small green leaves that smelled faintly like mint when crushed. I picked a few, dried them near the stove, and steeped them in boiling water. The result tasted rough but better than plain hot water. It reminded me of all the tea my mother brewed while she talked about weather and patience and small everyday things. I caught myself lifting the mug toward no one and felt stupid, but the action made the camp feel less temporary in my head. Being near the stream and berries did not solve the larger problem though. I still had limited food, and I had to think past the next few days. I wanted real meat again, not just squirrel scraps from traps and the occasional bird. I started to think about larger game. Deer maybe. Something with enough meat that I could eat until I was full for once. It was not just hunger, it was curiosity. Could I actually do it as the person I had become? Or was that only something I had watched people do on a screen? I decided to try. Not with a rifle and stand and all the proper gear. I had none of that. I had a shovel, a knife, and the ability to dig. So I chose a spot off one of the animal paths near the stream, where I had seen hoofprints more than once. I marked it in my mind and came back with tools. Then I started digging. The pit took most of the day. I hacked through roots, scooped aside stones, and tried to make the hole deep enough that an animal larger than me could not just walk out once it fell in. My hands blistered. Dirt got into my sleeves and down my back. There were moments where I almost stopped, telling myself this was a waste of energy, that I should just keep eating canned food and be thankful. But the thought of an actual roast, even a rough one, kept me going. When the pit was deep enough, I lined the bottom with sharpened stakes, driving each one into the soil firmly, not so tight that an animal would just pass over them like a floor, and not so loose that they would topple at the first touch. The idea was simple. The animal breaks through the cover, falls, and gets caught in the stakes, injured enough to be finished off quickly. It sounded brutal even in my own thoughts, but there was no gentle way to bring down a deer with no firearm. I covered the pit with thin branches, then layered leaves and loose soil over the top, feathering the edges into the surrounding ground. I tried to match the step pattern of the path so nothing looked too disturbed. I had no bait beyond the path itself. Animals had been using it for weeks before I arrived. That habit might be enough. Then there was Lily. Keeping her locked in the car while I worked did not feel right anymore. The world outside the sedan was dangerous, but it was also the only world left. If I kept her sealed away in bags and carriers forever, she would be helpless if anything happened to me. That thought bothered me more than the idea of her getting scratched by a branch. So I started a kind of training. At first I kept her on the leash near the camp, tying the rope to a stake and giving her enough range to walk, climb low branches, and sniff the ground. She fought it hard at the start, trying to slip the collar and dart off. Once or twice she wriggled free and sprinted toward the trees. Each time my stomach dropped and I called her name, ready to run barefoot after her. But she stopped after a short distance, looked back, and came slowly toward the sound of my voice. That gave me hope. After a few days, I loosened control further. I let her off the leash near the edge of the clearing with the understanding in my own head that if she disappeared, that would be her choice and something beyond my reach. She ran in a wide circle at first, tail high, then melted into the grass and undergrowth with a grace I would never have. She did not return for what felt like a long time. I fought the urge to call constantly. I forced myself to work on firewood piles and watch the trees quietly. She came back near dusk with something small in her mouth. A rodent, limp and clearly dead. She dropped it near the car and sat down, licking her paws with exaggerated care. I crouched beside her and scratched her head. I did not scream, did not scold. She was adapting. She was doing what a cat should do to survive out here. From that day on, she split her time between lounging near the car and disappearing into the brush to hunt. Once in a while, I saw her freeze and track birds in the branches with that intense stare only cats have. Life in the clearing settled into its own slow cycle. Morning walks to check the trap. Water runs from the stream. Small repairs to the lean-to when wind pulled at the plastic. Fuel management for the stove and the car. I ran the engine now and then to keep the battery from dying outright and to remind myself I could still leave. The infected did not appear. Not once in the first week. No tracks. No distant groans. No bodies drifting through the trees. It was easy to start thinking this valley existed outside of what had happened to the rest of the world. The trap stayed empty at first. Each morning, I approached it with a mix of dread and hope, and found the cover untouched. The leaves settled in almost the same pattern as before. The path showed fresh hoofprints that skirted the pit by inches. I cursed quietly at the thought of a deer walking right alongside the trap and missing it. I adjusted the cover a bit, trying to guess where the animal's feet actually landed. Hunting from behind a keyboard had always seemed simple. Out here, the margin between success and failure came down to inches. On the 5th or 6th day, something changed. I approached the trap and saw the cover caved in. The edges had collapsed inward, and fresh marks scored the soil around the pit. My pulse jumped. I moved in slowly, knife in hand, and peered over the edge. Inside, a medium-sized deer lay skewered on 2 of the stakes, one through a hind leg, one into the side, not deep enough to kill on impact, but enough to pin it. Its head moved weakly. Breathing came in fast spasms. Blood streaked the dirt. The situation was brutal to watch. Leaving it in that state was not an option. It would mean a long, painful end that attracted everything from flies to bigger predators. I clenched my jaw, climbed down carefully using the uncovered corner, and finished it with a single hard stab where neck met skull, a place I had seen bow hunters aim in videos. It took longer than those clean clips implied. When it was over, I leaned against the dirt wall for a moment, not from some poetic emotion, but from the weight of understanding that I had chosen this outcome. I had built the pit, I had sharpened the stakes, I had acted. Then practical problems lined up fast. How to get the deer out, how to process it, how much meat I could actually use before it spoiled. I had no salt, no proper hooks, no smoker. The air temperature in this valley dropped at night but rose enough during the day to rot any carelessly handled carcass. I forced myself into motion before the sun climbed higher. I cut the deer free of the stakes and used a branch as a crude lever under its shoulders to push and drag it toward the nearest wall. Then I scrambled out and pulled from above. The muscles in my back screamed. Sweat ran into my eyes. Eventually the body slid over the lip and onto stable ground. From there, I dragged it in short bursts toward the clearing. It left a clear trail in the dirt and grass, one that broadcast to every animal in range that food was here. I worked next to the car, using its bulk as a kind of shield. With the knife, I did my best to follow the steps I remembered from diagrams and basic guides. Skin first, then large muscle groups, then smaller cuts. The work was messy in a way no video had ever captured. I ended up with more scraps than clean pieces, but enough usable meat to pile on a piece of plastic. I cut a few strips thin and set them over a simple rack above a small smoky fire to dry. The rest I cooked in batches, eating more than I would normally allow myself, and packing some into containers for the next day. The smell brought in the first real visit from the wider wild. As the light faded that evening, I heard movement at the edge of the trees that did not sound like deer. Heavier, slower, with pauses that suggested caution instead of mindless walking. I did not wait to see shapes. I put out the fire, sealed the remaining cooked meat in the tightest containers I had, and retreated into the sedan with Lily. She had already picked up on the shift in the air, ears flat, gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the stakes. Nothing came into the camp that night, but I did not sleep much. Every twig snap outside made me sit up and listen. The next morning, I walked the perimeter and found deep tracks near one of the trees. Bigger than a deer. Claw marks near a half-torn log. Bears again in my thoughts, no longer just prints near the stream. I cleaned the area carefully, removed any remaining bones, and carried them far away from the clearing. It felt like shouting into the forest that the feast was over. Go look somewhere else. I had no idea if that was how animal minds worked. I did it anyway. The real warning came a few days later. The infected still did not show. 2 full weeks had passed without any sign of them in this valley. During that time, I started to relax in a way that was not smart. My guard with wildlife stayed up, but some part of my mind kept repeating that at least the human disease was not here. That thin comfort took a hit when I climbed a rocky outcrop above the stream one late afternoon to get a better view of the valley. From that vantage point, I saw movement on the far side of the water, near a line of dense brush. At first, I thought it was just deer moving in a group. Then I heard growls, sharp and layered. A dark shape lunged from the cover, a bear, large, thick-bodied, fur-matted but healthy enough. Around it, 3 wolves darted in and out, testing, snapping at its hindquarters and flanks. The bear had something under it, maybe a carcass, maybe a cache of food. It stood its ground. One wolf got too close and took a heavy swipe that sent it tumbling. It got back up limping. The others backed off and circled. I watched that standoff for a long time, frozen on the rock, holding my breath without realizing it. The sound carried clearly enough in the valley. This was not a gentle forest where everything kept its distance. This place ran on the same rules as the roads, just with different weapons. I imagined that bear, or those wolves catching a scent trail leading straight to my car, and the little ring of stakes I had put up. I pictured being alone on the ground with only a knife and a handgun that was meant for 2-legged threats, not several 100 pounds of muscle and teeth. That was the moment my mind snapped back into the mode that had kept me alive so far. The valley had been kind. No infected for weeks. Plenty of water. Enough small food. One big successful hunt. It would not stay kind forever. I had no proper gun for large animals, no secure cabin with a thick door to retreat behind, no high platform, just one car, a few sticks, and whatever courage I claimed to have. Staying longer would not turn me into some expert woodsman, it would only give the forest more time to notice me. I climbed down from the rock carefully and walked back to the clearing with a decision already formed. It was time to move on. I did not feel ready. I never would. I told myself out loud that the valley had given me what I needed. A break from the road, proof that I could live off something more than cans, and a clear reminder that I was still at the bottom of the food chain when it came to real wilderness. Breaking camp took less time than setting it up. That fact hit me hard. The stakes came out of the ground with a few kicks and tugs. The plastic lean-to folded into a ragged bundle. The stove, pot, and remaining fuel went back into their usual spots in the trunk. I filled every container I had with treated stream water, knowing I might not find a source as clean for a while. The deer trap I dismantled. I pulled the stakes and filled the pit as best I could, stamping the soil flat and covering it with leaves. Leaving a half-hidden hole in the ground felt wrong. Someone or something else would find it eventually. Better not to leave traps behind me. Lily acted strangely that morning. When I called her name to bring her back from the brush, she did not appear right away. For the first time since I let her roam free, I felt a flicker of panic that she had simply chosen the forest over the car. I walked the edge of the trees, calling softly, then more sharply. After a long full minute, she emerged from behind a fallen log, with her tail twitching, a small feather stuck to her whiskers. She trotted to the car and jumped through the open door as if nothing had changed. I let out a breath I had not noticed holding, and closed the door gently behind her. One last look at the clearing, and the valley sealed my memory of the place. I took in the pattern of the trees, the glint of the stream, the rocks where I had seen the bear and wolves earlier. No infected, no human structures, no signs that anyone besides me and the animals had been here in a long time. It would have been easy to pretend that the world outside this valley still had order. That fantasy had nearly convinced me to stay. I turned away before it could get a better grip. The sedan started on the first turn. The engine sounded a bit rough from disuse, but it settled quickly. I eased it back up the dirt track, branches scraping the sides again, and joined the county road at a slow roll. The forest swallowed the clearing behind me within seconds. Out on the paved lane, the rhythm of the road returned. Drive, scan, plan. Only this time, my eyes looked not just for cover and fuel, but for structures that might offer the kind of height and solid metal the woods could not. The next couple of days were a mix of small towns and industrial ruins. I passed a warehouse district with collapsed roofs, a single grocery store that had burned down completely, and a school with boards across the main entrance and broken glass on the upper floors. Infected appeared here and there in ones and twos, wandering near intersections or leaning against poles. No herds, no organized groups, just leftovers. I avoided them when I could and dealt with them quietly when I could not. The handgun stayed under the seat most of the time. Gunfire near buildings still felt like asking for trouble. Fuel stayed under control thanks to the siphon pump and the canisters I had salvaged. I got faster at recognizing which cars were worth the effort. Ones on the side of the road with doors still closed, and no obvious damage often held some fuel. Ones stripped of wheels and windows were usually bone dry. I also started paying attention to the kind of area I was in. Near big highway exits, most tanks had been drained months ago by people like me. On smaller county roads, cars abandoned after the first wave still had enough to matter. By the fourth day after leaving the valley, the land changed again. The hills lowered and spread out. Long, straight lines cut through the landscape in ways that did not match roads. At first I thought they were dried irrigation channels or strange clearings. Then, I saw steel rails glinting in the sun. A rail line ran roughly parallel to the road, sometimes close, sometimes drifting away behind ridges. Rail lines meant something: infrastructure, depots, repair points. In a world where roads were clogged with wrecks and blocked by destroyed bridges, rails sometimes kept going longer. Trains could not turn around and detour on a whim. If a line got cut, everything stopped there. Whatever traffic had used this line had clearly stopped long ago. Rust showed on some of the rails. Grass grew between ties, but the presence of steel meant there might be a major hub wherever these lines converged. Near late afternoon, I saw exactly that. The road curved around a shallow rise. When I reached the top, the view opened over a broad flat area dotted with buildings, towers, and long rows of stationary train cars. Several rail lines merged there, feeding into multiple side tracks that fanned out around a central complex. I recognized the layout from photos I had seen once in an article about logistics, a rail repair hub, or yard. From a distance, it looked dead. No smoke, no moving figures, no lights. The trains sat still, some with doors open, some closed. Boxcars, tankers, flatbeds, with long beams still strapped down. The buildings around them were a mix of low workshops and taller structures, with big garage doors for engines. Near the center stood a couple of cranes and a small tower that might have been an office or control room. The place was big enough to hold a small town's worth of people back when life was normal. Now it sat quiet. My first reaction was caution. A complex that size could hide a lot. Survivors who had turned it into a base. Raiders who liked vantage points and steal. Packs of infected trapped between cars. Animals nesting under platforms. If I drove straight into the main entrance, I might roll up into the middle of someone else's world, and that would be the last choice I ever made. The second reaction came hard on the heels of the first. Height, metal, narrow access points. If the hub was truly empty, or if it only had a small threat inside, I could turn part of it into something far better than a clearing with some stakes and plastic. A workshop on stilts, a crane cab bolted above the tracks, a control tower with one stairwell and a lockable door, places where infected could not easily reach and where large animals had no way to follow at all. I pulled the sedan onto a gravel access road that paralleled the main entrance but did not commit to turning in yet. I parked behind a row of scrub trees where the car did not stand out too much and got out slowly, binoculars in hand. They were not high-end, just a cheap pair from a sporting goods store, but they did the job. I leaned against the hood and scanned the hub piece by piece. On the near side, a chain-link fence surrounded most of the complex, but large sections had collapsed or been cut. The gate hung open at an angle. Grass grew high through the gaps. No fresh tire tracks on the dirt road leading in. No clear paths worn by repeated foot traffic. The trains themselves showed mixed wear. Some boxcars had clean exterior walls with graffiti that looked years old. Others had visible dents and rust streaks. One engine sat near a workshop with panels open, like someone had started repairs and never finished. I focused on the spaces between the cars and buildings. Those were the places someone watching from inside would move through. No obvious figures, no flashes of cloth or metal, no flicker of reflected glass from scopes or binoculars. It did not prove the place was empty. It only told me that if someone was inside, he was not strolling around carelessly in the open. On the far side of the hub, the tree line thickened into another small forest, denser than the valley I had just left. I could see a cut in the foliage that might have been a stream or drainage ditch. The land there dipped slightly. That meant water was likely nearby. Forest plus water plus metal structures overhead. It checked every box my mind had been building since I left the city. I lowered the binoculars and looked at Lily through the windshield. She sat on the passenger seat, watching me with ears pointed forward. She had adapted to the valley, to the road, to hunting her own food when she needed to. If I brought her into that maze of steel and trains, I had to be sure I did not trap her in some corner without a way out. That thought pushed me to be methodical. This could not be another impulsive move like the biker incident. I decided to check the outer edge on foot before bringing the sedan inside. If the fence had a back access point or a weak spot that was not obvious from here, I wanted to find it. The car would stay hidden among the scrub for now. If something went bad, I needed to be able to sprint back and drive. I checked the handgun, adjusted the knife at my belt, and took a deep breath that tasted of dust and metal. Then I started walking toward the old rail repair hub, one step at a time. knowing that whatever I found there next would either give me the first real high ground I had ever had in this new world, or another reason to keep living out of a patched sedan with a cat and a box of mixed regrets. The gravel doesn't give much, but I can feel the shift of the smaller rocks under my boots as I move, slow and deliberate. I carry the binoculars in one hand, my pistol holstered but loose on the side. No safety net here, just habits I've built over the last months. Behind me, the car is parked at an angle, half covered by a patch of waist-high brush. I left the engine off and cracked the windows just enough for airflow. Lily is sitting up in the passenger seat, pressed against the glass. She follows my every move but does not make a sound. She never does when she knows I'm serious. I gave her water and left the door unlocked. I stop near the perimeter and give the fence a proper look. It's not intact. About 15 feet to the right, a heavy tree crashed down at some point and folded a section of chain link inward. Rust stains run down the posts. Some of the wire is still sharp at the top, but the hole is large enough for a person to walk through with a little care. The area feels dead. Not calm, dead. No buzz of insects. No wind through open windows. No soft scuffle of something alive. That doesn't relax me. It tightens the risk. I crouch and put the binoculars to my face. The lenses are scratched, but they work. I scan the field inside the fence. Rusted coal hoppers stand in place with weeds climbing up the wheels. Flatbeds, box cars, one whole line of tanker cars. Most of the small buildings are no more than single-story utility structures. Workshops, storage, maybe an old break room. One of them has a door barely hanging on the hinges. Off to the left, raised above everything else, there's a short tower with a square shack built on top. Probably an old signal or operations post. The tracks below it stretch in every direction. I do not see anyone moving, but I take an extra 30 seconds to study shadows and corners. Anything that could hold movement I missed on the first pass. I duck under the edge of the twisted fence and step into the yard. I stop just inside, still in the cover of the overgrowth. The gravel here is more compacted but still makes noise under my steps. I test a few forward paces and then pause again. The yard smells like dry weeds, rust, and something else. Maybe old grease, hard to tell. The wind is almost non-existent, but the air isn't stale. It just feels like this place has been sealed off from everything for too long. I start walking again, slower now. I keep my eyes moving and lock in a reference point back to the tree break and the car. I don't want to guess later. I want to know exactly how to run if I need to. I keep count of steps in the back of my mind. Every 15 or 20, I stop and listen again. The last time I rushed through a place like this, I almost ended up cornered in a grocery warehouse. I don't make the same mistake twice. The boxcars closest to me are tagged with faded paint and numbers. Some doors stand halfway open, others sealed. I do not touch them yet. I scan through the narrow gaps between them. Shadows lie inside, deep and still. It would be easy to hide anything in there, from an infected to a person. I stay in the open for now, where I can see more than one direction at once. I move along the side of a long coal hopper, hand grazing the rusted steel as I pass. The top is still filled with black rock, hard and packed. That alone tells me this place froze mid-use. Someone intended to move that coal somewhere. No one ever did. I angle toward the far side of the yard, where the tree line thickens. I saw that from the road and from the hill. It is my point of reference. Between the last line of trains and the forest, the ground opens into a narrow strip of field with scattered bushes. As I get closer, something bright catches my eye in the green. Round flashes of red and yellow. For a second my brain does not connect them. Then it does. Apples. There is an apple tree standing alone near an old worker's house, just inside the edge of the yard. Its branches hang low with fruit. Some apples lie on the ground in the grass, half eaten by insects or small animals. The sight hits me harder than it should. I have been eating from cans, bags, dried strips of meat. Even the berries in the forest felt strange. Actual apples in this graveyard of trains feel impossible. My focus narrows. I look around once, quick and shallow. No one stands under the tree. No tools. No chair. No obvious sign this is someone's spot. My better judgment whispers that nothing this good stands untouched in a world like this, but my feet are already moving. I step off the ballast and onto the shorter grass. My eyes track one low branch where a single apple hangs clear. It is not perfect. It has a small scar on one side. I do not care. I step forward again. My boot lands on something that does not feel like ground. The surface shifts hard and sudden. There is a snap from below. Before my mind can form a thought, something tight slams around my ankle and jerks me upward. The world flips on its head. My back swings through open air, and my arms flail without direction. The handgun slips from my grip and drops somewhere out of reach. A sharp pain shoots up from my leg, where the rope bites into skin over the boot. I hang upside down, swaying, staring at the dirt and the tangle of grass below. A simple snare. Rope, a bent branch, a trigger point I never saw because I was staring at fruit like a fool. I reach up toward my ankle, but the knot is tight and the rope is under tension. My fingertips brush it and slide off. Blood moves down into my face. My head feels hot and heavy. I curse out loud, more at myself than the trap. Then I hear footsteps. Fast, light ones, coming from the trees. I twist in the rope, trying to see. A figure bursts from behind the apple tree. Small, thin, wearing a faded jacket tied at the waist and pants that are patched at the knees. Hair pulled back in a rough ponytail. A girl. She carries a heavy stick gripped in both hands. Her eyes are wide, but not frightened. Focused. Wait, I manage, the word mangled by the blood in my head. I am not... She does not listen. Maybe she cannot even hear the words over the rush of decision in her own head. She raises the stick and swings. The wood catches me on the side of the skull. There is a sharp flash at the edge of my vision. My jaw goes slack. The yard, the tree, the upside-down angle of the world, all vanish in an instant. When I come back, my mouth tastes of metal and dust. My head pulses in a dull, steady way. The air is cooler. I am upright. My arms do not move when I try to shift them. Rope presses across my chest and around my wrists. I blink until the blur clears enough to see. I sit in a metal chair bolted to the floor of a small concrete room. The walls are bare, stained with old leaks. There is a single narrow window high on one wall with wire mesh over it. The main door is solid steel. In the center of that door is a small square opening with vertical bars welded across. Through that opening, a corridor stretches away into shadow. Someone stands at the end of it, a woman, early 20s maybe, dark hair tied back neatly, simple worn clothes, a long shirt and pants, sleeves rolled. She stands still, hands at her sides, watching me without hiding. Her gaze is steady in a way that makes my throat dry. No fear, just a careful, hard evaluation. I try to swallow and feel the tender spot on my skull flare when my neck muscles move. Good, he is awake, she says. Her voice carries down the corridor easily. No echo, just flat sound against the concrete. Footsteps approach. The girl from the tree appears in the doorway, behind the bars. She is shorter than I first thought, maybe 16. Same dark hair, but looser, some strands across her forehead. There is a smear of dirt along her cheek and a mark on her knuckles where she gripped the stick. She looks at me with open anger. You walk into our place. You go for the tree. You do not call out. You do not ask, she says. That is what raiders do. I saw apples, I say. My voice scratches. That sounds ridiculous even as the words come out. I checked the yard. It looked empty. That was stupid. I know. The older woman steps closer to the door. I can see her face better. There is a scar at the edge of her lip, faint and old. Her eyes are tired in a way that does not come from one bad week. Who are you? She asks. And do not waste our time. My first instinct is to throw out some fake name and vague story. That instinct feels hollow now. I have been alone too long. I barely remember how to lie to another person's face. So I tell the truth. My name is Mark, I say. I came from the city. I had an auto repair shop there. It was a car wash, gas station, small market and the garage. I stayed there for months. I fixed what I could. I blocked the doors. I made it home. Then it got too risky. Herds came closer. People got worse. I left. The younger one snorts at that. The older one does not react, so I keep going. I found a car that still worked, a sedan. I drove. I stayed away from highways as much as I could. I stopped in a forest for a bit, survived there. Then I followed the rail line and saw this place from the road. It looked empty and big enough to be worth a look. That is all. I have one car outside the fence, no backup, no group. The older woman tilts her head slightly. You say you were alone in a city, she says. What about family? The question lands deep. I feel my jaw tighten. I do not get a break from that topic, even here. My mother and my sister were in my hometown when the outbreak started, I say. I was away on a work trip. The phone networks died before I could get back. I never reached them. I do not know if they are alive. I want to believe there is some shelter that held. I have no proof. The younger sister mutters something I do not catch. I see the older one flicker a quick look that quiets her. She drops her gaze back to me. You said one car, she says. You walked in on foot. Where is this car? In the scrub, off the gravel road, I answer. Behind the trees on the south side. I parked it facing out. It is full of my things. There is also a cat inside. If she is not inside, then she is near the car. She does not go far. The younger girl frowns. A cat. Her name is Lily, I say. Saying it out loud eases something. Just a little. I found her in an apartment search and brought her with me. You can check. The windows are covered with cloth and cardboard, but you can see her through the front if she is awake. The older woman looks at me for a long moment. Then she turns her head toward the girl. Jess, she says quietly, go look at the road. Leave the rope on him. I will stay here. So now I know their names, at least half of them. Jess scowls once more in my direction and then disappears from the door. Her footsteps fade down the hall. A door bangs in the distance. Then silence returns. The older woman stays by the bars and continues to watch me. I try to shift in the chair. The ropes around my wrists and chest do not cut, but they are tight enough to keep me from doing anything useful. I test them anyway. No give. I give up on that. If you are lying, and there are more people out there, we will know, she says. If you are alone, that is not really better. Alone men who show up at outposts tend to bring trouble anyway. I believe you, I say. I lived through a few of those in the city. I am not here to take your place. I was looking for an empty spot to work with. That is it. You came through the fence without calling out, she says. You walked to the tree. You did not speak until you were hanging in the air. That does not sound like someone who was afraid of locals. That is fair, I say. Honestly, I got stupid when I saw those apples. I checked for people from the road and the hill. I saw no smoke, no sound. I convinced myself it was abandoned. That is on me. Her eyes move up to the bump on my temple where Jess hit me. She looks at it without apology, just evaluating how deep the damage runs. You may wish to be more careful, Mark from the city, she says. If Jess had used the shovel instead of the stick, you would not be saying any of this. Before I can think of a reply, a faint sound comes down the corridor. A distant, angry meow. That sound is familiar in a way that cuts through everything. I close my eyes once, then open them. That is her, I say. That is Lily. The woman looks down the hall. I hear more footsteps. 2 sets this time. Jess appears again, holding Lily pressed against her chest with both arms. Lily is not calm. Her ears are flat, and her tail thumps against Jess's jacket. Jess has a small scratch on her hand. She bit me, Jess says, annoyed, and she was yowling inside that car. It is a mess in there. Blankets, cans, tools, trash. Looks like someone sleeps in the driver's seat. No one else is around. I checked as far as the drainage ditch. The older woman takes Lily from her gently. Lily shifts once, and then locks onto the sound of my voice as I say her name again. The woman carries her closer to the bars. "Here," she says, and loosens her grip enough that Lily can jump. Lily springs through the gap near the hinge, claws catching air, and lands in my lap. She scrambles up my chest and presses her face against my chin, pushing and kneading at the rope. She lets out a string of frustrated little sounds, and then settles on my shoulder, feet dug into my shirt. The pressure is sharp but familiar. Jess watches this with a strange expression, like she wants to stay angry, but some other feeling is pushing in. The older woman lets out a small breath through her nose. "He was not lying about at least one thing," she says. "And the car?" Jess shrugs, full of junk that matches his story. Extra clothes, food, water, tools, the window patch. Nothing that says, "Raid team." No spare radios. No extra weapons. No maps with circles on them. The older woman nods once. She reaches to the side of the door where I cannot see, and I hear metal clink. A moment later, the steel swings open with a slow scrape, bars and all. She steps inside the room, keeping a safe distance. Jess stays in the doorway with the stick resting on her shoulder. "We untie you slowly," the older sister says. "If you do something stupid, we do not talk about it. We just fix the mistake and put you somewhere deeper." "That is fair too," I say. She moves behind the chair and starts working on the rope around my chest. Her hands are quick and sure. The knots loosen one by one. When the tension drops, my shoulders sag a little. She leaves the rope around my wrists for now. "Stand up," she says. I stand carefully, legs unsteady from time in the chair and from the earlier hang. Lily jumps down and circles my feet, then sits where she can keep all three of us in sight. "My name is Mara," the older sister says. "This is Jess. Our father brought us here at the start. This yard is our home. We have stayed alive here for a long time. If you stay, you live under our rules. If you cause problems, you leave or you go under the ground. There is no in between." "I understand," I say. "I did not come here to take anything from you. I saw the tower above the tracks. I thought if the place was empty, that would make a good watch point and maybe a place to live. That was my idea coming in." Mara glances toward Jess. The younger sister rolls her eyes slightly but does not object. "The tower is dangerous right now," Mara says. "The stairs are weak. The inside is full of broken equipment. We do not use it much. Our main living space is one of the passenger cars. You can see it, if you remember how to walk without stepping into every trap on the ground." She moves behind me again and unties my wrists. The rope falls away. I rub my hands, feeling the numbness start to fade. Jess steps aside and gestures with her stick toward the hallway. "Come on, apple thief," she says. "Let us see if you can do anything besides get stuck in cords." We walk down the corridor and out into the open yard. The light feels sharp after the dim room. Mara leads. Jess follows on my left, close enough that the stick can swing easily if I try something. Lily pads behind us, tail upright, checking each corner with quick looks. Mara walks with confidence, stepping over rails and around debris without looking down. She threads us through rows of cars, past a tanker labeled with faded hazardous markings, past a flatbed loaded with old beams, past the coal hoppers I saw earlier. She points out things with short comments when she feels like it. Coal hopper, still mostly full. We use it for the stove. Diesel tanker. We do not touch it much. No point if there is no engine to drink it. Cardboard car, clothing car. She flicks her hand toward a pair of boxcars. Workshops over there. Pump house near the middle. Garden beyond that. We reach a line of older passenger cars set off on a side track. One of them has its windows boarded from the inside in a way that looks purposeful and clean. A metal stovepipe rises from the roof and ends in a simple cap. There is a small set of stairs made from stacked pallets leading up to one of the side doors. "This is home," Mara says. She climbs the pallet steps and opens the door. "For us. For you. For now. This is one of your work points." You do not sleep here, not until we trust you more. Inside the car, the air is warmer and carries the smell of coal, cooked food, and old cloth. The interior has been stripped of most original seating. In its place, there are 2 narrow beds, a table with crates for legs, shelves lined with jars, cans, and bundles of wrapped food, and a steel drum stove with a door cut into it. A pipe rises from the top and joins the stovepipe that exits through the roof. The floor is covered where possible with rugs that clearly came from different places. I stand in the doorway and take it in. It looks lived in, real. It reminds me of the auto shop before I left, but more organized. The girls have had longer to settle. There are hooks for tools and clothes, a little corner with books and a deck of cards, even a nailed-up piece of cardboard with small marks scratched into it in lines and blocks. Some kind of tracking system. Mara steps past the stove and checks a pot with a cloth. It smells like some kind of soup or stew. Nothing rich, but it makes my stomach tighten. Jess leans her stick against the wall and drops into a crouch near one bunk, stretching her arms. She keeps her eyes on me anyway. You said you were running a shop before, Mara says, not looking at me. What did you actually do, in the old life? I worked with servers, I say. Computers. I kept systems up for companies. Sometimes went on trips to check hardware. I was not a mechanic before the world started falling apart. Anything I can fix now is from trial and error, and video tutorials I saw years back. Jess snorts softly. So you are a desk guy who thinks he can build an outpost in a rail yard, she says. Great. Yes, I say. Pretty much. Desk guy, now with dirt and scars. I nod toward the bump on my skull. Now with upgrades. That gets a tiny smile from her before she smooths her face again. Mara ladles some soup into a metal bowl and sets it on the table with a spoon. She points at the chair. Sit, eat, she says. Then we are going to show you where the pump is. You are going to haul water. That is our trust test. If you are here to map this place for raiders, hauling water is not a very glamorous first step. I sit and eat with slow, careful motions. The soup is thin but hot. Potatoes, bits of beans, a few shreds of something that might be squirrel or rabbit. It is better than most of what I had on the road. Lily jumps up on the bench beside me and watches every movement of the spoon, but she does not try to steal any. She knows there is usually something put aside for her later. So that is how my time at the yard starts. Tied to a chair, watched, released, fed once, and then set straight into work. The first days blur into a routine made of other people's rules. Mara has a system for everything. She shows me the hand pump in a small brick house near the center of the yard. You have to prime it with a bit of water each morning. It groans, and then the flow starts, clear and cold into the bucket. From there, it goes into cans and jugs that need to be carried back to the passenger car and to a couple of other points. Never trust one water source, she says as we work. If something happens to this pump, we have the stream by the tree line. It is dirtier, but we can filter it. That takes more time and more fuel, so you protect the pump first. When we are not moving water, we are moving coal. The hopper car sits on a siding with a small gangway. We climb up with buckets, fill them, climb down, walk the weight over to the passenger car, and stack it in a metal bin near the stove. The coal leaves dust on our hands and faces. We cough through it and keep going. Jess watches me at first like she expects me to drop the buckets and run at any second. When I do not run and do not complain much, her posture eases a little. She starts talking more, in short pieces, usually while we work on something that does not require total silence. Our father brought us here on a train, she says, while we move a stack of flattened cardboard sheets from one boxcar to a sheltered spot near the garden. He said the city was going to fall, and that the yard was far enough from everything that the worst of it would miss us. He had keys for most of the doors. He parked the train, locked the engines, and told us to stay here. We had power for a while. He got the main building running with a generator. Then some men from the yard left and never came back. The phones went down. The radio stopped making sense. After that, he left. Said he had to go back with one locomotive to get our mother. Said he would be 3 days. She cuts off there, jaw tightening. I open my mouth to ask what happened next and then decide not to. She answers anyway a few minutes later when we take a break and sit on an upside-down crate. He never came back, she says. We heard a crash far away along the line a week later and saw smoke over the trees. That is all. Mara does not talk about him much at first. She focuses on tasks, garden maintenance, inspecting the fence, checking the edges of the yard for fresh tracks. It is only at night when we sit near the stove and share a last cup of hot water or thin tea that she lets small details slip. He taught us how to shoot, she says one night while Lily sleeps curled between my feet on the floor. We had one rifle and his old handgun. He said we needed to know how to use them, not to be afraid of the noise. Back then, there were military trains going past here for a bit. Uniforms, vehicles, crates. They did not stop for long. Then one day, no more trains, no more uniforms, no more noise from the radio, just static. That was when he left. I tell them about the auto shop in exchange, about the car wash bay where I set up sleeping space, about the ramps in the garage, where I learned enough about suspensions and oil pans to keep a few cars from dying on me. About the night a man tried to break in through the roof and fell through a weak panel, landing in the middle of my fortress. How I had to choose in seconds whether to let him up or knock him back down and lock him in. I ended up feeding him for 2 days and then forcing him back out when he tried to steal my handgun. No clear hero in that story. Just 2 frightened people doing what they thought might keep them alive 1 more week. When I describe the months on the road with Lily, Lily lifts her head as if she understands part of the memory. Jess grins at that despite herself. Your cat has seen more of this region than we have, she says. Outrageous. We move from supervised work to joint work when a problem presents itself inside one of the storage buildings. Mara takes us to a low workshop near the center of the yard that has been closed up since near the beginning. She says a door on the far side will not shut. The wind keeps banging it at night. That kind of noise carries. She wants it fixed. We come in through the front, pry the warped door open, and step into a room that smells of old grease and stale air. It looks untouched at first. Tool racks line the walls. A workbench sits in the center with rusted bolts scattered across it. There is a dark stain in one corner that might be oil. Shelves hold boxes of parts where rodents have chewed at the cardboard. Jess pushes ahead before Mara can stop her, eager to reach the far door. She kicks at a fallen chair and laughs softly when it skids across the floor. The sound bounces off the walls and feels wrong in my ears. I open my mouth to warn her to slow down. That is when I hear the sound from behind a set of shelves. A muffled scraping and a low, rough growl. I move without thinking. I reach Jess's jacket collar and pull her back from the path between the shelves. At the same moment, something slams against the shelving from the other side. A hand shoots through the gap between crates, fingers clawing at the air where Jess's chest had been a heartbeat earlier. A face appears through the gap. Grey skin, sunken eyes, dried lips pulled back from teeth. An infected, pinned behind the shelf by some weight I cannot see. It strains against the obstruction, snapping its jaw. Its arms reach through the gap and scratch at the air. It does not care about the shelving cutting into its shoulders and chest. It just wants to reach us. Jess sucks in a sharp breath, stumbling back into me. I shove her behind me and step forward, wrench already out of its loop on my belt. Mara is moving at the same time, handgun out, but the angle is bad for a clean shot without risking a ricochet. She stops at my shoulder. I swing the wrench. The head of it connects with the infected skull through the gap. The impact is solid. The head jerks sideways and bounces off the wooden crate. The infected only pauses for a second, then comes forward again, jaw snapping at the empty space. I grit my teeth and hit it again, and again. Short, sharp strikes. I am careful not to let my arms overextend, careful not to let the wrench slip. After several blows, the movement's slow. One more hit and the body slumps against the shelf, still pinned but no longer moving. I step back, breathing hard through my nose. My hands shake just a little. Not enough to drop the tool, enough to notice. Jess stands frozen behind me, eyes wide. Mara holsters the handgun and moves to check the far door, using the crowbar she brought to nudge it open and make sure nothing else waits behind it. "You all right?" I ask Jess without turning. She swears under her breath in a way that would have gotten her grounded in the old world. Then she nods. "I am fine," she says, voice tight. "You pulled me back. Thanks. I should have listened. I know we do not rush into closed rooms. I just wanted to fix the door and be done. I am tired of that banging at night." Mara comes back, satisfied that there are no more surprises inside. She looks at the dead infected pinned behind the shelf. Her jaw flexes once. "That is one of the first ones," she says quietly. "From when some of the yardmen got sick trying to move a group of strangers through here. We thought we had cleared them all. Father must have shoved this one behind the shelf when things got bad. We never opened this room again after he left. We should have. That is on me." She turns to me then. "Good reaction," she says, "and good instincts checking Jess. That is the only reason we are not cleaning up after a bite right now." We drag the infected out with hooks and clear the room fully. We dispose of the body in a pit outside the fence, where they burn remains in controlled stacks. It is a long process. No one talks much during it. The smell is bad even from a distance. We go back and scrub the workshop floor with rags and water. It feels necessary, not just for hygiene, but to mark the room as part of the present, not a sealed piece of the worst moments. The next weeks settle into a rhythm that is still new but less sharp at the edges. I move from basic hauling to shared projects. We repair sections of fence with scavenged wire and scrap. We clean and restock the garden beds. I climb into the coal car with Jess and we redistribute the load so it is easier to reach without risking a fall. Mara starts asking me short questions about my car, about engines, about what I know and what I do not. It takes me a bit to see where this is going. She takes me to the furniture delivery van one morning. It sits near an old loading dock, tires soft, windshield dusty, small plants growing around its wheels. The logo on the side is faded almost to nothing. "We have had this van since the beginning," she says. "Father got it running once, then the battery died. We do not have many spare parts. We have the diesel tanker, we have the yard. We do not have a way to move more than our feet. I can keep this place alive on foot. To make it better, we need wheels again. Can you help with that, server man?" I walk around the van, looking at it the way I learned to look at cars months ago. Nothing fancy, just the basics. Rust spots at the edges of the doors. Glass intact. Mirrors cracked but usable. I peer under it, check for major leaks. There is oil caked in places, but nothing pouring out. "I am not a real mechanic," I say, honest as I can be. I can do basic stuff. Change fluids, swap a battery, clear a line if it is obviously clogged. We can try. No promises. It might not even be worth it. The engine could be trashed, but sitting here, it is useless anyway. So we try. We pull the front plate and open the hood. The engine bay is a nest of wires, hoses, and dull metal. Some of it I recognize from my crossover. Enough to start. We check the oil. It is dark but not sludge. We check belts and hoses. Cracks, but nothing fully broken. We pull the battery and take it to the workshop to test with a small rig Mara's father had built to check charge. It is mostly dead. In one corner of the shop there is another battery from an old truck, slightly better. We decide to try that. Fuel is the main concern. We do not want to suck in sludge from the van's tank. We use a hand pump to pull some into a clear jar. It is dirty, with flecks of rust and some water at the bottom. We drain the tank as best we can, catching the worst of it in buckets to dispose of later. Then we draw fresh diesel from the tanker into a clean can and pour that into the van's tank through a makeshift filter of cloth and a funnel. It is not perfect. It is better than doing nothing. As we work, the sun shifts overhead. The yard stays quiet. Once in a while I catch movement on the far side of the fence, but it is just deer near the tree line. Jess moves between us and the perimeter, checking her rifle and the small watch points they have made between cars. Lily sits on the loading dock, tail wrapped around her paws, eyes half closed, listening to the sounds of tools and voices. When we finally hook up the replacement battery and check our connections one more time, the whole group pauses. There is a shared understanding that this is about more than a van. If we can get this running, it changes the map in our heads. Everyone inside or under cover, Mara says. If this thing catches fire or throws something, I do not want shrapnel in anyone's face. She looks at me. You do the honors. You broke our peace by walking into that tree. Maybe you bring us something useful to balance it. I slide into the driver's seat. The interior smells like old dust and rodent droppings. I brush a pile of dry leaves off the dashboard and insert the key. It turns with resistance but does not snap. I rest my hand on it. I listen for a second. Nothing. Just my own breathing and the faint murmur of the sisters' voices outside. I turn the key. The starter grinds slowly. The engine turns but does not catch. I release, wait 10 seconds, and try again. More grinding, a cough, then silence. I count my breath in and out, focus on the basics. New fuel in the lines, air in the system, old engine. It may need time. Third try. I twist the key and hold it a heartbeat longer. The starter squeals. Then the engine begins to catch in small, uneven bursts. I keep the key turned until the jumps smooth out into a rough idle. The whole van vibrates. The steering wheel trembles under my hand. The sound is loud in the quiet yard. It feels like shouting into the air. I pull my hand away and let it run. The temperature gauge begins to move very slowly. A faint haze of exhaust drifts from the tailpipe. Outside, Mara raises a hand to shield her eyes and looks around, scanning the fence line. Jess already has her rifle up, sighting at the far corners where infected might appear. I see 2 figures at the fence within minutes, slow infected, drawn by the noise. They drag their feet across the gravel and reach for the wire. The fence creaks, then holds. Jess takes position on top of a small container near the entrance. She braces the rifle on her knee and takes careful shots. One infected drops, then the next. She does not waste rounds. She waits for clear targets, then pulls the trigger only when she is sure. The shots echo, then fade. No herd rushes the fence. Just those 2. The yard settles again. I shut the engine off after a few minutes to avoid drawing more attention. The lingering rumble in my bones tells me how strange it is to hear a vehicle running now. It used to be background noise. Here it is an event. That will do, Mara says, when I climb out. She puts a hand on the van's side and gives it a firm pat. We can work with this. City is still an hour away at best from here, but it is better to make that trip in this than on foot. We will save the diesel for big runs, not casual drives. No joyrides. Jess grins and runs a hand along the door. We have a truck again, she says in a low voice. Father would have liked that. The next phase of my time at the yard is marked by the van and the tower. With a way to move faster, our idea of what is possible changes. With a tall vantage point, our idea of safety changes. Mara decides we can risk one trip into the city to get better tools. We plan it down to the order of which doors we use. We go in early, she says the night before, bent over a rough map drawn on cardboard. We stay out of the main roads. No hospitals, no malls. We hit small hardware and maybe one grocery if it is not burned out. We do not chase shadows. If we see other survivors working a block, we go around. If we see military or government tape, we take it as a warning and move on. Our goal is simple: hand tools, fasteners, and anything for water treatment. That is it. Who is going? I ask. Me and you, she says. Jess stays here. She knows the yard best. If a herd wanders toward the fence while we are gone, she can guide them away or hide until they pass. She also watches Lily. Cats are good in many things, but she will not drive the van back if we do not return. Jess glares at the map. I want to go, she says. I am the one who knows the city corners we have used before. And you are the one I need here if things go wrong, Mara answers calmly. This is not up for debate. Someone has to guard home. That is not a lesser job. Jess looks ready to argue more, then looks at me, then at Lily, who is washing her paws on the table. Something in her face settles. Fine, she says, but you bring me something good, even if it is just a pack of seeds and a stupid toy for the cat. We leave before the sun is fully up. The van rolls out of the yard with a soft crunch of gravel. I sit in the driver's seat. Mara is in the passenger seat with the rifle across her lap and the handgun in a side pocket. The road ahead is a stripe of cracked pavement and weeds. The drive is a mix of old noise and new tension. Each turn reminds me of previous roads, previous wrecks. We pass a small bridge where the guardrail has been smashed inward. Below, a car lies on its roof in the dry riverbed, door hanging open. No movement, no sound. We keep going. Near the outskirts of the city, abandoned vehicles start to cluster. We weave between them, careful not to scrape too hard or get high-centered. Infected appear sometimes between buildings. Lone figures in torn clothes, moving without purpose until the sounds of the van turn their heads. Mara taps my arm when she sees any close to our path. I adjust our line to keep them at distance when possible. We pick a small hardware store in a strip mall where the parking lot is mostly clear. The front windows are cracked, but not completely smashed. The metal security gate is bent in one corner, enough for a person to slide through if he is patient. There are dried stains near the entrance. I do not look too closely. We park near a side loading area, not right at the front. I kill the engine. The silence after the rumble feels strange again. We listen. Distant groans, but none right on top of us. Wind through broken signs. A loose piece of metal tapping somewhere. Nothing immediate. Inside the store, the air is stale. Someone looted most of the obvious items months ago. The front racks are bare. The shelves near the middle are picked through with gaps and scattered junk. The back aisles, the ones that require more effort and knowledge, still hold useful things. We move through quickly. Mara grabs boxes of screws, bolts and nails. I pull rope, paracord and a couple of tire repair kits. On a high shelf I find a manual winch and a small pulley set covered in dust. I hand them down. Those are gold for the tower. We find a plastic crate and load it. As we move toward the stockroom door, we hear the first impact at the front security gate. A thud, then another. Infected outside, drawn by the sound of movement and our steps on the floor. The gate rattles. The locks hold for now. Time to go, Mara says. She checks the back door. It is chained from the inside, but not completely. We use a bolt cutter we found near the stock table to break the chain. The noise echoes. We freeze. Listen. The gate at the front bangs again, harder, but does not give. Not yet. We slip out the back into the loading alley. 3 infected stagger near the dumpsters, drawn by the earlier noise. They see us immediately. Their movements pick up. They are not full sprinters, but they are faster than the purely rotted ones. I raise the handgun and shoot the first in the chest. The impact slows it but does not drop it. I adjust aim and put the second shot higher. That one falls. Mara moves on the one on the left, swinging the crowbar into its knee first to drop it, then finishing it while it struggles to stand. The last one reaches me and grabs at my jacket. I twist, slam its arm away with my forearm, and put the barrel under its chin before pulling the trigger. That is the fastest way I can think of that does not risk a graze or a miss in this tight space. The shot blasts through the skull and sprays shards onto the bricks behind it. There is blood, but I do not stare. We drag the bodies a few feet to clear our path, grab the crate, and run it to the van. As I drive out of the alley, I catch a glimpse of the front of the store. The gate has started to buckle. Hands reach through. Faces press against the bars. We made it out in time. Another 10 minutes inside and we would have been wrestling the gate from the wrong side. We stop at one more small grocery on the way out, long enough to grab salt, some canned goods that have not swelled or rusted through, and a small bag of dried beans. Then we leave the city behind, following a different route out to avoid bringing any large group back along our exact trail. When the yard's rails appear again in the distance, I feel the tension in my shoulders ease a little. Jess waits near the gate, rifle in hand, eyes bright. "You were gone long enough," she says as we roll in. "I was about to come driving after you in your precious sedan and bring Lily for backup." "You would have killed the sedan on the first pothole," I say, "and Lily would have taken your seat. Also, we brought this." I hold up a pack of seeds and a small rubber ball we found in a toy bin that somehow survived. She takes the seeds with real interest and flicks the ball at Lily, who studies it with deep suspicion before batting it once. The work on the tower begins that week. With new tools and hardware, we can do more than patch. We can build. We approach the tower carefully. The metal stairs rattle under our boots at first. Some of the steps have rusted through at the edges. We tie ropes around our waists, anchored to the supports, while we test each section. I go up first with a hammer and a small bag of bolts. Mara follows with a board. Jess stays at the bottom watching for infected and passing up supplies through a pulley we rig at the mid-level. We reinforce each weak step with a cut piece of steel or thick board bolted into the sound parts of the frame. We install a handrail where there was none before, using scavenged pipe and brackets. The work is slow and awkward, but each day the stairs feel a little more solid. Inside the tower box, we strip out old signal equipment that no longer serves any use. Some panels we keep for parts. Others we move to the side and leave for later ideas. The floor is covered in dust and loose screws. We sweep it out, patch a hole near one corner with a piece of sheet metal, and seal cracks around the windows with scraps of cardboard and cloth. I move part of my life in there gradually. A blanket and pillow go into one corner as a bed. A crate becomes a shelf for a small stack of books and a notebook where I have started writing down supply counts and tasks. Another crate serves as a seat near the front window. I keep a pair of binoculars hanging on a hook by that spot. Lily explores the space, sniffing each corner, and finally chooses the windowsill near the east side as her personal rest zone. From the tower, the yard makes more sense. I can see the layout clearly. The lines of cars, the open spaces, the paths we use most. I can see the approach roads and the tree line where the stream runs. I can also see how exposed we are if a really large herd ever finds its way here. The trains make walls, but they also make blind curves. It gives me a long list of things to fix that none of us have the strength or time to handle in one go. Still, seeing the whole thing helps. Nights in the tower are strange at first. I hear every creak of metal, every distant call of animals, every thump of wind against the cars. My mind conjures threats in every sound. I sit awake for hours, watching the edges. Slowly, patterns emerge. Some noises are regular. A loose cable hitting a post, a branch brushing a roof. Other sounds mark real changes. Footsteps on gravel, a cough that is not mine, a broken branch that does not match the wind. Those get my full attention. It is on one of those nights that Mara joins me in the tower for the first time. She climbs the reinforced stairs with careful steps, carrying a mug in each hand. I hear her before I see her. When she appears in the hatch, I move the crate so she has room. "Could not sleep?" I ask. Jess is snoring. The stove is too hot. "The usual," she says, handing me a mug. "Thought I would see what the world looks like from your little nest." We sit in silence for a while, sipping hot water flavored with a few dried leaves from the small herb patch in the garden. The yard lies below us, dim enough that only outlines show. The sky is clear. Stars are visible for once. No city glow to wash them out. "You mentioned your mother and sister," she says after a long pause. "Do you ever think about going back to your original town, not the city, the place where they were?" "Every day," I say. I think about it so much that my brain runs in circles. On the one hand, I know that months have passed, that the chances of them surviving without someone like you here to organize things are low. On the other hand, I know what my mother is like. Stubborn, organized. She worked as a nurse for decades. She knows how to keep people alive. My sister takes after her. So it is possible they found a pocket that held. If I write it off and I am wrong, I will carry that forever, so yes, I think about going back. I just do not know when that stops being hope and starts being suicide. Mara nods slowly. We had that with our father, she says. For a long time we watched the rail lines for any sign of a train. We listened for the horn pattern he told us he would use. Short, short, long. Every distant sound made us stand up straight. It took us about a year to accept that he was not coming. Do you think he died on the line? I ask. I think he tried to get back, she says. He would not leave us here and just start a new life. He was not that kind of man. So if he did not come back, something stopped him. The rails were blocked. The engine failed. The infected swarmed the track. I do not know. I know the direction he left in, just not the exact place where it ended. We sit with that for a while. The rail lines stretch in my mind, running off into the dark. Somewhere along that path, a locomotive sits, maybe on its side, maybe nose down in a ditch, maybe still upright with all its systems dead. What is left inside is a question I am not really sure I want answered. Would you want to know? I ask quietly. If we found it, if we found him. Yes, she says, without hesitation. Knowing hurts. Not knowing quietly eats everything. I prefer the first one. That answer lodges in my mind and stays there. The next time we patrol along the rail line outside the yard, I find myself staring down the tracks longer than I used to, wondering how far it would be to the spot where things went wrong. We do that patrol a week later. The excuse is simple. We need to check the line for any damage that could send strays toward the yard. We also need to see if any big clusters of infected are wandering parallel to it. Mara and I walk along the ballast, rifles slung, knives at our belts. Jess stays back this time to guard the yard and work the garden. Several miles out, the ground starts to dip where the line cuts through a shallow rise. Trees hang over the track. The space feels tighter. The rails here show more wear, like something heavy fought against them. We round a bend and see it. A single locomotive lies at an angle in the cut, one set of wheels off the rails, buried in the ballast. The front end is dented where it hit the embankment. The windshield is cracked. The paint is peeled and streaked with rust. No other cars are attached. Just the engine. I stop. Mara stops beside me. Her hand goes to her mouth once, then drops. We stand there for a long moment. Then she walks forward slowly, boots crunching on loose rock. We climb up the side of the locomotive. The metal is rough and cold under my hands. The door to the cab is half open. Inside, dust covers the controls. A jacket hangs on the back of the driver's seat. There is a locket on the console, its chain broken. When Mara picks it up and opens it, I see two small photos. Two girls younger than the ones beside me now. A woman between them with warm eyes. Mara closes the locket and keeps it in her fist. She does not cry. Her eyes are wet, but no tears fall. She looks at the driver's seat and the worn place on the floor where Boots stood for years. The rest of him is gone. Whether he left here on his own 2 feet and died farther along, or whether animals and time took what was left, I do not know. There is no body. Just this shell. This is it, she says quietly. This is where he stopped. Do you want to take anything back? I ask. She runs a hand along the jacket and then pulls it free from the seat. This, she says, and the locket. The rest can stay. This was his post. I think he would not mind if we turned his last train into a warning marker on our map. We climb down and walk back along the line, quieter than before. Back at the yard, Jess listens to the story with tight lips. She takes the jacket and runs her fingers along the seams. Then she hangs it in the passenger car near the door. Now we know, she says, so we stop listening for horns that will not come. That is something. Knowing does not make the world easier, it just makes it clearer. The next test for our new life here comes without any plan. It rides the rails in a way that makes the whole yard feel small. I am in the tower when it starts. The day is dry and cool. The sky is pale. From this height, the land looks flat and harmless. I scan the tracks out of habit, looking for anything that does not match my mental image of the last few days. At first, I see nothing unusual. Then I catch a slow wave of movement along the main line far to the east. I lift the binoculars. What I see makes my throat go dry. Dozens of infected move along the rails in a loose line. Some walk directly on the tracks. Others stagger on the ballast beside them. Their clothes hang in strips. Some are missing pieces. There are enough of them that the group looks like a smear of motion instead of separate bodies at first glance. They are not moving fast, but they are moving steadily, and the line leads directly toward the yard. I bang a metal bar against the tower frame 3 times, pause, then 3 more times. It is the signal we agreed on for large-scale trouble. Down below, I see Mara drop her shovel in the garden and run for the passenger car. Jess sprints up onto a flat car, rifle already in hand. Infected on the main line, I shout down, not sure if my voice reaches them clearly. Many, coming straight in. We do not have time for debates. We have rehearsed parts of this on paper. Now we test it in real movement. Mara reaches the switchyard panel near the entrance and throws the levers we marked. 2 free boxcars that we positioned days ago begin to roll down slight slopes. One crosses a critical gap between rows of cars, forming a solid wall where an open lane used to be. The other moves into place to narrow a parallel path into a choke point. Jess runs along the tops of the cars, moving from one vantage point to the next, laying out small noisemakers where she can light or trigger them. I stay in the tower and track the herd as it approaches. They do not think. They follow the rails because the rails give them a clear path. Sound bounces along the cut. A few infected drift off into the trees, distracted by animals or fallen branches, but most stay with the main group. When they reach the outer edge of the yard, Jess triggers the first noise source, a metal can with stones in it tied to a string. She pulls it from a safe distance, and it rattles in a way that draws attention. The infected nearest that sound turn toward it and funnel into the narrower path we made. The boxcars on either side limit their spread. The ground there is uneven. Some stumble and fall. Others trip over them. The mass presses forward. Mara moves along the inner edge of the yard, crowbar ready, handgun holstered unless something breaks through. She shouts quick updates toward the tower when she has breath. I shout back what I see from above. A few infected break away from the main path and head for the fence at weak spots. 3 at the south corner, I call. 1 fast, 2 slow. Watch the gap near the pump house. Jess adjusts position, taking careful shots at the ones that pose the most immediate risk. 1 fast infected sprints ahead of the herd, jumps a low piece of debris, and hits the fence at full speed. The wire groans and bows inward. Jess hits it in the spine on the second shot. It slumps, slides down the fence, and the wire springs partway back. The slower ones behind it tangle in its limbs. I feel a vibration travel up the tower supports as the herd presses against the outer edges. The stairs tremble under my feet. I check the underside through the hatch. The reinforcements hold, for now. Then I hear metal ringing directly below me. I lean out and see one infected has somehow made its way through a small gap at the base of the stairs. It drags itself up the first few steps, fingers clawing at the steel. Its eyes are cloudy, but its focus is fixed on the movement above. On me. I draw my knife and move down a few steps to meet it. The space is tight. I cannot swing the wrench well here. The infected reaches for my ankle. I kick its hand away and drive the knife into the side of its head near the temple, where I know the bone is thinner. The blade meets resistance, then goes in. The infected spasms once, then folds, sliding back down the steps. I pull back quickly, careful not to lose my footing. My breath feels shallow. My grip on the railing is so hard my fingers ache. I force myself to let go, to check the yard again, not just the steps. The herd moves through the path we set. The plan works, but it is messy. Some infected get wedged between couplers. Some fall and get trampled by the ones behind. We do not celebrate any of it. We just use it. The mass that reaches the inner fence is smaller than it could have been. Those that make it close enough to grab the wire meet Mara's crowbar or a rifle shot. The whole event lasts less than an hour from first sighting to the last staggering body dropping near the boundary, but it burns through most of our attention and some of our remaining energy. When the last infected stops moving, we do not relax fully. We wait. We watch. We listen for any sounds that do not match the after-quiet of an area that has just seen violence. Then the cleanup begins. That part is almost worse. We move among the bodies carefully, prodding each with a pole to make sure it is not going to reach up. We check each other's arms, necks and legs for scratches or bites. No hidden marks. No warm spots under the skin. We are as clean as we can be. We drag the bodies out through a side gate in teams of 2, hook them to a chain, and move them to the burn pit beyond the tree line. We stack them carefully, pour a minimal amount of fuel, and light them. The smoke rises straight up into the clear air. It smells thick and wrong. There is no avoiding that. By the time we finish, the light is fading. We are all stained with dirt, ash, and a few streaks of blood that are not our own. Our clothes cling in places where sweat and grime have dried. No one has the energy for a full wash. We wipe down what we can and collapse inside the passenger car and the tower. That night, I lie on my crate bed in the tower and stare at the ceiling for a long time. Lily is curled against my hip. Down below I hear faint sounds from the passenger car. Low voices. One laugh that sounds more like a breath-catching than real humor. The yard feels different after that day. Not safer in an absolute way, but more ours. We have seen what happens when a real group of infected tests its edges. We have seen where our plans hold and where they almost break. The list of repairs grows again. So does the list of things that are possible. Weeks pass. The garden grows. The coal pile shrinks. The van gets used only when it is worth the risk. We run to the city once more for medicine when Jess cracks a tooth and the pain makes her short and sharp with everyone. We raid a small dentist office, praying the antibiotics we find are still good. We test them cautiously, watch for reactions, and see the swelling in her jaw fade over days. That feels like a larger victory than lighting a whole herd at once. Mara starts talking sometimes about the future in terms longer than the next month. Maybe adding a second garden bed. Maybe trying to capture some chickens from a farm we passed on one of our early scouting trips. I start sketching better layouts for the tower's interior. I mark fields of view, blind spots, and potential spots for signal flags. It is not fancy. It is just lines on paper. But those lines mean we are thinking past survival into living. I do not forget my mother and sister. When I stand in the tower at dusk, I still find my eyes turning toward the direction of my original town. The road there is long and full of blanks, but the thought of walking it alone does not sit the same way it did before. Now, when I picture going, I see Mara in the passenger seat and Jess in the back arguing with Lily over space. I see us making a plan together instead of one man driving into the dark on some last fragile hope. One night, after a long day of patching fence and tightening bolts on the tower, I mention this half-formed idea while we sit in the passenger car with mugs in hand. I think about going back, I say, to my hometown, not the city, to see if there is anything left. I do not know when or how, but I think about it more now that we have a real base, a place to return to. That changes the calculation. Jess looks up from the game of cards she is dealing. You want to drive across half the region to maybe find 2 people who might be alive in a place that might still exist, she says. That is a lot of maybes. Yes, I say. It is. Mara turns her mug slowly in her hands. If you go, she says, you do not go alone, and you do not go with the idea that you never come back. This yard is ours. We worked for it. We do not walk away because the horizon looks interesting that day. So if we plan a trip like that, we do it the way we did the city runs. Maps, supplies, contingencies, and someone stays here. Always. This place cannot be empty. Someone has to feed the cat, Jess adds, and water the garden, and yell at the infected for stepping on the wrong gravel. That is my job. Lily chooses that moment to hop onto the table and sit on the card pile. Jess groans and gently pushes her aside. Mara smiles, a real one this time, not just a small twitch. The room feels warmer than the stove alone can explain. The world outside the yard is still ruined. Infected still wander the rails and the roads. Other survivors still make their own choices, some decent, some ruthless. Somewhere away from here, a government office maybe still flickers with emergency lights. Or maybe it does not. I have no way to know from this metal island. What I do know is this. I walked into this place expecting an empty shell to loot and turn into a private fort. I found a home that already belonged to two people who had fought hard to keep it. I found new rules, new work, new chances to feel something other than constant loss. Now, when I climb the tower at dawn, I do not just scan for threats. I scan for openings, for paths that lead out and paths that lead back. The rail yard is not the end of my story. It is the first base that feels strong enough to leave and return to. If I ever do point the van toward my old hometown, it will be with a plan, with people who argue with me when I get stupid, and with a clear understanding that even if we do not find who I am looking for, we still have a place to come home to, a place with trains that no longer move, a garden in poor soil, a stove that eats coal, a tower that sees farther than it should, two sisters who are tougher than they look, and a cat who learned to survive in a world that did not ask her permission. For now, that is enough to keep me moving, enough to keep me watching the rails and the roads without being swallowed by all the empty space between here and whatever comes next. The dead man bites through my left boot before I notice he is not dead. I am standing near the north fence with a hooked pole in my hands, trying to drag him clear of the wire. His skin is pulled tight and dark from sun and dust. His mouth has been open since yesterday afternoon. He has not moved once in all that time. We marked him from the tower, wrote him down as dry and inactive, and left him until morning. That is what we do now. We do not waste strength on every corpse leaning against the fence. We wait, we watch. Then we clear the ones close enough to cause trouble. I slide the hook under his shoulder and pull. His body shifts with a dry scrape against the gravel. His head turns. One hand closes around the wire, the other catches my boot. His jaw snaps down over the leather before I can step back. The bite does not reach skin, the boot holds. It is old, thick work leather from the clothing car, cracked at the toe and patched twice by Jess. I shove the pole down across his neck, pin him against the ground, and plant my other boot on his wrist until the fingers open. He keeps chewing. The sound is small and wet, mixed with dirt grinding against leather. Mara does not shout from behind me. She knows noise draws more. She steps in from my right with a short spear, drives the tip through the side of his skull, and holds it there until the jaw stops moving. I stand still and stare at my boot. 2 marks cut into the leather. No blood, no torn sock, no exposed skin. I check anyway, pulling the pant leg up, then the sock. Clean. Mara watches me do it, then checks again herself without asking. "You got lucky, Jack," she says. "No," I say, putting the sock back. "I got lazy." She does not correct me. That is one thing I love about her, and one thing that keeps a person sharp around here. Mara does not hand out comfort where a lesson is more useful. She looks over the fence line, then to the low gray sky, then toward the main yard where the coal smoke from the passenger car drifts through a bent stovepipe. 3 more by the east switch, she says. Same condition. Dry, dry enough to fool somebody. We move together along the fence, careful where we place our boots. 4 years ago I thought the infected would either rot away or stay dangerous in obvious ways. That was another dumb thing I carried from old movies and office talk. The old ones do not always chase anymore. Some lie still for days. Some sit folded inside doorways, too weak to stand until a warm hand lands near the mouth. Some are light enough to drag with one arm, and still strong enough in the jaw to end a person. We call them dry ones. The name came from Jess after she nearly lost 2 fingers clearing a bus depot south of the yard. They do not moan much. They do not mound on walls. They wait because the body has no fuel left for anything else. Waiting is enough. The rail yard around us is awake in pieces. The passenger car gives off a thin coal smell. The garden is brown at the edges from the late summer heat. The hand pump squeaks near the pump house, where one of the rivermen fills containers, under Jess's eye. The tower above the tracks, my old tower, has fresh plates bolted along the lower frame and a strip of canvas hanging from one window to cut glare during morning watch. Lily sits up there on the sill, old and grey around the muzzle, watching me work through the bars. She has grown into the yard better than any of us. She knows which planks creak, which boxcars hold mice, which people drop food, and which children need clawed once before learning manners. She sleeps more now. She still bites anyone who grabs too fast. The east switch holds the other dry ones. We clear them one by one. Hook, pin, spear check. Hook, pin, spear check. We do not rush. We do not talk. The bodies go on the drag tarp. Later we will take them past the outer ditch and burn them with the other waste if we can spare fuel. If not, we will stack them in the old gravel pit and cover them with lime dust from the maintenance shed. When the last one stops moving, Mara kneels beside the fence post and checks the wire. A link is stretched. The top line sags. Another hot week and this whole corner gets soft, she says. The ground under the posts has cracked open. The summer has been mean. The stream still runs, but lower than it should. The hand pump pulls water, but the first few strokes each morning bring up grit. The garden needs more water than we can give it. The coal bins are not empty, but the good coal is gone. What we have left burns dirty and leaves clinkers that choke the stove. Diesel sits in the tanker car, thousands of gallons by old world standards, but time has made it unreliable. We filter it, settle it, strain it through cloth, curse at it, and still the furniture van coughs every time we start it. Nothing runs clean anymore. Not engines, not bodies, not alliances. Mara stands and wipes her hands on her pants. Council in 1 hour. Still doing that? I ask. We have 3 groups on the edge of leaving. 2 families asking for more water than we can give, and Caleb from the farm saying he will not send people on night watch unless we hand over coal before winter. Yeah, council. She looks at me with one eyebrow raised. You can skip it if you want. I can tell everyone you got scared by a dead guy chewing your boot. I'll be there. Good. She starts walking back toward the passenger car, spear on her shoulder, boots steady on the ballast. I follow with the hooked pole and the tarp rope. The yard stretches ahead, patched together from old rail work and 4 years of stubborn living. Boxcars form walls where fences failed. The coal hoppers sit on the west siding, lower than before. The cardboard car is half empty now, its contents used for insulation, packaging, bedding, fire starter, and more repairs than I can count. The clothing car still has sacks of coats and pants, but most of the good boots are gone. The diesel tanker is marked with red paint now, filter before use, no open flame, no idiots. Jess wrote that last part. She is on top of the pump house when we pass, sitting with one knee up and the rifle across her lap. Her hair is shorter than it used to be, cut with a knife and no patience. She watches 2 kids from the river group carry a water jug between them, then whistles once when one of them drags the bottom across gravel. Lift it, Noah, she says. You tear that jug and you get to drink from your hands all week. The boy lifts. He is maybe 12, thin from the bad season, with sunburn peeling on his nose. He does not talk back. Nobody talks back to Jess unless he wants the next hour to get ugly. She sees my boot and points with the rifle barrel. Dry one got you? Leather got him first. Keep the boot. Toss the pride. Mara lets out a small laugh, barely there. Jess grins and looks back to the fence. Inside the passenger car, the air is hotter than outside. The stove is not running, but the metal walls hold the day's heat. The council table is an old door, laid over 2 crate stacks. Maps sit under stones. Water numbers are written in pencil. Coal counts are written in charcoal on the wall. Food counts are on a separate board and nobody likes looking at that board. 3 groups use this yard now. Ours, the original rail yard core, me, Mara, Jess, Lily, and the people who came in after the first winter with permission and work under our rules, the river group, settled by the low stream and the old pump channel. The farm group, 3 miles west past the cut road, growing what they can behind wire and old tractors. A warehouse crew farther south trades tools and cloth when it feels safe. None of us are strong alone. Together we are not strong either, but we are harder to break. The meeting starts before everyone sits down. That is how meetings go now. People come in carrying anger from the walk. Caleb from the farm stands near the door and does not remove his hat. He has dirt ground into the cracks of his hands and a bandage around one thumb. Nora from the river group carries a ledger because she trusts numbers more than faces. Jess stays by the far window with the rifle within reach. Mara stands at the end of the table. I sit near the map and keep a pencil between my fingers. We need water for the lower beds, Caleb says. No water, no fall beans. No beans. You can keep your tower warm and eat rail spikes. Nora snaps the ledger shut. The river dropped another 2 inches by our marker. If we draw more for your beds, our wash water stops. Then sickness starts. We did that once. We buried 5. You think we are watering flowers? Caleb says. Mara taps the table once. Not loud. Enough. We are not doing speeches, she says. Numbers. I read from the board. Pump output is lower by 1/4 from spring. Stream storage is down. Coal reserve gets us through winter only if we close the workshop stove and heat the passenger car, tower, infirmary corner, and nursery car on rotation. Caleb looks at me. Nursery car. That is new. It is not a nursery yet, Mara says. Her eyes do not move toward me. Mine do not move toward her. The room catches the detail anyway. People notice everything in small places. Nora looks down at her ledger, giving us the courtesy of pretending she did not hear the shift in Mara's voice. Jess does not. Say something stupid about it, Caleb, and I will water the beans with you. Caleb raises both hands. I said nothing. Keep that record clean. The meeting moves on. We cut water to the lower beds, save the upper ones, and assign 2 extra people to dig a shaded storage pit near the pump house. Coal ration shifts again. The river group gets more water access in exchange for helping reinforce the north fence. The farm gets 2 carts of scrap metal and 1 morning with the van if the engine agrees to behave. No one leaves happy. That means the decision might hold. Near the end, Nora opens her ledger again and places a small folded paper on the table. Found this on the East Road, she says. Pinned to a dead mule with a knife. Nobody reaches for it at first. Mara does. She unfolds it and reads. Her mouth tightens. Read it, Jess says. Mara lays it flat. The words are written in black marker, block letters, careful and ugly. Coal, diesel. Food, 1 skilled hand, 3 days. Refuse and the tracks bring hunger to your gate. Caleb spits out a short curse. Nora rubs both palms over her face. The road people. Not road people, Mara says. Band. Name? I ask. Nora points at the symbol in the corner. 3 short lines crossing 1 long line. I have seen it on the old turnpike. They call themselves the Collectors. They took a pump head from River Bend last month. Left 3 people tied up. Did not kill them. Wanted the story carried. Collectors, Jess says. That name deserves a brick. The paper lies between us, flat and quiet. No one pretends we can ignore it. People who demand skilled hands know what they are looking at. They do not want 1 meal and a coat. They want the yard, the pump, the coal, the diesel, the tower, people with skills, people who can repair and filter and grow. Mara looks at me. We answer nothing. Caleb shakes his head. No answer means answer. Good, Jess says. Nora closes her ledger. If they push, they will not push only here. They will hit the river too. Fire on dry banks. Noise at night. They use rodders. I have heard enough. Dry ones or fresh? I ask. Both. Mara points at the map. Then we prepare without making noise. No engine unless needed. No fires outside barrels. No one alone past the pump line. North fence gets patched before sundown. Caleb looks at his hat, then at her. And if they come to talk? Mara's answer comes fast. We listen. We do not open gates. We do not trade people. The council breaks with the bad paper still on the table. People leave in twos. Nobody wants to walk alone after seeing a message tied to a dead mule. I stay behind with Mara and Jess. Jess picks up the paper and holds it close to the light. 3 days. They already watched us. Nobody sends this blind. North fence, Mara says. Or pump, I say. Or the diesel car. If they know about skilled hands, they know we have things worth taking. Mara folds the paper and puts it in the stove, even cold. Then we make sure the yard looks poorer than it is. Jess snorts. Should not be hard. We spend the rest of the day hiding what keeps us alive. The clean filters for diesel move from the workshop to a false floor under the old signal cabinet. The small medicine box goes into the wall behind Mara's bunk. The seed jars get split, half to the garden shed, half to a buried tin near the apple tree. The better ammunition leaves the obvious cabinet and goes into a length of pipe, sealed under the tower steps. We leave enough decoy supplies in visible places to make a thief feel smart. The work is ugly and fast. People complain until Jess starts assigning extra hauling to anyone with too much mouth. Kids carry cardboard. Adults move coal. The river group pulls fence wire tight, while the farm people drive stakes into the dry ground. Dust gets everywhere. By sunset, the north fence has a second inner line made from bed frames, rail grates, and stretched cable. At dusk, I climb the tower. Lily follows slowly, taking each step with more care than she used to. I wait at the top hatch and let her pass first. She walks to her windowsill, circles twice, and settles with her paws tucked under her. I set the binoculars on the crate and scan the east road. No movement, no fires, no dust line. That does not make me feel better. Anyone with sense travels under tree cover now, or waits for low light. Mara climbs up after dark. She carries 2 cups of boiled water with dried mint from the garden. She hands one to me and sits on the floor instead of the crate. Her shoulder rests against the wall below the window. Caleb saw, she says, the nursery line. Yeah, he will talk. He already talks. This gives him better material. I sit opposite her. Outside, the yard lies in low light, the rails pale where the moon touches them. Most of the people are inside by now. 2 lanterns glow at the pump house, one at the passenger car door. We keep lights low, covered, and pointed inward. You should not have to hide it, I say. Mara stares into her cup. I do not want half the yard treating me like glass. I do not want them counting my meals. I do not want them watching my steps on ladders. They will anyway. I know. We sit there with that. She is pregnant. We have known for a few weeks. Jess knows. Norris suspects. Caleb has now earned himself a window seat in every rumor. The timing is bad. There is no good timing now. A child in this place is both hope and another mouth. And nobody gets to pretend otherwise. Mara looks up. If things get bad, you do not make choices around me first. I am not having this argument tonight. We are having it while it is quiet. You are not cargo. And you are not a hero in some old movie. If the yard falls, no one survives long. If I fall and the yard holds, people still have shelter. I set the cup down before I say something sharp. Lily lifts her head and looks between us. The yard is not worth you, I say. Mara's face hardens, then softens by half. That is sweet and dumb. Yeah, I have range. She reaches across and puts 2 fingers on my wrist. Not dramatic, not soft enough for any old story. Enough to stop me from pulling back into anger. If our child is born here, she says, he needs a place that works. Not 2 people making desperate choices out of fear. He? I do not know. I am picking a word so I can finish a sentence. A faint sound from the east cuts through the tower. Metal, far away. Tapping in an uneven rhythm. We both stop. Mara sets her cup down without noise. I lift the binoculars and look toward the road. Nothing visible yet. But the sound comes again. Metal dragging. Not close. Not random wind. Mara moves to the hatch. Jess, she calls down, low but clear. East, listen. Below, a lantern hood shifts. Jess is already moving. The first test comes before the 3 days are up. By midnight, every person who can hold a pole stands behind the inner fence on the east side. We keep the lamps covered. The sound grows clearer. A rattling cart. Not an engine, not hoofbeats. A cart pulled by something or pushed from behind. Then the groans start, thin and dry, many of them. Jess crouches near me behind a stack of rail ties. They are sending a feeder line. What pulls it? I ask. Could be a mule. Could be a person they do not like. Mara steps in behind us. No shots unless the fence starts going. The cart appears in the road gap. It is an old garden wagon with metal scraps tied to the frame. It rattles and clanks with every roll. A rope runs from the handle into the dark. We cannot see who holds it. Behind the wagon, infected drift forward, drawn by the noise. Most are dry ones, slow and thin, but several move with more force. Fresh enough. Dangerous enough. Can you cut the rope? Mara asks. Jess lifts her rifle, then lowers it. Bad angle. I can go through the ditch, I say. No, Mara says. I can get to the side gate, crawl the drainage line, cut it with the hook blade. Jess looks at the ditch, then at the cart. He can. It is dumb, but he can. Mara gives me a look that has stopped many bad plans. This time she lets it pass. Rope only. You do not chase whoever holds it. I take the short blade and move low along the inside fence. 2 farm men lift the side gate chain without letting the hinges squeal. I slip out into the drainage ditch and drop to my knees in mud that smells of stagnant water. The ground is dry above, but the ditch holds sludge under leaves. I crawl through it, staying below the fence line. The cart rattles closer. The infected follow. I can see their legs through the grass now. Torn pants, bare feet, shoes with no laces, shins gray and scraped. One fresh infected moves faster and bumps into the cart, making the metal scraps clang louder. I reach the rope where it passes over a chunk of concrete. It jerks once, pulled from the dark beyond the road. Whoever holds it is staying hidden. Smart. I slide the blade under the rope, saw twice, then stop when the cart jerks again. The rope goes tight against my hand. The fibers scrape my palm. I cut harder. The rope snaps. The loose end whips toward the road. The cart rolls another few feet, then tilts into the ditch and jams. Metal crashes. The infected keep following the sound, crowding around the stuck wagon instead of the gate. A shape moves in the trees beyond the road. Human. I see only a shoulder and a pale patch of face before it disappears. I do not chase. I crawl backward through the ditch, slow and filthy, with infected 10 yards away, pressing around the wagon. One turns toward me when my boot sucks free of mud with a wet pop. It staggers 2 steps my way. Jess throws a stone from inside the fence. It hits the cart with a sharp clang. The infected turns back toward the louder sound. I reach the gate and roll through as the farm men pull me in by the jacket. Mara closes the chain and looks me over from head to boot. Bite? No. Scratch? Mud. Plenty of that. We spend the next hour clearing the infected that gather around the jammed cart. Spears through the fence, hooks to pull heads into range. One shot when a fresh one climbs halfway onto another and nearly reaches the top line. When the last one drops, nobody cheers. The cart sits in the ditch, full of metal, a message without words. We do not sleep after that. Mara sends half the yard back to bunks, but the rest of us stay up and work the east side while the sky lightens. The cart gets pulled inside with a chain and stripped. The metal scraps go into the alarm pile. The axle is still good. Jess claims it for one of her rolling traps. The rope gets measured and kept too, since rope has become one of those things nobody wastes anymore. By sunrise, the damage looks small. A bent fence link, mud in my clothes, 3 spears that need cleaning. But small damage is how bigger damage starts. 1 weak hinge, 1 missing bucket, 1 lazy watch. 1 person thinking a dry infected is harmless. The world does not need big openings anymore. It uses cracks. Mara stands over the cart with her arms folded. They wanted to see who moved first. Jess kneels by the rope end and checks the cut. They saw Jack crawl. They saw we do not shoot unless pushed. They saw East Gate has a drainage line. Then we close that line, Mara says. I shake my head. Not fully. We put a grate there and leave enough space for one person to crawl if he knows how. If we seal every exit, we trap ourselves. Mara looks at the drainage ditch, then at the fence. Fine. Grate with inside pin. Jess stands and wipes mud on her pants. I will make it ugly enough that nobody sane crawls through it. Then Jack will fit, Mara says. I point at my boot. I am learning. Jess gives the boot one look. Slow student. We work until the heat starts lifting off the rails. The ground dries fast now. Rain comes in short bursts, then vanishes. The sun has been cooking the old yard for weeks, and every dry board feels ready to catch if someone spits sparks at it. That thought follows me while we haul a steel grate from the old repair pit and drag it to the ditch. It takes 4 of us to move it. The grate screams across concrete and makes everyone flinch. Noise does not feel neutral anymore. Nora arrives from the riverside with news before noon. Her boy's cough has worsened. Not blood this time, but deep enough that she has not slept. Jess hears that and stops pretending. She only cares about fence wire. She and Evan, one of the river scouts, have been doing that weird careful dance for months. He brings her extra cordage from the river group. She tells him his knots look awful and then uses them anyway. He laughs at her jokes when no one else is brave enough. In the old world it would have been nothing. Here, even a look held 2 seconds too long becomes camp gossip. Nora asks for the van. Medicine from the city is the only chance. Not a full hospital, not a pharmacy fantasy. A dentist office near the strip mall still had sealed drawers last time. A small clinic had locked cabinets we could not open without more time. We put both on the list. Mara does not want to risk the road after the cart test. Nora does not beg. She stands there with her ledger under one arm and waits for someone to say her son's cough is worth less than our fear. Mara looks at me. Fuel? Enough if the van starts and behaves. Filters? Too clean. One dirty we can boil and reuse if we get desperate. Jess says, I am going. No, Mara says. Evan steps forward before his brain catches up with his mouth. I know the old river road into that part of town. Jess turns on him. Nobody asked you to volunteer for me. I volunteered for the road, he says. She stares at him long enough to make him regret having a face. Mara cuts the air with 2 fingers. Jack drives. Nora rides for the medical list. Evan shows the river road. Jess stays here and finishes the east grate. Jess looks at me, then at Mara, then at Evan. If he gets killed, I am blaming both of you. Evan gives her a tired half grin. Fair. That gets him a shove hard enough to move him 1 step. The van takes 5 tries to start. On the first try, it clicks. On the second, the starter drags. On the third, it coughs and dies. I get out, clean the battery contacts with a strip of sandpaper, check the fuel line jar, and curse at the diesel without making a speech out of it. On the 5th try, the engine catches and shakes the whole hood. Black smoke puffs once, then thins. Mara leans in the driver's window. No side searches. No side searches. If the clinic is hot, we leave. If the van stutters, we turn back before it dies. She looks at Nora and Evan in the back, then back to me. Come home with all of them. I will do the best version of that available. She does not smile. She touches the door once and steps away. The river road cuts through low trees and old service lanes that used to run behind warehouses. Evan sits behind me and calls turns from memory. He does not talk unless it helps. I respect that. Nora sits with a cloth over her mouth, not from fear, from dust and the cough she is trying not to bring back to her boy. The outskirts of town look worse than last season. More roofs are down, more windows blown inward by storms or people. Cars sit lower on flat tires. Old signs hang from one screw. We pass a school bus with dry infected inside, all seated or slumped in the aisle. One lifts its head when the van rolls by, then stops, out of strength or interest. I do not know which. I keep driving. The dentist office sits in a pterik near a bank and a burned sandwich shop. We park behind the building, nose toward the alley exit. Nora stays close to me. Evan watches the rear. We enter through a broken staff door. The place smells of dust, old plastic, and something rotten sealed in another room. We do not open the rotten room. We check the hall first. One dry infected lies under a waiting room bench, one arm out, fingers curled around a child's shoe. Evan almost steps near it. Nora taps his shoulder and points. He goes pale, then nods. I use the hook pole and pull the bench back. The infected's head turns slowly, mouth opening. Nora looks away while I finish it with the spear. Not everyone gets used to that. She handles wounds and fever. She does not handle faces well. People have lanes. We find pain tablets in a locked drawer. The lock breaks with the small pry bar. We find gauze that mice have not chewed. A bottle of antiseptic with the seal intact. Dental picks. Gloves brittle but usable if handled carefully. And 2 tiny bottles of antibiotics locked in a metal cabinet. Expired, yes. Useless, not always. Nora checks labels, dates, smell, powder texture. She takes them with no smile. The clinic is worse. The front door is blocked from inside. We circle to a side window. A handprint on the dust outside tells us someone came through after the first collapse. Not fresh, but not ancient either. I almost call it off. Nora points at the medical cabinet visible through the glass. Empty shelves mostly, but one locked red box still on the wall. 5 minutes, she says. 3, I answer. We break the glass low, clear the edge, and climb in. The first room is empty. The second has 2 dry infected in chairs. Both restrained with belts around their chests, probably patients or staff, who turned while someone still believed restraint could solve infection. Their heads move when we enter. They cannot reach us. Nora checks them, eyes flat. Leave them, she says, even frowns. They are right there. They are tied. We need the box. I agree. It is not mercy. It is time. We cross the room, open the red box with the pry bar, and find a few sealed syringes, bandage scissors, and 2 packets of water purification tablets. The tablets make the whole trip worth it by themselves. Then someone outside whistles. Not a bird. Human. We freeze. Evan moves to the side window and lowers himself beside the wall. He peeks once and pulls back. 2 people near the van, he whispers. Not rotters. Nora packs the red box into her satchel. I motion toward the back hall. We move there, slow, keeping away from the tied infected. One of them strains harder as we pass, belt creaking. The sound carries. A voice outside says, "We know you are in there. Leave the bags and walk out with hands empty. We do not need this to get loud." Collectors or copycats. Does not matter. Same math. I look at Evan. Back alley? He nods. Leads to drainage ditch. Tight for the bags. Good. We exit through a rear supply window into weeds behind the clinic. Nora goes first with the satchel. Evan follows. I am halfway through when the side door crashes open. One of the men enters the clinic and sees the tied infected straining in the chairs. He fires at one out of reflex. The shot cracks through the building. The other tied infected tears loose from its old belt. I drop outside and land on my knees. Evan pulls me up by the jacket. Inside, the man screams once, then fires again, too close to the door. We run bent over through the weeds, using the drainage ditch to circle behind the van. The second man stands near the driver's door, looking toward the clinic, confused by the screaming. I do not shoot. Evan hits him behind the knee with a pipe. He drops hard. Nora brings the satchel down across his wrist until the knife falls. I put the handgun on him and tell him to roll away from the van. He does. We leave him there. We do not tie him. We do not ask questions. The clinic screaming has already drawn infected from the next block. 3 appear near the old bank, then 5 more. We get into the van and pull out, tires throwing dust. In the mirror, the man Evan hit crawls behind a dumpster. Maybe he lives, maybe not. The man inside the clinic does not come out. On the road back, Nora holds the satchel against her chest with both arms. She does not thank us. She does not need to. Evan keeps looking out the rear window, checking for pursuit. I keep both hands on the wheel and listen to the van cough every time I press the accelerator. Halfway home, the engine stutters. I lift my foot, let it settle, then ease back onto the pedal. The stutter passes. We are not stopping out here unless the engine quits fully. The diesel is bad, the filter is dirty, the road is rough, and there is no cavalry coming over the hill. I talk to the van under my breath until Evan asks if that helps. Does not hurt, unless it understands you. Then, we are already doomed. Nora makes one small sound that might be a laugh. That is the only joke we get for the whole ride. We reach the yard with the medicine, the tablets, and one more lesson. The city still has supplies, but every trip now puts a signal in the air. Sound, tracks, fresh bodies, broken windows. The collectors do not need to find our road every time. They only need to learn which roads we can't stop using. Jess waits at the gate and does not ask Evan if he is okay until after she checks him for bites. She turns his hands over, checks his sleeves, his collar, his pant cuffs. He lets her do it with a grin he fails to hide. She sees the grin and pinches the cut on his knuckle. He stops grinning. Clean, she says. Nice to see you too, he says. She shoves the water tablets into his chest. Carry those to Nora before I change my mind about you. He walks off, smiling anyway. Mara waits until supplies are unloaded before she pulls me aside near the coal car. Trouble? People near the clinic. Not enough to follow. Collectors? Maybe. Maybe hungry idiots. Same outcome if we guess wrong. She looks toward the road, then toward the tower. We shrink the routes. We also need more eyes beyond the fence. I know. She hates that answer. More eyes means more people away from walls. More people away from walls means more chances to lose them. The world keeps asking for payment up front. That evening, Nora gives her son half a tablet dose after checking weight from memory and arguing with herself for 10 minutes. We watch for a reaction. None comes. By morning his cough has loosened. Not cured. Better. Better is enough to keep his mother standing. 2 days after the medicine run, one of the farm scouts finds a second sign carved into a fence post near the old turnpike. 3 short lines crossing one long line. Under it, a single word. Soon Jess reads it and spits into the dust. Poets. Mara says, cut the post down. We cut it down and bring it back, not as a trophy, as evidence. People need to see the enemy is close. People also need to see we are not hiding bad news to keep them calm. That night, the Alliance eats in 3 groups instead of 4. Farm people sit with river people. Depot people share salt with warehouse crew. Small changes. Nobody announces them. The threat does the work that meetings could not. They are watching. They know we conserve ammunition. They know we have side gates. They know someone here is willing to crawl outside to solve a problem. Every choice teaches them. Morning comes gray and hot. I wash the ditch mud off at the pump while Jess pours water from a can and complains about the waste with no real bite in her voice. You looked awful down there, she says. You should have seen the ditch. I did. The ditch looked better. Honora arrives with 2 river scouts before noon. They bring worse news. A man from the farm road is missing. He was carrying a coil of wire and a satchel of dried beans. Blood on the trail, no body. One of the river scouts found boot prints heading east, the same direction as the cart rope. Mara calls another council. This one is shorter. No one argues about water. Fear has done what reason struggled to do. The groups agree to joint watch, joint food storage, and no travel alone past the outer markers. Caleb does not look happy, but he nods. If these collectors want skilled hands, they may come for you first, he says to me. Then put someone smarter near me, I say. Jess raises her hand. No, Mara says. Jess drops it. Rude. We get one quiet day after that. Quiet enough to hear the pump squeak. The garden tools scrape dirt, and Lily grumble at a child who gets too close to her tail. quiet enough that people start hoping the cart was a warning and not the opening move. Then the farm sends a runner at sunset. He arrives covered in dust, one shoe split open, a cut across his cheek. He does not stop at the outer line until Jess aims the rifle at the ground in front of him and tells him to slow down. Collectors took the lower shed. He says once he reaches Mara, not a raid. They walked in with 6 people and 2 infected on chains. Caleb told us not to shoot, said he could talk. They took the seed sacks and the pump handles, left Caleb alive, said next time they take people. Mara's face goes flat. Where is Caleb? Farm. Alive enough to walk. Yeah. Then he walks here now. Caleb arrives after dark with 4 farm people. His hat is gone. One eye is swelling. He steps into the passenger car and looks smaller than he did 2 days ago. I thought I could buy time, he says before anyone asks. You bought them a tour, Jess says. Mara lifts one hand toward her, and Jess shuts her mouth, barely. Caleb grips the table edge. They knew about the diesel. They knew about the coal. They knew about the pregnant woman. The room goes quiet in a way no order could have created. Mara does not move. Who told them? Caleb looks sick. I do not know. Nora says, someone in the Alliance. Jess looks around the room, eyes hard. Then we find who before the collectors come back. Mara nods once. Yes, we start with movement records. Not fancy. Chalk marks, water ledgers, gate logs, who was assigned where, who missed work, who had reason to talk. People hate it. Nobody likes being treated as a suspect. But nobody leaves. The thought of the collectors knowing about Mara cuts through pride. Near midnight, Jess finds the first proof in the garden shed, a strip of cloth tied under the roof lip, marked with the same 3-line symbol from the paper, a signal. From outside, if you stood on the old road with a spyglass, you could see it. The shed worker is a riverman named Dale, quiet, nervous, good with repairs, father of 2. When Jess drags him into the car, he denies everything until Mara places the cloth on the table. Dale sits down hard. He looks at Nora first, not Mara. They said they had medicine. My boy's cough has blood in it. They said 1 note. 1 note and they would leave a packet near the culvert. Nora closes her eyes. The room tightens around her silence. Did they give medicine, I ask. Dale shakes his head. No. They wanted another note. Jess steps forward. I vote ditch. No, Nora says. He sold us. He was scared for his child. He sold us, Jess repeats. Mara looks at me. I hate that she does. I hate that everyone does. The old me would have wanted any decision that spared blood. The man I am now sees the cloth on the table and thinks about Mara's pregnancy, the pump, the children sleeping 2 cars down, the dry infected at the fence. We do not kill him tonight, I say. We do not let him near gates. Ledgers, water or tools, he works under guard. If he sends one more sign, he leaves with no gear. Jess stares at me. That is soft. No, I say. Soft is pretending scared people stop being scared after we shoot one of them. We need the Alliance intact. We need his hands. We also need him watched every hour. Mara looks at Dale. You heard him. You breathe wrong near a gate and I send you out with empty pockets. Dale nods, crying without sound. Nora takes him back to the river car after swearing she will post her own guard. Jess walks out angry. Mara follows her with her eyes, but does not go after her. Later, in the tower, Mara sits beside me and says nothing for a long time. You think I made the wrong call? I ask. I think every call is going to cost us now. That was not an answer. It is the only one I have. Below us, Lily moves along the tower floor and steps onto Mara's boot. Mara reaches down and strokes the cat's back with 2 fingers. You still want to look for your mother? She asks. The question lands without warning. I have not spoken about that in weeks. Yes, I say, even now, especially now. I do not know why. I know why. I look at her. She keeps her eyes on the yard. If you can find her, then the old world did not take every piece, she says. If you cannot, you can stop leaving part of yourself on the road. I am not leaving you. You say that now. I say it when you make me mad too. She smiles without looking at me. Then the smile fades. If she is alive, she is not the woman you remember. I know. You do not. Not until you see it. I do not argue. The yard is quiet. Somewhere beyond the fence, something shifts in dry grass and then stops. Jess will check it at dawn. We sit until the cup water goes cold. 2 days later, we take a prisoner at the old pump station east of the yard. It starts as a repair run. The pump station used to feed water to maintenance lines before the collapse. Most of it is useless now, but the building has fittings, pipe sections, and valves we can use for storage tanks. We take the van, one farm woman named Elise, Jess, Mara, and me. Mara hates leaving the yard with the collectors near, but the pump pots cannot wait. If the dry season deepens, water storage is worth more than another box of screws. The van runs rough. I keep one ear on the engine, one eye on the road. Jess rides in the back with Elise, both rifles laid across their knees. Mara sits beside me, one hand on the grab handle whenever the road breaks under the tires. The pump station sits beside a narrow canal lined with cracked concrete. The gate is open. That is the first warning. We park behind a low wall instead of in the open lot. Jess moves first, low and fast, checking the door. She signals no movement. Inside, the air is hot and sour. We gather what we came for. 2 valve wheels, pipe brackets, a length of hose, and a box of old rubber seals that might still work after boiling and trimming. We are carrying the second load out when Elise stops near the side window and raises one hand. People outside. 3 figures move near the canal bridge. Armed, not rushing, watching. One has a shotgun. One carries a long knife and a short carbine. The third is older, hunched slightly, wrapped in a dirty brown coat despite the heat. Jess whispers, "Collectors." Mara points toward the back exit. We do not get there. The side door opens, and the shotgun man steps in, muzzle low but ready. "Easy," he says. "Nobody needs holes." Jess raises her rifle. I raise the handgun. Mara steps sideways, clearing her line. For 1 second, everyone has enough time to make the day worse. Then, a dry infected falls from the shadow behind the shotgun man. It must have been lying behind the tool chest near the doorway, unseen by him when he entered. It grabs his calf and bites through the back of his boot. He yells and turns, firing into the floor. The shot blasts concrete dust up around us. Jess fires once, not at the man, at the infected's head. It drops. The man stumbles back, looking at his leg. The bite has torn through. Skin shows. Blood wells. His partner outside starts yelling. Mara moves before the words shape into orders. She slams the door shut and drops the locking bar. I grab the shotgun man by his collar and pull him away from the threshold. He swings at me. I hit him once with the handgun grip, enough to stop his arm. "Bite," I say. He looks at me, then at his leg. His face empties. "We cut it," he says. "Now. Cut it." "It is too high," Mara says. "You do not know that. I know enough." Outside, the carbine man fires into the upper wall. The rounds punch through metal siding above our heads. Elise drops flat. Jess drags her behind a pump base. I pull the shotgun away from the bitten man and toss it to the far corner. The old woman in the brown coat appears at the side window. Her face is partly hidden by grime and a cloth around her neck. She looks in, sees the bitten man, sees me, and freezes. I freeze too, not from the gunfire. From her eyes. She says my name. Not Jack like a stranger testing it. Not loud, not a question. She says it with old anger, sitting under every letter. I stare at her through the cracked glass. The years on her face are hard. Her hair is grey and cut short. Her cheeks have hollowed. Her mouth is thinner. But there is a small scar on her left index finger. A white line from where she cut herself opening a can when I was a kid and refused stitches. I remember that scar. I remember sitting at the kitchen table, watching her wrap it herself. Mara turns toward me. "Jack?" The old woman does not look at Mara. She keeps her eyes on me. "You are alive," she says. The carbine man outside shouts, "Ruth, move. Ruth, my mother's name. I have not heard it from another living person in years." The bitten man on the floor starts sobbing. "Ruth, tell them to cut it. Tell them." My mother looks at him with a coldness I do not recognize. "No." The word lands flat. The man begins to curse. Jess shifts her rifle toward him. Mara steps close to me, voice low. "Is that her?" I cannot answer right away. My mouth opens, closes. The carbine man fires another burst outside, this time into the door. The steel holds but rings hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling. "Back, exit," Mara says. "Now." "No," I say, eyes still on the window. Jess snaps. "Jack, we take her." Mara looks at the old woman. My mother looks back at Mara, then at Mara's belly. Something crosses her face, quick and buried. Outside, the carbine man moves toward the window. Jess fires through the side gap before he reaches it. He drops out of view with a hard cry. Elise opens the back door and signals clear. Mara makes the call. "Grab her." "Leave him." The bitten man tries to crawl after us. He gets 2 feet before his hands fail. He is still alive when we move out. I do not look back after the first step. We take my mother at gunpoint from the window side. She does not fight. She walks with her hands raised, eyes on me, saying nothing. The carbine man lies near the canal, moving weakly. Jess checks him fast. He reaches for his weapon. She fires once and ends that choice. We load the pump parts and my mother into the van. Mara sits in the back with the rope trained on her. Jess watches the road through the broken rear window. I drive. The engine complains all the way back. Nobody speaks until the yard gate closes behind us. Inside the holding room, the same concrete room where I once woke, tied to a chair, my mother sits on the cot with her wrists bound in front of her. Mara stands near the door. Jess stands outside the bars. I stand in the center of the room and cannot find a place for my hands. My mother studies me. "You got old. So did you." A thin smile appears and disappears. "Fair." I ask the question that has sat in me for years. "Where is Lily?" Mara's face shifts before my mother answers. Jess looks down at the floor. My mother looks at my boots. "Your sister is dead." The room holds still. "How?" I ask. "Messy. I need more than that." "No," she says. "You want more. Need is water and food." I step closer. Mara does not stop me, but she watches my hands. "She waited for you," my mother says. "At first. We both did. I told her roads were blocked. Told her you might be dead. Told her not to build her days around a phone that would not ring. She did anyway. I tried to get back. I believe you." The words cut worse than an accusation, because she says them with no warmth. "She died after the clinic fell," my mother continues. "We had a school gym for a while, then a county storage site, then a church basement. I worked on wounds with boiled tools and old sheets. She carried water, she kept lists. She got good at telling children to be quiet without scaring them. Then men came for our medicine, not rotters. Men. They left noise behind them and the dead followed. Your sister got 3 children through a kitchen window. She did not get through after them." I look at the wall behind her. The concrete has scratches from old rope and old fear. I focus on that because her face is too much. "She turned?" I ask. My mother shakes her head. "No, I made sure she did not." Nobody speaks. My mother's eyes move if to Mara again. "You found people." "Yes, good for you. You were with the collectors. I was useful. Useful eats. You treated them." I treated whoever had supplies and did not cut my throat. Then I treated whoever they dragged in. Then I stopped asking where the wounds came from. That is how rot gets into a person before any bite. Jess shifts outside the bars. She does not joke now. I ask, "Did you send information about us?" "No." "Did you know they were pushing toward this yard?" "Yes." "And you came anyway?" "I was told to check their wounded at the pump station." "I did. Then I saw you. You could have warned us before." She looks at me for the first time, with something close to anger rising clean. "I did not know you were here. You knew a pregnant woman was here. You knew kids were here. You knew they planned to take people." She looks at Mara's belly again. "I knew too much, and had nowhere to put it. That answer is not enough. It is also the most honest thing she has said. Council meets before sunset. My mother stays locked in the holding room with Nora guarding the door. The bitten man from the pump station is dead by now, or close to it. The collectors will know their people did not return. No one pretends we have time. Mara lays it out. The old woman is Jack's mother. She was with them. She says she did not mark us. We cannot confirm. She knows they are coming. Caleb looks at me. Then she knows enough to be useful. Jess says, or dangerous. Nora folds her hands. Both. The debate turns harsh. Some want to trade her. Some want to keep her tied and force every bit of information out before the attack. One farm man says the word execute. I stand before Mara can answer. No. The room turns toward me. No execution, I say. No torture. Ask what she knows. Guard her. After that, she leaves. Caleb slams a palm on the table. Leaves? She walks back to them with our layout in her head. She already had chances to tell them more, I say. She did not. You do not know that. No, I do not. Mara watches me from the end of the table. Her face gives nothing. I continue. She was my mother. She is not the woman I looked for. That woman died with my sister. This one is old, angry, half broken, and tied to people we may have to kill. I am not asking you to accept her. I am asking you not to make me stand here while the Alliance kills the last blood I have from before. Jess looks away first. Nora keeps her eyes on me, then lowers them to the table. Caleb mutters something and leans back. Mara speaks. She answers questions tonight. At dawn, we give her water, food for one day, a knife, and send her past the east cut. If she returns with collectors, she dies at the fence. If she warns them, that is on you, Jack. I know. Mara nods once. Then that is the ruling. My mother gives us information until late. Not everything. Enough. The collectors are not many. Maybe 25 able fighters. More mouths behind them. They have 2 working trucks, 1 motorcycle, a cart team, and several chained infected used for intimidation or noise. They have poor food, some medicine, and more ammunition than we do, but not enough to waste. Their leader, Sutter, likes to break groups through fear before spending bullets. He will not try a long siege. He needs our supplies before winter and before his own people split. She tells us their habits. They hit before dawn. They burn edges. They aim for water and vehicles. They prefer to take skilled people alive. They will try to split the Alliance by offering safety to anyone who opens a gate. At dawn, I walk her to the east cut with Mara and Jess 20 steps behind. My mother carries a small bag. She moves slower than I expected. The hard coat hangs loose on her shoulders. At the last marker, she stops. Your sister kept a list, she says. What list? People she saved. Names. Ages when she knew them. Where they went. She said someone should know. I lost the notebook when the church burned. I look at the ground. Dry weeds move against my boots. She was better than me, my mother says. She was better than both of us, I say. That makes her look at me, hard and sudden. You do not get to claim her easy. I am not. She adjusts the bag on her shoulder. The woman with you. Mara. She is carrying? Yes. My mother looks past me toward the yard, then stops standing between past and present. It wears a man down and leaves him useless at both ends. I do not answer. She takes one step, then stops again. Your sister died angry at me, not you. I told her to stop waiting. She called me cruel. She was right. That is yours if you want it. Then she walks east, away from the yard, away from me. I watch until she reaches the trees. She does not turn back. Jess comes up beside me. You okay? No. Good. Means your head still works. Mara says nothing. She takes my hand for a few seconds, then lets go before anyone at the fence sees. We return to the yard and do not speak much until the gate closes. People watch us from the work lines. They know the old woman walked out with a bag and a knife. They know she did not get marched to the pit. In a place this small, mercy becomes public property before the dust settles. Caleb is waiting near the west rail stack. She gone? Yes, I say. Hope your blood does not get us burned. Jess steps between us before I do. You want to say that again with your jaw where I can reach it? Caleb looks at her, then at me, then decides his next breath should be useful. He walks away toward the farm carts. I should thank her. I do not. She would hate it. Instead, I pick up a coil of wire and carry it toward the west gate. She follows with the second coil. We work side by side for half an hour, threading wire through the new rail posts, twisting it tight with a wrench. She looked mean. Jess says at last. She had a lot of years to practice. Did she hug you when you were a kid? The question makes my hands stop on the wire. Jess keeps working, eyes on the twist, giving me the mercy of not watching my face. Yeah, I say. When I let her, I was a stubborn kid. Shocking. She worked long shifts, came home smelling like soap, coffee, and hospital halls. She kept snacks in her bag for my sister, told us not to touch them, then got annoyed if we did not ask for one. She checked homework even when she could barely keep her eyes open. Jess tightens the wire until it sings softly against the post. That woman is gone? I think pieces are still in there, not enough to live with. Jess nods, then passes me the next wire. Pieces can cut too. That is all she says. By mid-afternoon, Mara has every group working. No one waits for orders twice. Fire breaks get cut around the south grass. The dry strip beyond the fence is scraped down with shovels and old hose. We move water barrels from the streamline to the south side and cover them with boards to keep sparks out. The river people rig wet sacks on poles for beating flame. The farm people bring 2 plough blades and use the van to drag one through the driest grass until the engine overheats and we stop before ruining it. At the east side, Jess builds a dead lane between 2 lines of boxcars, not a trap for people, a funnel for infected, cable at ankle height, scrap hooks on the sidewalls, rail ties set at angles to break movement. The idea is not to kill all of them in one motion. It is to slow and bunch them, so spears and rifles can work without wasting everything. Evan helps her. He makes the mistake of calling one of the knots good enough. Jess stares at him until he unties it and does it again. Good enough killed my father's friend in the 2nd month, she says. Door latch, not even a big thing. Good enough meant the latch bounced when a sick man hit it. Do it again. Evan does it again. Nora turns the old clothing car into an infirmary corner. She hangs sheets between poles for privacy, lays out boiled cloth, checks every bottle, writes names on pieces of cardboard. She tells the younger kids to tear clean strips and stack them by size. One girl asks if the blood will wash out of the sheets. Nora answers without looking up. No. That is why we use the ugly ones first. The kid accepts that. Children now accept too much. Mara spends most of the afternoon at the passenger car with maps and people moving in and out. She stands longer than I want. Every time I try to take something from her hands, she gives me a look and hands me something heavier. Stop hovering, she says after the 4th time. I am not hovering. I am relocating nearby. You are about to be relocated outside. Nora passes behind us with a bucket. Let him carry things. Men get strange when babies are coming and enemies are outside. I can hear you, I say. Good, Nora says. Then carry this. She hands me the bucket and keeps walking. Near evening, a white cloth appears on the east road. One man walks alone with both hands raised. He is tall, with a shaved head and a grey coat. No weapon visible, which means nothing. Behind him, far back near the trees, I count 4 shadows. Maybe guards. Maybe more in the brush. Mara does not go to the gate. She climbs the 1st level of the rebuilt post and speaks from above. I stand on the ground with the rifle. Jess covers from the pump house roof. Caleb and 2 rivermen watch the side lanes. The man stops 50 yards from the fence. Name is Sutter. No one answers. He lifts one hand higher. You have some of mine. Mara says, you lost some of yours. Sutter smiles like he expected that. The old woman, Ruth. She walks? She walked. His smile shifts. Sentimental. That can make a place weak. Mara rests both hands on the rail. Walking to our gate with 4 men in the brush can make a man dead. Sutter glances toward the tree line. He does not deny it. We can still settle this tidy. You have coal and diesel you cannot use forever. We have people who can keep the roads clear, give us fuel, tools, and 1 repair hand for a season. We stop bothering your little garden club. Jess calls from the roof. Your pitch needs work. Sutter looks toward her voice. The young one. Trap girl. I heard about you. Jess's rifle stays still. Did they mention my warm personality? He laughs once. They mentioned you hit hard. Mara cuts in. No fuel, no tools, no people. Then you are choosing a hard night. We have had a few. Sutter looks over the yard behind her. He spends a little too long studying the water barrels and fire breaks. He sees we prepared. He also sees what preparation costs. Your old nurse told me once that decent people die first, he says. I told her decent people die only when stubborn people waste them. My hands tighten on the rifle. Sutter sees that too. His eyes flick from me to Mara. Ah, he says. That was true then, blood. Mara's voice stays flat. Walk away. Sutter spreads his hands. Last offer. By sunup tomorrow, I take payment from what is left. He turns and walks back to the trees. Nobody shoots. The 4 shadows withdraw with him. When he is gone, Jess climbs down from the pump house roof and lands hard in the dust. I hate him. Good, Mara says. Do not let it pick your shots. Dark comes with the yard locked tighter than I have ever seen it. People sleep in clothes. Weapons stay near hands. The children and weakest adults move into the coal wall zone between 2 cars, guarded by warehouse crew. Dale, under guard, works with the river team filling every container he can find. He does not complain once. Maybe fear fixed him. Maybe guilt did. Maybe both. I walk the line with Evan before midnight. He carries a spear and an old revolver with 3 rounds. He keeps touching the revolver grip, checking it is still there. You ever shoot that? I ask. Once. Missed a raccoon by enough to embarrass myself. Do not use it unless something is on you. That was my plan. We stop near the east funnel. He looks toward the pump house, where Jess is checking bell lines. She tell you about her wrist? No. She fell 2 winters ago. Ladder ice. Still hurts in cold. She acts like it does not. She acts like many things do not. He nods. If I get stupid tomorrow, pull me back before she sees. She will see. Yeah, thought so. We keep walking. At the far side of the yard, near the old apple tree, I find something tied to the lower branch. A strip of brown cloth. 3 charcoal marks and 1 crossed line. I do not touch it at first. I look around the ground for tracks. Old woman's boots, maybe. Hard to tell in dry soil. No sign. She came close to the fence. She could have tied it from outside with a long branch, or tossed it and gotten lucky. No, she was never sloppy. She wanted it found. I take it down and carry it to Mara. She studies it beside the map we took from the collector body at the pump station. 3 marks, 1 crossed line. She moves her finger over the map. This path, she says. The old south culvert. Warning? Maybe. Or bait. Jess looks at the cloth and then toward the dark. If it is bait, we block the culvert anyway. If it is warning, we block the culvert. Same work. That is the best answer. We take 6 people, 2 carts, and every loose sheet of steel we can move. The old culvert sits under the service road south of the yard. It is a low concrete mouth, big enough for a crouched person. We thought it collapsed beyond the first bend. We were wrong. The inner side shows fresh scrape marks. We block it with steel, stone, and a rail tie chained across the mouth. No noise if we can help it. No lamps uncovered. Everyone works by hooded light. At one point, something shifts deep inside the culvert, a soft scrape. Then silence. Jess pushes a spear through the gap and hits nothing. We leave a bell line on the chain and return to the yard. Mara holds the brown cloth in her hand after everyone else leaves. She helped. She warned us about 1 hole, not all of them. Still, I take the cloth back and fold it. Still, We do not sleep. We sit with the yard until the dark thins. The collectors attack 2 nights later. It starts with fire. Dry grass catches along the south fence in 3 places at once. Not random sparks, set lines. The flames run low and fast, eating dead weeds and licking at the base of the outer fence. Smoke moves across the yard, thin at first, then thick enough to blur the lower tracks. At the same time, metal rattles from the east line. Another cart, more infected, and from the west road, an engine growls. Mara takes command from the passenger car steps. Water team south, Jess, east funnel, Jack tower, Nora, get the children to the coal wall, Caleb, Westgate with the farm rifles. Nobody chases. The yard moves not clean, not perfect. People trip, yell, grab buckets. Drop tools, recover. The plan holds because we have drilled it enough to make panic shorter. I climb the tower with Lily under one arm because she ran for the stairs when the first smoke hit. She digs her claws through my jacket, but I do not stop. At the top, I set her inside the crate corner and shut the low mesh gate we made for her. She protests once, then crouches near the window. From the tower, I see all 3 attacks. South fire, east infected, west engine. The engine is one of their trucks, headlights off, crawling toward the gate, behind a sheet of scrap metal bolted to the front. People move behind it on foot. West has truck shield, I shout down. 6 behind it, maybe more. Caleb hears and shifts his farm rifles to the top of the loading dock. Mara sends 2 rivermen to reinforce him. The truck keeps rolling, slow, confident. The dry ones, along the east fence pile toward Jess's funnel, drawn by the cart noise. She triggers the first bell line, pulling them between 2 boxcars, where we have stakes and cable at knee height. South fire spreads faster than I want. Water teams beat it with wet sacks and shovel dirt over the edges. Nora runs the line, yelling for people to stop throwing water at smoke and hit the roots of the flame. She has done this before. Thank God for that. A shot cracks from the west, then another. Caleb's group fires from cover. The truck lurches but keeps moving. The metal sheet catches rounds. A collector behind it throws a bottle with burning cloth. It hits the gravel short of the gate and bursts, flames spreading around the front posts. I grab the signal rope and ring the west alarm twice. Mara looks up. I point to the side rail where the old brake car sits ready. She nods and runs. The brake car is our ugly answer to vehicles. We freed it months ago, chained it on a short slope, and kept the wheels blocked. It cannot move far, but if released at the right moment, it rolls across the west axis and blocks the straight path. Mara reaches the release with one of the river men. The chain sticks. She pulls. Nothing. The truck comes closer. Caleb fires again. A collector drops behind the shield. Another drags him aside. I leave the tower window and climb halfway down the stairs, shouting for the hand sledge. Jess hears from the east side and throws it toward the base of the tower. It clatters on the steps. I grab it and run to Mara. Tower, she snaps. Chain first. I swing the sledge at the seized link, once. Twice. The metal jumps but does not break. Mara wedges the crowbar under the block. The truck is close enough now that I see faces behind the shield. Third swing. The link gives. Mara kicks the block free. The brake car rolls. It moves slowly at first, then gathers enough weight to matter. Steel wheels grind over rusted rail. The car crosses the west axis and slams into the stop with a heavy crash. The truck brakes too late and hits the side of it. The front crumples against rail steel. The engine dies with a wet cough. Caleb's group fires into the exposed side. The collectors scatter. 2 run toward the ditch. 1 reaches the gate and starts cutting at the chain with bolt cutters. Mara drops him with the handgun from 20 yards. No wasted shot. Then the tower catches. I smell smoke from behind me before I see flame. One of the burning bottles must have landed under the lower stairs, or a collector reached the base while we worked the brake car. The dry boards we added to reinforce the old steps begin to burn at the bottom edge. Fire climbs slower than dry grass but steady. Lily is still up there. I run. The smoke thickens around the first landing. The metal steps are hot through my boots, where the boards burn beneath them. I keep low, one hand on the railing, climb past the first burning section, and reach the tower room. Lily has pressed herself under the crate, eyes wide, body flat. "Come on," I say, grabbing the blanket. She claws at the crate and refuses to come. The smoke pushes through the hatch. I wrap the blanket around my arm, reach under, and pull her out. She bites my sleeve hard enough to leave holes, but I keep hold. I shove her into the front of my jacket and cinch it partly closed. At the window, I see Jess on the east side. Her funnel is packed with infected. She has no spare attention. South fire is almost contained. West gate holds. The tower is my problem. The lower stair section burns brighter. Going down through it will cost skin, maybe more. Staying up here will cost everything. I take the metal water can from the corner, pour it over the stairs, and descend before the steam clears. The first step holds. The second sags. I grab the rail and swing my weight inward, keeping Lily pinned under the jacket. A board breaks under my heel and drops into the burning mess below. I step over the gap and land on the next metal crosspiece. Heat hits my face. I keep moving. Halfway down, a collector appears at the base with a hatchet. He looks up and sees me trapped on the stairs. He raises the hatchet. I draw the handgun with my left hand. Bad angle. Smoke. Lily twisting under my jacket. I fire once and miss, the round striking the rail. He flinches and steps back. I fire again, lower. He drops to one knee. I close the rest of the distance fast and kick him away from the stairs. He falls backward into gravel and does not get up. Mara reaches me at the bottom. Her face is streaked with ash. "Lily?" I open the jacket. Lily bolts out, lands on the gravel, and runs under the passenger car. "Alive," I say. Mara grabs my burned sleeve and checks the arm under it. Red skin, no deep burn. Good enough. She does not let go for 1 second too long, then releases and points to the west. "Help, Caleb." The rest of the attack breaks in pieces. The truck is dead. The east infected choke in the funnel. South fire is beaten down to smoke. The collectors try to pull back, but the road behind them is blocked by their own noise, drawing more infected from the dry creek bed. Some of them run. Some surrender. Some keep firing until our people stop them. I kill 2 inside the west ditch. One is trying to reload behind a concrete block. The other is dragging a wounded collector toward the tree line, while holding a knife at a river boy's neck. I do not negotiate. I shoot the knife man once, from behind the rail post. The river boy drops and crawls away, crying and angry. By dawn, the yard is ours. Barely. The tower still stands, but the lower stairs are burned through in 2 places. The west gate is blackened. One section of the garden is gone. The cardboard car did not catch, which saves us from losing half our insulation. 3 Alliance people are dead. 2 more are badly hurt. We count every person twice. Then we check bites and scratches. Dale, the man who once signaled the collectors for medicine, has a bite on his forearm. No hidden bite. He shows it himself before anyone reaches him. Nora sees it and sits down on the rail tie without speaking. Dale says, "I got it closing the east line." Jess stands in front of him with the rifle lowered. "You did good." He nods. "Yeah, too late, but yeah." He asks Nora to take care of his son. Nora says yes. Mara gives him water. We give him privacy behind the pump house. When the time comes, Caleb does the shot because Dale asks him. It is quiet after that. No one says he earned forgiveness. No one says he did not. He helped close the line. He was bitten. That is the record. We search the collector bodies after sunrise. It is dirty work. We need ammunition, blades, maps, medicine, anything. On one man we find a folded strip of cloth with marks showing our yard, the river group, the farm, and 3 other sites. One mark sits near an old medical route west of here. My eyes stop on it. Nora sees me looking. "That was one of the old clinic roads," she says. "Before my time with the river. People said a nurse ran a station there after the first collapse." I fold the cloth and put it in my pocket. Mara sees. She does not ask. Not yet. My mother is gone. During cleanup, Jess finds a small strip of brown cloth tied to the east warning line, far enough out that no one from our side placed it. On it are 3 charcoal marks and 1 crossed line. When Mara looks at the collector map, that symbol lines up with the false route the attackers did not use. My mother warned us, in her own broken way. Not enough to come back. Enough to shift 1 piece before the board broke. I take the cloth and keep it with the map. We do not rebuild that day. We clean. We bury our dead. We burn the infected. We drag the collector truck away from the gate with the van and chains. The van nearly dies doing it. I shout at the engine, then apologize to it when it keeps running. Jess hears and tells me the van has better manners than I do. That night, nobody sleeps well. Mara sits beside me on the passenger car steps, one hand resting on her belly. The tower behind us is black along the lower frame. Lily limps over from under the car, tail dirty, whiskers singed at the tips. She jumps onto Mara's lap, turns in a circle, and settles with the offended dignity of a queen who has tolerated idiots all day. Mara strokes her back. Your mother. Gone. Do you want to go after her? I look toward the east cut. No movement there now. No. Mara waits. I wanted my mother, I say. I found someone who had survived being my mother. That is not the same person. She gave me what she could. Not warmth, not apology. A warning. The rest is gone. Mara nods. And your sister? I take the collector cloth from my pocket, fold it around the smaller strip. She was alive longer than I let myself hope. She helped people. My mother said she got children out. That is more than a grave marker. I can carry that. Mara leans against my shoulder. She is careful with her weight now, but she still leans. Then we rebuild. Yeah. Lower tower this time. Wider stairs. Fireproof where we can. And no wood on the first level. She looks at me. You learn eventually. After repeat instruction. The next months do not feel like victory. They feel like labor. We cut the burned stairs off the tower and build a lower watch post first, using steel plate from a damaged boxcar and rails as supports. It is not pretty. It does not need to be. It has wider steps, 2 exits, a sand bucket at the top, and no exposed wood near the lower frame. The old tower room remains above, reachable later, after repairs. I stop calling it my tower. Everyone calls it the East Post now. The alliance changes too. No more temporary council. Each group sends people for rotating watches. Food stores split into visible and sealed. Water gets logged in 1 shared ledger. Punishments are written down before anger decides them. Jess hates the paperwork and becomes one of the best at enforcing it. The river group builds a better storage rack near the stream. The farm cuts fire breaks around the fields. The warehouse crew sends 2 people to live part-time at the depot workshop, where we teach repairs and learn better stitching, tool care, and shoe work from them. Small trades, small grudges, small progress. Winter comes hard. It always does now. We burn less coal than the year before because the new sleeping arrangements hold heat better. People crowd, complain, snore, argue over blankets, and survive. 2 old men die from sickness. 1 baby from the river group lives after 3 nights of fever because Nora and Mara and 1 warehouse woman take shifts cooling him with clean cloths and boiled water. We count that as a win and do not make it pretty. Spring arrives late. The garden returns in patches. Jess starts training younger people on traps outside the fence, using blunted stakes and a lot of yelling. Lily spends more time in warm windows and less time hunting. The children learn to leave her alone when her tail moves. The next summer is dry again, but we are ready sooner. Shade cloth from old uniforms covers the weakest beds. Water barrels sit under every roof edge. The pump still brings grit some mornings, but we know how to settle it and boil it. The diesel remains bad, but we use the van less, and when we use it, we go with written lists and no side adventures. I do not hear from my mother again. Once, a traveler from the West mentions an old gray-haired nurse who stitched a boy's leg and refused payment except clean water. She left before dawn. I do not ask for details after that. I take the story, set it beside the strip of brown cloth in my mind, and leave it alone. Mara's labor starts during a rainstorm. Not a big dramatic storm. Steady rain, enough to fill the barrels and turn the yard to mud. She is in the passenger car, sitting at the table, sorting seed packets with Jess, when she grips the edge of the wood and tells Jess to get Nora. No screaming, no panic. Her face goes pale and irritated at the same time, which is very Mara. Nora arrives with clean cloth, boiled water, and the sharp tone of a woman who has delivered children in worse rooms. I get ordered out twice before I learn where to stand. Jess guards the door with a rifle and threatens 3 different people for asking if they can help. Lily sits under Mara's bunk, refusing to move. Hours pass in work, waiting, instructions, wet cloths, fire tending, water heating. I carry buckets, then clean them, then carry more. I am allowed near the bed when Mara asks for me, then pushed away when Nora needs room. Mara grips my hand once hard enough to make my fingers ache and says, "If you tell anyone," I yelled, "I will deny it." "You are yelling now." "Then stop listening." Jess laughs once from the door and gets told to shut up by 3 people at the same time. Near dawn, my son is born. He is small, loud, and angry at the room. Nora wraps him in cloth, warmed near the stove, and places him against Mara. Mara looks at him with a focus I have seen only during fights and repairs. Then her face changes. The hard lines do not disappear, they loosen. She touches his cheek with one finger. I stand beside the bed with mud on my pants, ash on my sleeve, and no useful thing left to do. Jess looks at the baby, then at me. "He has your bad timing," Mara says. "He has your mouth." "Poor kid," Jess says. Lily climbs onto the blanket at Mara's feet after several failed attempts. She sniffs the air, decides the new arrival is loud but tolerable, and lies down with her back to us. We name him Daniel. Mara says it first, while Noshua cleans the table, and Jess stands by the door, pretending not to cry. The baby queets for a second when Mara speaks. Maybe he knows the voice already. Maybe he is tired from yelling. I do not add meaning to it. I stand there and accept the name because it sits right in the room. Jess wipes one eye with the back of her wrist and points at me. "If you tell anyone, I had smoke in my face. There is no smoke in here." Then there was before. Nora says, "Both of you, out unless you are useful." "I can be useful," Jess says. "Then bring more hot water and stop guarding the door like the baby plans to escape." Jess grabs the kettle and goes, muttering the whole way. I stay until Nora looks at me and lifts one eyebrow. I pick up the bloody cloth bundle she points at and carry it outside to the wash bucket. No ceremony, no big announcement. A child is born, and the work around that child begins at once. Outside, the rain has turned the yard into brown paste. People have gathered in loose clusters, trying to see without crowding the passenger car. Caleb stands near the pump house, with his hat in both hands. Evan sits on a crate by the tool shed, staring at the passenger car door like he expects Juice to come out swinging. Lily has stayed inside, which tells everyone more than any posted sign. If Lily does not leave Mara's room, nobody else should barge in. Nora steps out first and says, "Mother and baby are alive. Anyone who cheers loud enough to wake him gets dish duty for a week." The yard answers with careful smiles, shoulders dropping, a few quiet claps. People look awkward with joy now. It comes with fear attached, and nobody knows where to put it. The children do better than adults. They grin, whisper, ask if the baby has hair, ask if he can see, ask if he can eat beans. Nora tells them he cannot eat beans, and neither can some adults without causing trouble in closed rooms. I wash cloths until the water turns dark, then carry the bucket to the waste trench. The rain taps on the metal roofs. The east post drips from 3 places I need to seal. The west gate still leans. Coal needs stacking before evening. The baby has not removed any of that. He has added more. Mara sleeps for an hour. During that hour, I sit on the floor beside the bunk, with Daniel wrapped in my arms. He is lighter than any tool I have held, and harder to handle than all of them. Nora shows me how to support his head, then corrects me twice. Lily watches from the blanket near Mara's feet. She blinks slow, then rests her chin on her paws. Daniel makes small noises in the cloth. Each one pulls my attention away from every plan in my head. I try to count supplies and fail. I try to think about the fence and fail. I try to remember the last time I held a baby before the outbreak and cannot place it. Some cousin's kid at a holiday dinner, maybe. That version of me probably handed the baby back after a minute and reached for his phone. Mara opens her eyes. You look terrified. I am holding him correctly. That is not what I said. He is very small. He noticed. I look down at him. He is also loud. Also noticed. She shifts and winces. Nora told her not to move much. Mara treats instructions like suggestions until pain votes on the matter. Stay still, I say. You giving orders now? When the order is medically obvious, yes. She closes her eyes again, but one corner of her mouth moves. Write that down. First time you gave a decent order. Jess returns with the hot water and stops in the doorway. For once, she waits until invited. Mara looks at her and nods. Jess steps inside, slow, and stands near the bunk. He looks angry, Jess says. He is related to you now, Mara says. Jess makes a face, then reaches out one finger. Daniel grips it. Her face changes faster than she can hide. She stands there, trapped by a hand smaller than her thumb. If anything gets near him, she says, voice low. I am taking its legs first. Nora enters behind her and takes the kettle. Lovely aunt, talk. Very soothing. Aunt, Jess says. Mara opens one eye. You plan to be what, livestock inspector? Jess looks at Daniel again. Aunt works. The first night with Daniel, nobody gets proper sleep. Mara dozes and wakes. Daniel cries, feeds, sleeps, cries again. Nora checks temperature and color under lamplight. I fetch water, change cloths, adjust the stove. Fail at wrapping him tight enough, then learn. Jess guards the door for half the night until Evan brings her a stool and tells her sitting down does not count as surrender. She tells him to mind his business and sits. Near dawn, when the rain slows, I step outside for a minute. The yard is washed clean in places and muddier in others. The smoke from the stove rises steady. The rails shine wet. I hear someone at the pump. Work has already started. Daniel's first morning does not pause the world. The world has no manners. It keeps asking for labor. Caleb walks over carrying a small wooden box. He holds it out without ceremony. My wife kept baby things before the farm fell, he says. Most got ruined. This did not. Inside is a tiny knitted cap, faded blue, clean enough after years in storage. I look at it, then at him. Caleb clears his throat and looks toward the pump instead of at my face. Do not make a scene, he says. I was not planning one. Good. He walks away before I can say more. I carry the cap inside. Mara touches it with 2 fingers and nods once. That is how thanks works here sometimes. An object moves from one grief to another use, and nobody speaks too much around it. Not after a hero, not after a saint. It is a name Mara likes, and I like the way it sounds when she says it. That is enough. The day after Daniel is born, the rain stops. The yard smells of wet coal, mud, old steel, and stove smoke. People work more quietly than usual near the passenger car. Even Caleb removes his hat when he passes the window, which shocks Jess enough that she forgets to insult him. I carry Daniel to the new east post, 3 days later, wrapped tight, with Mara watching from below and Nora telling me not to drop him every 10 seconds. The stairs are wide, the rails hold. At the top, I stand near the window and look over the yard. The depot is scarred. The old tower is blackened and patched. The garden is uneven. The coal pile is smaller. The diesel tanker is marked with warnings. The passenger car roof leaks near the old stovepipe. The west gate still bears the scrape from the collector truck. Beyond the fence, dry ones lie in the grass until patrol clears them. But people are moving. Jess is teaching 2 teenagers how to set a bell line without catching their own ankles. Nora is arguing with Caleb over barrel placement. Mara stands near the pump house, with one hand on the railing, watching me watch the yard. Lily sits in the lower window of the passenger car, old and pleased with herself. Daniel shifts in the cloth and makes a small, angry sound. I adjust my grip the way Nora showed me. I used to think survival meant finding walls and closing them before the world got in. I was wrong then. Walls helped. So did knives, fuel, coal, water, luck, and being willing to do work that made old versions of me ashamed. But none of it held alone. The rail yard holds because people come back to their posts after bad nights, because water gets logged, because food gets counted, because Jess yells at children near traps, because Mara makes decisions no one wants, because Nora writes numbers even when the numbers hurt, because Caleb, annoying as he is, still sends people to fix the fence, because my mother, broken and angry, tied one warning strip where someone might see it before fire reached the gate. The world outside has not healed. It does not owe us that. Zombified bodies still wander roads. Raiders still exist beyond the ridge. Summers still burn the ground. Winters still test the stove. Diesel still goes bad in the tank. Teeth still crack. People still lie when fear gets big enough. But my son is warm in my arms, and below me the settlement moves through its morning without asking permission from the dead. That is the future now. Not clean, not safe, not promised. Built anyway. I stay at the east post until the morning work line forms. Daniel sleeps against my jacket, wrapped in the old cap Caleb brought. The yard below is not peaceful. Peace is too big a word for a place with sharpened stakes, burned gates, and bodies buried past the ditch. But it is working. People carry water. People check traps. People argue over beans instead of bullets. That is not small anymore. Mara steps out of the passenger car with Nora at her side, angry at needing support and taking it anyway. Jess sees her and starts yelling before Mara reaches the first step. Mara yells back. Nora tells both of them to shut up near the baby. Evan laughs once and then pretends he coughed when Jess looks over. I look down at my son, then at the rails running east and west beyond the fence. Those rails still lead toward dead towns, dry infected, bad roads, and people who will take anything if hunger pushes hard enough. They also lead toward allies, water, fields, and places we have not searched yet.